God help us.
Hello. Wow. Day 3 APQEC 2025. Guys, welcome to the grand finale. Woo! Come on. Look at that. It's been 3 amazing days. 2 days of great learning for me. Jacqueline, what has it been for you?
It's been very, very insightful. Very insightful. Very many speakers from all over Africa. And
Yes.
what are we waiting for today? I think it's been a lot of information that we are supposed to digest.
That's
right. I hope today is going to be something similar to what we've experienced for the past 2 days.
Yes, absolutely. As they say, it's always the last day that's the better. I think the glory of the latter days is going to be better than the former days, right? And all the goodness that you've enjoyed in the first 2 days is going to culminate into today, and today is going to be awesome. Guys, let's see you in the comment section. Tell us, where are you listening from? Have you been a part of day 1 and day 2? What are you looking forward to today? Welcome once again to APQEC 2025. It's been awesome, just like my colleague Jacqueline said there, and we are looking forward to another amazing. It's the grand finale, so I'm pretty sure today our minds will be blown. We've got a lineup of amazing people, amazing speakers who are here, who will be telling us, amazing stuff. I don't even want to give you guys the expo into what you're going to have today, but trust me, it's going to be a fun day for everybody. So let's see you in the comment section. Talk to us. If you are here, say hello, say hi. Let's see you. Let's hear from you. Where are you watching from? What country are you from? Jacqueline, my sister, she's from Ghana. She's watching right now from Ghana. Am I correct, Jacqueline?
No.
Oh, yeah, I'm right. She's calling from She's calling from Kenya. You see, Jacqueline is calling from Kenya. All right. So we've got people from Kenya, we've got people from Ghana, we've got people from Tunisia, we've got people from all over the world. Guys, let's know where you're coming from. Hi, Adeju or Samson. Hello. Where are you watching from? Just tell us. Are you from Nigeria? I don't want to assume you're watching from Nigeria. Just tell us where you're from. So guys, let's hear your comment. Let's see. Samson from Lagos, Nigeria. Amazing. Okay, how is Lagos this morning? I hope the weather is good. I hope you guys have not seen too much of rain. I think I heard that it's the raining season over there. What's it like in Lagos? Come on, guys. Talk to us. Let me just do an introduction and to just recap what happened on day 2, and then we go on into the schedule for day 3 before we introduce our first speaker for the day. All right, TestarsQuarter community, thank you. Yes, welcome to day 3 of APQEC 2025. All right. So, okay, while we are dropping where we are calling in from or watching from, I think I need to be a radio host. Now that I'm saying people are calling in from.
It's clear. Nature is trying to tell you something.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I need to follow my heart. Tell me something. I need to follow you. Like something is there, right? Okay, Fikayomi is from Ogun State in Nigeria. Nice one. Fikayomi, nice one. All right. Okay, so while we're waiting for comments from everyone, tell us where you're watching from. Tell us what you've learned from day 1 and day 2. What are the moments that jumped out at you? The wow moments, that haha moment where you've picked something that you didn't know before, or where questions that you had in your heart were answered. Just drop there in the comment section the things you've learned, the things that you've taken away from day 1 and day 2 of APQEC. Let's all learn together. I'll just do a quick recap of what day 2 was like. Yesterday, my friend and colleague Udeme took us on what day 1 was like, and I think Jacqueline and June and Rekik were the ones who handled day one. Amazing coordinators, these ladies, And today it's myself and Jacqueline that are doing day three. And we are honored to be here to spend time with everyone from all over the African continent and even outside the African continent on APQEC 2025. So, a recap of day two, Jacqueline. Right?
Yeah.
See, someone that was there. It's obvious that Fikayami was there. Manual testing is not dead. Yes, you are right. And that was from one of our speakers from yesterday. He told us that manual testing is not. That's Moses Muena. All right then. So yesterday was insightful. It was energizing, I have to say, and it was filled with a lot of forward-thinking sessions that showed us how QA is evolving in this age and time, right?
Yeah.
Particularly with AI, you know, yes, for particularly with the evolving age of AI where we are in. We started the day with Naveen, who kicked off things with vibe coding in test automation, and he talked about pairing with AI to build faster tests. A lot of us have heard about vibe coding, right? So he came and he emphasized to us that AI is not your manager, it's not taking over your job. Rather, it's your body, it's your coding body, right? And he showed us how AI can enhance and not replace our workflows, right? He showed us it was quite practical. I was looking at what Navi was doing and I was just blown away, like, oh my God, look at that. From the prompts he was writing to how he used co-pilots, to generate those test cases and all of those things that he did. It was really, really helpful. And he did mention a number of helpful tools, one of it being Replit, and from that session, I already had notes full on things I need to go and learn, AI tools I need to go and learn so that I can enhance my own work too, and Navin actually highlighted how AI can truly partner with us in test automation. And the
Yeah.
fear, for me, I've always thought about how I feel like AI is taking over. I don't know, Jacqueline, if you ever had that, like, I feel like they replace me
There's,
at
yeah,
work.
there's that fear, of course. But in the first session, the first day, Joy said AI
Mhm.
will only replace lazy people. If you're lazy,
Yes, that's
but
right.
if,
I call that too.
if you
Yes,
ensure,
so if you're lazy. Mhm.
yeah, if you keep up
Yeah,
with it, then the better.
yes, exactly. AI will only replace people. So what do you need to do? You need to be smart. You need to work hard and work smart so that you will not be replaced by AI. And after Navin's session, we went on to Patrick Migot, who came to talk to us about the future of test automation tools, and he explored the changing QA landscape in an AI-driven world. He challenged us to move beyond test executors and actually become strategic risk advisors. One of the takeaways for me from Patrick's talk was that you need to learn fast, you need to start small, and you need to scale fast. Every day new tools are coming up. Every day there's something different. You can't even sleep. If you think, oh, I learned something yesterday, so I'm fine, I'm up to date. Trust me, before you go to bed that night, another tool is out. There's
Mhm.
another thing that's happening in the world. So you need to be on your feet, learn fast, right? There's so much, quite all right, so much information, but you cannot consume everything at once. You're not a machine. So learn to do it in bits, in small, small bits, right? So start small, but ensure that you're learning fast and you're scaling fast because that's what is going to be the game changer for you if you're using AI tools for your automation. Next, we had John Wanini Maina, who took us through scalability and performance testing in AI-driven applications. Guys, I mean, if you're not already convinced that AppTech is here to stay on the African continent, look at all the stars we brought from different parts of Africa. Tunisia, Egypt, we have Kenya, we had Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda. Come on, people from all over. John took us through how we could actually scale our performance testing, and she demystified the often complex world of testing AI-based system, looking at JMeter, and she made it even more accessible and more actionable. So all we've seen JMeter and just looked, oh my God, it looks like, okay, I don't think I can do this. She broke it down into bits. Now
Yeah.
we know that it's very accessible and you can actually use it without any stress. Thanks to AI again. Yesterday was all about AI and our job as testers, right? And here's
Yeah.
my favorite part. I mean, maybe not one of my favorite part actually, when Moses Mwena addressed the question, the ever persistent question of is manual testing dead? I was saying it yesterday that we see a lot of times. I think I can't remember how many times I go on LinkedIn in a day, and the first thing that will jump out at me is manual testing is dead. I don't know. I feel like those things are like clickbait. I don't know, Jacqueline, if you're so
Yeah,
experienced the same thing.
they sure are. They sure are. It's not dead. It's the origin.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said it's the OG. So,
Mm-hmm.
Yola, just in case your screen is still on the first screen, so you can move on
Mm.
to the next
Oh,
one.
absolutely. Let me go on to the
Yeah,
next slide.
yeah, yeah. So as I was saying, manual test is the original. It's the OG of QA. So
Yes.
it cannot be dead. It's the foundation of QA. Yeah,
Yes, you are completely correct. So just like and that was what Moses told us. He said manual testing is not dead. Rather, manual testing is actually the bedrock of all testings. That's where every other testing is based on, right?
yeah,
And it really, really blew my mind because we need to understand that manual testing is alive. And I think one of the comments from the session yesterday, I think it was from Naveen. Naveen made a comment and said whether it's all testing is testing. Let's not even dissect and say, oh, this is manual, this automation. Testing is testing. You actually
yeah,
need all of them together. So you can't say, oh, me, I'm good at manual testing. I'm good at no. You are a tester. There's no distinction there. Okay, let's not give ourselves unnecessary title. So guys, if anyone comes to you and tells you, oh, you're a manual tester, you don't know what you're doing, that's dead, that's forgotten. Tell them it's a lie, right? Because you are the one that's going to be walking in the shoes of the user. A machine is not going to do that. It doesn't have empathy. It cannot reason. So
yeah,
you are the one that will show the machine what to do. So manual testing is not dead. Manual testing is alive. Next, we had Dipti Joshi, who led us through a thought-provoking session on shift left testing and DevOps for scalable products. And she stressed that it's very important that QA is involved early in the SDLC process. And this is because it's a very strategic move. All right. If you're looking to save time, to save money, and to get actionable results, you should involve QA in your development process from the very beginning. Our insights reinforced the value of embedding QA quality early in the development lifecycle. After that, George Kibe followed with a hands-on workshop on testing APIs and microservices at scale. And his session was actually really practical. It was a masterclass on contract testing. Now, George covered tools and concepts such as PACT, mocking strategies and observability. And this gave us a roadmap for scaling AI testing effectively. Guys, it was I mean, I think these workshops showed me the
yeah,
amazing knowledge, wealth of knowledge that we have, talent all over. Seeing people actually come online in 20, 30 minutes to actually walk you through tools that you didn't even know about. That's one of the things George did, things that we're not even aware of. And within 30 minutes, he walked us through it and we all became experts, if I may say, because now I can do what George can do. From
yeah.
I tell you, I can do what Joy can do, and all I
Yeah.
needed was 2 minutes with him. It was amazing workshop session, and finally the day ended with a collaboration panel. Oh my God! I think that was the icing on the cake for yesterday. Omolara, Ushiemi, Cherinet, Helu, and Selfa Atemba, they all came together to let us know. They talked about how quality is not just a QA responsibility; it's a team thing. It's
Yeah.
all of us. It's not just the developer, it's not the product manager, it's definitely not the QA's role. It's every single person. If at any point in time you are looking at who to blame or you want to play the blame game and say, I'm not the one, no, push it to the product manager. You are wrong, my dear. It's everybody because that product is our product. It's not my product, it is our product. And that really, really shifted people's mind to understand that we are all invested in this. Okay, it's our business, it's our name. It's where you are getting your salary paid. If things are not working, that means you probably will not have a job, right? Until you understand the business angle as well. It's really,
Yeah.
really important. Don't just be all technical and no, all I did was I was not that developed it. I didn't know anything about all of that, Or you say things like, "Oh, the thing is done on my end. Product is good to go on my end." My dear, it's not good to go on your end. If the product manager and the QA says no, you are the
Yeah.
developer. You cannot say, "Oh, you're good to go." No. So we all have to work together as a team for us to get the best results that we require for our business to grow. So quality is not a QA responsibility, it's actually a team culture. And that was how we ended day 2. And
Yeah.
today we are day 3. Jacqueline, take us away with the schedule for day 3.
So just before I do that, it's very key. The last session was very key because most of the
Mhm.
time QAs are the scapegoats. So
Yes.
the team basically told us it's a team culture. It's not
Mhm.
about just QAs.
Mhm.
Again, when we are going to developers for them to make changes, we should not go there like your code is not working. No, it's
Mhm.
a
Mhm.
team. It's a team effort until we have a workable product. So that was very insightful, very exciting day 2 and day 1. So
Yes.
today we are going to day 3. Hope
Yes.
everyone is super excited for day 3.
I am.
I'm looking here at what we have in store. Today's theme is the business and UX impact of quality. So we are going to start with a welcome note and why business success begins with quality from EB. Just clap wherever you are. So, so that is going to be our first session. And then we are going to proceed to how product quality engineering shapes customer experience. So we're able to see how quality engineering steps into the business side of things.
Yes.
So Merewa is going to take us through that. And then we are going to do mobile IoT and edge testing for the future. This is a very exciting session for me because I've done engineering and those IoT aspects. So I'm really excited for this session. Akram is going to take us through that.
Yeah.
Next, we are going to have a very exciting live debate between product managers versus product quality engineers, finding the balance. I'm looking forward to this one as well because I just want to see what usually happens. I mean,
Mhm.
what are the sides of the product managers when we say we cannot take this thing to production?
Yeah.
And then we're going to have a launch break and networking led by Temitope, who's going to take us through career pathways in product quality engineering. At
Mhm.
least in everything we are doing, we want to see where are we going. Is there
Yes.
light at the end of this tunnel? So she's going to take us through that. And then Obilom is going to take us through soft skills for Tier 1 product quality engineers in 2025 and beyond. How are we going to get there? How should we document our wins? So you're going to get all that from an amazing session from Obilom. And then finally, we're going to see student project defense from TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp, of which I encourage every one of you to join in the next one. So we are going to see these students defend their project. We can
Yeah.
comment and also see, what you can add on or remove. So you're saying something?
No, please go on.
Okay. Yeah. So this is going to be started by Simiso. Use it like a user, not a tester. Followed by Shey, testing the expected result, not the code.
Mm.
And then we are going to have an insightful panel discussion being moderated by EB, Global Roundtable, Building an Internationally Recognized Product Quality Culture. This is going to be very informative, especially for our leaders. And the way I usually call them our shepherds, they lead us to, to the right direction. So this is going to be a very insightful session. Then finally, we are going to have a closing keynote and vision casting led by EB. So today is fully packed with exciting sessions. I'm also looking forward for the defense bit so that we can get to comment and see what we can do from the scholarships. Yeah.
Amazing. Yes, I mean, talking about the scholarship events, guys, I can categorically tell you that what the
Mhm.
students have learned in 4 weeks and they
Yeah.
will be presenting today, oh my God. You guys, I mean, I started wondering, like, it took you guys 4 weeks to learn this much. They are typically like any experienced tester out there, amazing work that they've done, and they'll be showing us what they've done in that 4 weeks period from their project defense. Guys, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be amazing, and we'd definitely like to hear your comments because you guys have to give us, oh, this looks good. Look at what these guys have done. Trust me, it's a session you do not want to miss. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it personally. I'm looking forward to it myself, and I'm sure that I will be blown away because I'm proud of these guys. These guys have done so much. Trust testers for this. I'm duffing my hat to you guys, right?
Yeah. It also encourages, anyone who's not joined the scholarships, next session you should be ready to. So this is actually a point where you're supposed to, we're able to see what we can get from the scholarships.
Yes, yes. Trust me. I think this first cohort we had about, if I'm correct, I think we had over 1,000 people who signed up for this first cohort of training, and I'm pretty sure the next one will be bigger. It keeps getting bigger. So, guys, if you've been looking for an opportunity to switch to software testing and you don't know how, TestarsQuarter is the way to go. Okay, so just check us out on TestarsQuarter.org, and then you would see details on how to join the community. And from there, you get announcements on our next programs, on the scholarship bootcamp that's coming up next, on other opportunities that are available on there. And our training partner, that's Testify Academy. Also, you see courses that you can do with them that would help to help your journey into software testing. This is, you don't want to miss this, guys. It's actually good money well spent. The scholarship is free. It's the 1 month program. It's free. But if you're looking for in-depth training, then you should be a part of Testify Academy, where you have 3 months in-depth training and switching to software testing. Okay. All right. So let's go on to day 3 proper. Okay. Day 3 proper. Now, today we'll be looking at keynote address from our very own Ibironke Yekinni. Oh my God, this woman is a visionary. She's the one that sees it and then she goes for it. And today she'll be speaking to us about the ROI and business value of product quality engineering. Just give us introduction on who Ibironke is. Princess Ibironke Yekinni is widely regarded by thought leaders as a distinguished expert in software testing and cybersecurity. Our recognition stems from our significant contributions to these fields, marked by academic excellence, professional leadership, and entrepreneurial innovation. Despite these accolades, she humbly sees herself as a young woman passionate about using technology to make life easier and fairer for everyone. Our educational journey is a testament to her dedication and drive. She began with an OND and HND in computer science at Ogun State Institute of Technology, graduating with distinction. She then earned a BSc in computer science and mathematics from Caleb University, followed by an MSc in cybersecurity, threat intelligence, and forensics from the University of Salford, England. Our academic interests have consistently revolved around pure and further mathematics, statistics, computer science, engineering, and technology. This solid educational foundation, coupled with rich life experiences, has empowered her to pursue a purpose through a series of successful ventures. She is the founder of Testify Limited, Career Status Launchpad, Tech Teen Academy, Tech for Christ, TestarsQuarter, and Royal Service, ventures that reflect our entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to technology-driven impact. Ibironke is also a passionate reader with a prolific writer. She is the author of Africa's first software testing books which include titles such as The ABC of Software Testing, Deep Dive into Software Testing, Test Automation Complete Cycle, Quality Assurance Playbook, Career Status Launchpad in a book, Building Your Career Like a Product, My Wisdom and Worth, and many more. Our professional footprint spans 6 continents, where she has served as product quality engineer and application security professional in some of the world's most esteemed organizations. She's been featured on leading media platforms and has delivered keynote speeches on global stages, inspiring audiences ranging from 500 to 3,000 with her thought leadership and transformative insight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me for the keynote for 28th APQEC 25 Day 3, Ibironke Yekinni. Hello.
Hello, Ibi.
How are
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that bio. Thank you so much. It's really great to be on. Yeah, I think this is also a good time to say thank you so much to our event coordinators, all the audience of APQEC 25, and our speakers, partners. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
Hi guys.
All right. It's always very funny that you will set a stage and coming to speak on that stage, you still feel okay. Or you get to read some of your bios and you're just like, oh, okay. So, yes, once again, thank you so much, everyone, for having me here. It again, speaking to every one of you, it's really a great time and I really appreciate as well. So, there are quite a number of things that was mentioned. And I would like to mention that for those that's going to be in UK, for UK audience, I would also love to see you at the National Software Testing Conference, where I'll be speaking in July. So I look forward to seeing you there. If you have not registered, you can go register. It's a 2 days massive conference that has put together global expertise from different continents. All right. And which again, I believe that the Eniola rightly mentioned in the introduction of myself is my books, right? And one particular one that a number of people have reached out, even outside Nigeria, to ask me, so how do I get this book? How do I get this book? So I'm happy to tell you that the ABC of software testing, my first launch book, is now on Amazon. So you can just easily go to Amazon and type ABC of software testing, and you will see this particular cover that you can see on the screen. So you can see this cover, you can order it, and yes, you can get it, right? And also, the second one that I know that possibly few people are aware of, right? Few people are aware of, which is the test has, which is the female or the women community of sorry, can everyone hear me and can you see me? Let me know in the comment section. What did you say?
We can see you, but you can't hear you clearly. I mean, we can hear you, but we can't see you clearly.
Okay. How about I would like to get in the comment section. Can you all see me? Because said they can hear and see me, so you might want to check your network. All right.
I can also see your screen. I can hear you clearly, but your screen is not showing up. I don't know, guys. Can you see Ibironke's screen?
Okay.
Can you see
Especially, I mean, when you mentioned the book, we couldn't see the cover.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so let me reshare then. Please let me know once you can see my screen. How about now? Okay, still coming up.
Mm.
Can somebody add me to stage? Okay. How about now?
No, it's still not up. We can't see it.
We can,
Okay.
see
And,
it too.
and it's quite blurry. Your video is also quite blurry. We can't see you very well.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't see you. Not yet.
Let me try one more time. Probably
All
I will end
right.
up speaking. I will end up speaking offhand today.
Do like this. Not this covered. I'm pretty sure this thing is stuck in your head, so you can do this.
um, let me know. How about now?
Not
This
yet.
the screen we can it seems like it's loading, but we can't
Okay.
see anything. Yeah.
You still can't see anything,
Not at all.
but can you guys see me?
So you're stuck. I mean, you're looking blurry. I don't know if it's my hand. You look blurry, and right now you're stuck. I can hear you loud and clear, actually, but your
Yeah.
mouth
Okay.
isn't moving. Nothing is happening.
So you can entertain them and give me.
All right. So I think we're just going to give Ibironke some minutes while she tries to resolve that. Sorry about that, guys. Trust me, she's coming loaded. And even
Yeah.
if this doesn't work, Ibironke can say whatever she wants to say from the top of her head. She's that good. She does not even need slides to help us through
Yeah.
our speech. She's that good. All right, guys. So, Jacqueline, what do we do while we're waiting for Ibironke? Oh, I think she's coming in right now.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh.
If you're joining us right now, just send your favorite meal. Let's see favorite meals as we're waiting for Ibi.
Favorite meals?
Yeah.
Right? Oh,
Comfort. What's your comfort food? For you, what's your comfort food?
food. Huh. I'm thinking about it. I'm not pretty sure. I'm not even sure I have a comfort. I mean, I love food, but I'm not sure I have a particular one that I would probably call my comfort food.
So weirdly, mine is rice and beans. I know how it sounds, but it just reminds me of home.
Rice and beans is amazing. I think rice and beans is not talked about enough. I'm telling you,
Rice and
rice
beans is
and
the
beans.
best. You just feel home. It feels like home. You're home.
Right. You see, now you're making me feel homesick. Oh, come on. Rice and beans is the deal, man. I think for
Rice and
me, I like plantain. I can eat plantain. My friends know. When I go to my friend's place, they don't care. Once I see plantain, they're like, "Oh, that's all she's going for," So guys, let's see what your comfort food is. Let's see what your. I should come home. Hi, come on, test us. You guys should pay for my flight. I'll come home. Come on, you guys can do this. Just pay for my flight and I'll be home.
yeah.
Are you with us?
We want to see the comments. We want to see your comfort food. Um, Joshua, tell us your comfort food.
Deeply,
Dipti, tell us
Fikayor.
what's your
Let's hear
comfort.
it.
If you add avocado there, that's it.
Can you guys see me?
Yes,
Yeah,
you can
I can see you now.
Okay, I think I understand. Let me know when you see my
Yeah, let's see.
slide.
Yeah. Mm. Mhm.
Fikayor says she doesn't have any comfort food. While we're waiting for Ibironke slides to come up. That's interesting.
You don't have any. I'm sure there is. You just have never noticed.
Possibly. Yeah, there may
Yeah.
be a lot of things we do subconsciously that we're not even aware. Like you just think it's normal, but really if you build that to it,
That is
that's what is the comfort. All right.
every time you feel low, that's what you go for.
Yeah. I mean another thing would probably be ice cream for me. You know.
Yeah.
They feel like let me just go get ice cream.
Exactly. That is your comfort. Now that is your comfort food.
Oh
Plantain.
man.
Yes.
Yay! Ibironke, your help. We see you. We see you.
Okay. Yeah, take it away.
Slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides, Ibironke. We can see you. We can see everything now.
You can see my face. You can hear my voice.
We can hear your voice. We can see your video. We can see your slides.
Okay, I get it. So, uh, all right. The issue was because I was at the backstage of the main conference and I was also here as a speaker, so there was a clash. Okay, so I think we can continue. Thank you so much. Um, I don't know if you will be able to leave the stage yourselves. I won't be able to remove you off the stage now.
That's fine. No worries.
All right. You are still on the stage though, Jackie. Your video is just off. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So sorry about the little break. It was not properly tested. Yeah. All right. Like I mentioned, you can just go to Amazon and search for ABC of software testing. Oh, thanks to the speakers as well. They made me know now I'm visible and you can see my slides. So you can just go to Amazon and type ABC or software testing, and you can order your book, and it will get to your door. I don't know, but it will get to your door in a jiffy. And secondly, quite a number of them. I think if you would have noticed, I always make sure that I present some of the visions and ideas and solution that I get when it is actually needed, not when it just comes to mind. And I try as much as possible not to do what is quite common. Today you will notice that we have a lot of women communities, be it in tech generally, be it in even in testing, right? I know I'm in few of them and they are doing fantastically well. Yes, we have TestHas, which is another community inside TestarsQuarter. And the goal of TestHas is to help mothers, particularly this time around. Of course, it's open to single, married women and all of that, but our major targeted audience are mothers. And this comes after quite a number of feedback from both my mentors, my mentees, my community members who, they are getting their life together. Then they go ahead and bring a new life and they're trying to get back into the tech space, then becomes a whole lot for them. So we started TestHas, and just the conversation we have had with the community managers alone helps us confirm that yes, this is an ideally sorted community that needs to be active. So we have TestHas. If you are a mother or about to be a mother or mother of 10 boys, this is a community you want to be part of. You want to see how you can balance with your careers and your family together. Like I'm always saying, having a family's children is not a cost, right? It's a blessing. So it shouldn't deprive you of the blessings that God has given you both in your career and your family. You should be able to balance it. And there are people who are actually balancing it. And they're not just balancing that they are working, they are balancing it as leading, and at the same time, their family is not suffering for it. So you want to learn how they do those things. So as we have TestHas, I'm sure the community managers are there in the chat section. They will drop the link and you can join. Of course, we are selecting people to join it. So if you're not qualified, if you're a man, of course, we won't welcome you. Don't worry. So sorry about that. But yeah, this is what it is. Awesome. So, and that's just what I wanted to mention. And like I mentioned, if you're anywhere in UK in July, please join us on stage at the National Software Testing Conference, where I'll be speaking on the 2Ps and the 2Cs and the P, I don't know, 2Ps and the Cs of quality engineering. So today, my topic is quite a very mathematical one. I'll be speaking on the return of investment, that's the ROI, and the business value of product quality engineering. Yes, there might be a distinct difference between what I initially said I want to talk about. And that is because listening to the speakers in the last 2 days, I could see that they have spoken about why a business will succeed if it starts with quality. So I don't think I need to reiterate that anymore. Hence, I'm going straight into what you need to know, either as a engineering leader, as a CTO, as a founder, as a test manager, as a product quality engineer yourself. These are the 2 things you need to hold there, so that when you're going either to go and work in a company or you're trying to bring and implement quality engineering, you want to understand the ROI and business value. It has been going on a lot of time, like a lot of vague word. People say, oh, the return of investment of QA is high. The return of investment is a lot, but nobody really gives you the mathematical breakdown of what this thing is. And that is my job today, okay? There is a layer on my screen, APQEC 25 Day 3 Keynote. I think you might need to remove it so that it doesn't block my slides, all right? So let's start with the return on investment of product quality engineering. So if you are like me that love mathematics in school, you have done this, or I don't know, I think it's in mathematics where you have the principal, rate, and interest. So you know that ROI simply means the financial return on investing in product quality engineering practices compared to the cost of implementing them, right? Again, ROI simply means the financial return on investing in product quality engineering versus in comparison to the cost of actually implementing them. Meaning that, yes, you might think that hiring the most expensive person is going to affect your pocket, but you want to also think about the actual return you make from it. And this is, for me, it came basically from let me say, life thoughts and a life experience. Today, you see a number of people go straight and say they want to go to school, they want to do a master's in, let's say, London Business School, which I believe is popular. And then you look at it and you be like, why can't I just go to this business school that is in my area? When you talk like that, you're thinking about the costs. But before you think about the cost, you want to check about the ROI. And you're talking about the ROI, you're thinking about the benefits you will make from it. What is the value you will get if you go to the business school in your area versus when you go to business school in the London for London? That is what we are talking about. So I'm going to use TestarsQuarter as a case study. Let's calculate, the ROI of TestarsQuarter. I remember that so when I started TestarsQuarter, I wasn't willing to start TestarsQuarter alone. I wanted have a combination of people. I wanted a situation where I didn't just want to create another community. I had to, and when it dawned on me on what I actually want to bring to the community or what the essence of the community, I had to go through this approach. I have to think about the costs. I have to think about the benefit in return, both to the community, the people, and the industry in general. These were my formula of calculation. Now, ROI, like any other business, ROI calculation has the net benefit for quality initiative, meaning what is the benefit of having quality initiative in your business? Subtract it from the cost of implementing that quality, divide it by the cost and multiply them by 100. But don't worry, it's a long math. I'll break it down for you. That's why I graduated, a good grade in maths. Now, when we talk about, let's pick it one by one. The net benefit from quality initiative. What does a business stand to gain if they have quality team? However they want to use it, whether internal, whether external, whether outsourced, whether consulted, whatever way they want to do it. What is the benefit they stand to gain? Now, a lot of people, this can also be tweaked to what is the disadvantage of not have quality engineering, or what is the disadvantage of not testing your product, or what is the disadvantage or what is the advantage of having quality, of having to test your product? What is the advantage of building quality products? You can think it as that. One of the things is reduction in production bugs and associated costs. I know this seems like a very, we have always heard it. Anytime you learn what is the benefit of software testing, reduce bugs in production, lower cost of customer support, fast. You have heard them, but I'm not really sure you have understood them. So I'm just going to highlight these 6, and then I'll give you a breakdown of what it means. Reduction of production bugs and the associated cost to it. The lower cost of customer support and bug triangle. The faster time to market. The decreased cost of late rework and rollback. The increased test coverage and reliability of releases, and higher team productivity and collaboration. I give this benefit an estimated savings of $450,000 based on reduced bugs, rework, and downtime. But don't think I just gave that $450,000 as the estimated value of the benefit you will get as a business out of randomness. No, there's a mathematics calculation to it. So let's delve in. How do you calculate the benefits or the savings you make of a product quality engineering service? It's simple. Use your organization historical data. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Every failure, every win is a data. Otherwise, let's say this is the first time, even if this is the first time your company is, or your business that you're joining, or that you want to hire QA team for, if this is the first time you want to do it, use industry standard. In fact, still use your historical data. What prompted you to want to bring in product quality engineering? What are you running away from? What are you trying to avoid not to happen again? And if you don't have enough data for that, use industry standards. IBM, Kappa Jones researched and showed us that late defect cost 5 to 100 times more to fix them. meaning just one defect can cost a lot more, 100 times more than just fixing them. Yeah, you're going to fix them, but it has cost you already. You wonder why a lot of companies have solutions, but it takes them a long time to release it. Or when they release, you're like, these people don't even always have problem. You want to sit back and calculate how much have they invested in product quality engineering. So I gave the number the first time. One of the first thing that I mentioned was reduction in production bugs. So let's talk about defect cost avoidance. That's the first thing. Now, what does defect cost avoidance means? It means they estimate how much it will cost, how much would cost to fix one bug after it has been released versus early in the development. The cost factor, number one, number of high severity avoided, meaning that if you test it earlier in the development, before the product started, from the moment there is a discussion about building a product, if that is the moment you're able to identify high severity defect and you're able to avoid it from even getting to release at all, let's give an estimate of 15 defects. Looking at your team metrics, what is the average cost per defect in production? Let's give a rough number of 5K to 10K USD, right? And how much is that in total? It means that let's even assume that the average cost for a defect in production is 5,000 and there are like 15 high defects in production. We are talking about it's going to cost the company $75,000. Now you'll be like, but they didn't collect that money from their pockets. Yes. But at the same time, they didn't make that money. That's what it means. So they are not going to make the money because the 15 defect that has happened on production has avoided your customers to even have. If I'm coming to your product and I have a plan to use the product and invest as much as $100 million on it, because of the first defect, it has shown from the IBM statistics that from instead of spending the 100 million, I will still come back, but I'll probably be spending like 2 million. That is not because I'll still not get the same value, but I no longer have confidence in your solution as a result of this defect. Number one, that's defect cost avoidance. Number two, we talk about reduction in downtime. If product quality engineering improves product reliability, for example, previous downtime per year used to be 20 hours. Downtime after you have invested in product quality engineering, it has now reduced to 5 hours. The cost per hour, that is the lost revenue versus the SLA fines, is $2,000 per hour. What that means in total is that 20 hours before to 5 hours now means you have saved 15, multiplied by the $2,000. You have now saved yourself $30,000 because product quality engineering has helped to improve your product reliability. I want to believe that we are all in different countries in Africa, and you can tell offhand at least 2 to 3 products that are not reliable. Now, you know that if you go to the website or the application right now, the application is on probability that it will work. You are not so sure that it will work. You are reducing that, and that means that you are helping the company save $30,000 if product quality engineering improves the product reliability. The third metrics to measure our product, the return of investment of our product quality engineering is improved time to market. Of course, this is not the first time you have heard the word rollback. And where does rollback comes from? It comes from defect that is identified on production, right? It comes from the issues that people are fixing. Even when they deploy and they try to be fixing it and be updating it, it's already told that a number of times that the product is not ready. So improved time to market is a major metric that you also want to check as a business, as a leader, or as an engineering manager. Faster release equals faster revenue or earlier customer acquisition. You remember what people call the blue ocean products, right? Blue ocean product means that they got to the market with a new idea, right? And then the second one is that early acquisition, they get to the market fast. So it is not enough to go to the market with a fantastic, brand new, never seen, never heard of kind of solution. But it's very important to go to the market fast. So how do you end up making sure that your unique solution is out there in the market, and at the same time, it gets to the market fast? Number one, days saved per release. So imagine that you're able to save 10 days of your release. You have told your investors as a business, or they have told your investment that, oh, we are going to be releasing in the next, today is June 7th. You are promised to release on July 7th, 1 month to now. And then you're able to deploy to the market as early as ending of this month. What that translates into is early acquisition, and you start making money on time. So 10 days gone. And what does that mean? Days saved per release is $1,500. Let's just give an estimate that, okay, per day, the fact that you don't have to wait till the next 30 days before you achieve this, you're saving $1,500 per day. Releases per year, you're able to release new levels in a year 12 times. Now, what does that make you make? You're able to get to the market and make at least $180,000 earlier than your competitors. Improve time to market. First one is support cost reduction. We know, I mean, if there's any customer support person on this call, you understand how the ticket on your board is like 500. And why is it up to 500? And why some people, they're chunking out every day, yet they're able to just be fixing 20 to 50 tickets. Fewer bucks leads to fewer support tickets, leads to fewer support team loads. Because you don't now need to have 1 million customer support team just because your product is reliable. Your product's reliability can make your support need to go from 500 to just 5, because there is fewer bugs and there's fewer support that is needed. And thank God with the aidance of AI, knowing what the problem is already beforehand, you already have the answers to the questions, and your AI can even respond to them immediately and help them resolve it. So what are the metrics? Support ticket reduced per month. If you want to know this one very easily, go and speak to your technical support team and ask them on an average, or check their board, whether they use Zoho or these different ticketing platforms, and ask them, what is the average number of support tickets your team has per month on this product or on this feature? Imagine. So support ticket reduced per month from like 1,000 to 200. Cost per ticket is $5. And you can then estimate that to the number of people you have to hire, to the number of people you have to pay, to the number of costs you have to save, to the number of costs you have to pay for the platform that they're using to make the calls. So now you have to resolve it to the flow it has to go through to get resolved and deployed and fixed and back and forth. And as you discover that there are different devices that works in different platforms, all of that is going to reduce on $5 per ticket, meaning that you are saving a total of $12,000. Now, the last one I'm going to talk to is, I know there are a lot of other metrics, but let me just go to the last one for me, is customer churn prevention. Have you done the analysis? Have you gone to the Google analysis of your product and checked when this product was live, or let's say the first time, or the first for year one, for month one, for the first quarter, how many customers did we acquire? Have you checked your customer acquisition versus customer churn? Meaning that total number of customers you have in the first month versus total customer number of customers that you have reached, especially for those using mobile, for those with mobile products. Have you checked the total number of installation versus the total number of uninstallation? The activities and the usage of your product, have you compared them? Have you checked how many people are actually using that particular features? Because a lot of time when we build products, we tend to focus on building features and release features, right? We forget to check, is this feature still relevant? Because a feature can be built for just a season. A feature can be built for just a season. It does not mean that it is active. You can't invest so much time, money, and investment just to keep up with that feature, even when it is not a season. For example, there's a ticketing for a football match, for a major global football match, right? And maybe for whatever reason, my amazing team is playing that day, and you thought that it is the day that that club, I don't know if they're a club or they're a team or a drink, if it is that day that you are now making the ticket not available to buy. I mean, if their club or their drink is not we are unable to get ticket for it, we wouldn't mind. Compared to amazing, football club like Man U and the likes. I mean, I believe they are Man U fans. Those are reliable clubs. So if a club like that is playing and then we cannot get ticket on your platform, or let's say, for example, flights, right? We are not able to book the flight. We are not able to go for our football stadium to go and watch the match. That is seasonal, right? Once the major clubs like my club has finished playing, we don't care much about the feature anymore. Whether it works, whether it's even clickable, nobody cares about it. So you want to check, what is your customer retention? Better quality can reduce the churn and retain revenue. Meaning that you're having a subscription model. How easy is it for people to continue using your product to inspire them to continue subscribing? So the metrics is very simple. Customer retained. How many is retained? Average revenue that each customer brings to your team per customer is $1,000. When you calculate the value that you're keeping, that you're retaining, $100,000 is enough for your company to even keep functioning for the next 3 months, even if they don't have a new retention, even if they don't have a new customer. So you wonder why a lot of companies, are they not trying to get new people? Yes, they are trying to get new people, but they have a retained customer base that is even keeping the business to run. That without even acquiring new customers, that business will survive for the next 10 to 15 years. So customer churn prevention is a major metrics that you want to use to measure how is your product doing, how is your solution, how is your business functioning. So that is where we're going to make what? $100,000. And I broke it all down together. The benefit area and the estimated saving. It means that you're helping that company with the involvement of product quality engineering. The return of investment for that business is $397,000. Now, the values can differ based on the organization. For those that are going to get certificate, I can also help you get this calculation Excel sheet and send to you. So you are not just, so it's weird for someone to think when we talk about product quality engineering, we are talking about testing. There is a lot involved. Now, what are the tips for you to estimate credibly? For you to make your estimate credible, right? Number one, use historical data of your company. Before they implement this product quality engineering metrics and after you have implemented it, and compare the results. Align finance or products for revenue or cost input. Check this feature that you're bringing to the table that you're trying to implement. What is the cost or the revenue benefit it's bringing? And that will help you to be able to put in the right effort and resources. Use industry standards where applicable. So you want to do estimation, you want to know, okay, this is fintech industry, this is telco, this is haptech. You want to know what are the standards that is used for measuring them. What is the cost per defect? What is the cost of downtime? And lastly, you want to keep the estimate very conservative, but realistic, right? So you don't just blow up the numbers and they say, oh, it's going to cost us $1 billion if you don't do these things. You want to make sure that it is reliable, it is very realistic, and yeah, it's relatively conservative, right? Now, you can see the breakdown that I used for, that was the same measure, but different inputs that I used for this TestarsQuarter as a case study. And that brings me to the $450,000 as what I would save if I invest in quality. Now, let's talk about the costs. This is what I'm going to be saving. This is what I'm going to be making, the $450,000, right? What does it cost me to, how much do I need to spend from my pocket, so to speak, to achieve what I want to achieve? I give an estimate of $150,000. And let's start from where this for money will mostly go into. Number one is tool and automation infrastructure. Yes, the tools, because it is very important for you to have the right tools for the right industry products that you're working on. And you want to use the right infrastructure. A number of organizations that I have seen and few that I've worked with do not have any budget whatsoever for testing tools and automation framework. So what they do is, at default, they just said, whatever the developer is using, the QA tool should also use it. Yeah, maybe that's the problem, because we are QA, not quality engineering. So there is no estimated amount at the beginning of the year for tools and infrastructure. How do you evolve in your tools? How do you select your tools? At what point do you evolve your tools? How do you, because if all your company is doing everything is to use the free version of the tools, and you want to get the best version of the products, of the tools, then we all know that is not possible. If I launch my product and I give you a free trial, it's for you to just see and enjoy how it works, not necessarily to enjoy the entire benefit. Because if I have 10 values in the product, for every product you see on a free trial, that is just 1 or 2 of the benefit they have. And you're always keeping the paid one in the 8% value of the product. So if all your company is doing is putting free version, free tool, or use what the developers are using, not sitting down to craft out what are the things we need to help us really drive product quality, then you are losing out an entire chunk. You are trying to cut costs. Don't forget, what you're trying to do is cut costs, forgetting that it is cutting down way on the value you are going to make in return. You cannot invest $150,000 to get $450, but you also want to invest $10,000 and still make $500,000 worth of benefits. It's not possible. After you have done all the necessary, important, and applicable tools and automation infrastructure investment, the next thing is hiring skilled product quality engineers and SDTs. Now, this is also where I come in to say that for those of us that are product quality engineers and all you do is, I'm just a tester, I know how to write test case, I know how to do the necessary documentation and execute, does it pass or does it fail? There is more work to be done. Those are just basic. In fact, the most basic kind of skill set you should have is the ability to test. That is the most basic skill set you should have. The ability to do documentation and execute testing. That is the most basic skill. Like when you look at the growth map of product quality engineering, the first to second level at the bottom of the chain is the ability to test. So you can't say, you can't say you are a skilled product quality engineer and everything I've just said earlier in terms of return of investment is alien to you. This is a wake-up call that you still have a lot of work to do. Because conversation has moved from people that know how to test, people that know how to find bugs. Conversation as a product quality engineer has moved to who can help me save money, who can help me save my business, and who can help me build a more reliable and trustable solution. So highly skilled product quality engineers and SDTs are not people that just write all the codes, or they know how to use these tools, they know how to use this programming language. Just like Marvin had mentioned some days ago, yesterday particularly, if you can learn any programming language, I think he said in the comment section on the first day, all you need to do, like I'm always mentioning, is understand programming language from the very beginning. And that is why, and that's what we focus on doing when you come to the Testify Academy. The focus is to learn the programming language, and you can program in any tool, use any of these automation tools from Selenium to Cypress to any one of them. You can use any one as long as you understand the fundamental and programming language. So hiring a skilled product quality engineer is not just about the programming language that you know how to use. If you know how to use a programming language and you can do an automation and you can do some basic plugin here and there, let's say that is a second level in the trade chain. If all of this is not going to translate into an actual product, the same way we tell developers and say, hey, that you write 1 million lines of code does not mean that the customer will use it. It's also to QA or the quality engineers that you write the best automation and you put up the best framework, which AI can easily do for you these days, and you do all of that, it still does not keep the business. It still doesn't make your relevance important and to be retained. So hiring skilled product quality engineers and then to now business, you don't now expect someone that has been skilled as a product quality engineer to now come and then you want to pay the person the basic. So it's either you hire the short hands, the cheaper hands, who have the first and the second level of the skilled pyramid. You hire them and pay them affordably. And you take, instead of a year, you spend like 2 to 3 years to achieve what you want to achieve, if you eventually achieve it, right? Okay. So I'm going to wrap up very soon. So, or you hire quality hands, not so large of a number, but they are very much invested. The third one you want to talk about is training skill development. Now, people believe that if you're already a skilled developer, you're a skilled product person, you're a skilled quality engineer, you don't need a lot of training anymore. You should just come here and just be testing first and achieve it. Now, it depends on who you hire. Like I'm always saying, it's either you give the person a salary of $10,000 and you use the next $20,000 to train them, or you hire somebody and pay them $30,000 because they are coming well trained and they can help to train other people. You want to know how you want to spend your money. But training and skill development is key, because no matter how skilled you are in any department or any company, you want to go into any company with a fresh mind. You want to understand the product that they are building. I want to see how business value can make money from it. Lastly is test environment setup and maintenance. This is where the $150,000 I estimated will go into. Now let's do the mathematics. The 450 benefit they are planning to get, subtracted at the amount you have invested, divided by the amount you have invested, multiplied by 100, and then you make 200% ROI on TestarsQuarter. What it simply means is that for every $1 invested in product quality engineering, you get a return of $2 in value, meaning everything will make you $3, and when you subtract, you get $2 in value. The business value of product quality engineering, which I talked about earlier briefly when I said product quality is more than just testing. It is engineering quality throughout the product lifecycle. Here is how you create value. There are two ways. There is the strategic value and there is the showcase of strategic value. Number one is the business impact and the contribution. What does faster time to the market contribute? Automation, continuous testing, early defect detection, accelerate delivery. What does cost savings translate to? Catching bugs early is 5 to 10 times cheaper than fixing them in production. What does improved customer trust translate into? It means reliable, bug-free products, which enhances a brand's reputation and foster customer loyalty. Scalability, engineering quality into your architecture enables the creation of scalable maintenance system. Regulatory compliance, proper quality gates, and audit trail support standards such as ISO, PCI DSS. So if you are also a product quality engineering leader here and you are always excluded from the conversation that has to do with the ISO certification or PCI DSS certification, then you are not defining quality alongside with the team, because these are the standards that are being used in most organizations, but of course, for other industries, there are other metrics they use. And lastly, team productivity. That is the business impact. And your contribution is developers and testers spend less time debugging and more time building features. What is the metrics to showcase the business value? Defect leakage rate. What's the percentage of bug found after release? So you really want to talk to the business. You want to tell them that this is the business value of what you are doing for the team. And how do you show it? Number one, check your defect leakage rate. What is the percentage of the bug that is found after it has been released? Is it lower? Is it better? Two, what is your mean time to detect or resolve bugs? What is the speed of handling critical issues? How fast are issues being resolved? Number three, release velocity. Number of successful release done per sprint or per month. Customer satisfaction, CSAT. What is the improvement of post-quality initiative? Uptime or availability, better engineering, fewer outage, and lastly, net promoter score, the higher when quality is high. So these are my breakdown. All I'm trying to say in summary is that the return of investment of product quality engineering is measurable through reduced costs and improved operational efficiency, while the business value of product quality engineering is reflected in higher customer satisfaction, faster innovation, and lower risks. So product quality engineering isn't just a cost center or a center cost, it's a profit multiplier. I think that'll be all for me. Thank you so much for having me today. Is anybody here? Hello?
Can you hear?
We are here. We are here. Oh, wow.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. We've been able to see, the calculations of how to get your return on investment, especially when incorporating quality engineering. I'm just looking at the charts whether there's any questions. Eniola, what did you learn from this session when you wait for the comments?
Yes, I mean, I think Ibironke's closing actually hit it on the rock where she said that the ROI of product quality engineering is measurable through reduced cost. You know what, that breakdown, that mathematical breakdown, sometimes we need to actually see the figures, for us to actually know the impact of product quality engineering. Sometimes you don't see the figures, it just looks like it's just a few bugs. What did you guys see? Bugs. But when you look at it in the numbers actually speak a whole lot. And what she did with those slides actually gave me insight into how much impact product quality actually gives to our work. Thank you so much for that, Ibironke. It was really, really amazing.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
there's one question from Deepti. Maybe we can show it. She's basically asking. Yeah. I don't know if you can see the question.
Yeah, I can see. So the question, can you?
Um, can you see the question, Ibironke?
Yes, I can see the question. You say, what do bank does not want to pay for tools or QA? They like free tools. I'm evaluating a tool for my what statistics. I'm going to explain how to convince the bank to do that QA should. I'm not getting what she's writing, but I think she's trying to ask that how do you convince business to go for paid tool? I think we might
Yeah.
want to let them know the value of what that tool is bringing to the team. I think that's so. Everybody wants to invest, but they want to invest in the right thing. So you have to be able to show them with data what they will get. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you also mentioned in your slides that if you depend on the free tools, I mean you should not expect very high results from the free tools.
True.
So you get what you pay for. Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, yes. That's right. That's right. What you pay for is what you get. Oh, thank you so much for that amazing session, Ibironke. It was indeed an eye opener. Yes, Joyce, that was an eye opener. All right. Jacqueline, I think we're
yes.
going on to our next speaker, aren't we?
Yes. So after the very insightful ROI session, we are going into how product quality engineering shapes the customer experience. So Merewa Salh, I'll give a brief bio on her. She is a QA engineer with expertise in test automation, software testing, and product quality assurance. She has hands on experience with performance testing, security testing, and test management tools like Selenium, Postman, JMeter, and Backsuit. Passionate about ensuring software reliability, she actively contributes to enhancing testing processes and optimizing software quality. So I would regard that as a full stack quality assurance engineer if if we have such a term. So if you can hear us, Merewa, if you can hear us, if you can see us. Welcome on stage. We look forward to listening to you. So as we wait for her, today's main session today's theme is business impact of product quality engineering.
Yeah.
And so in her session, you're going to see how product quality engineering shapes customer experience. So Merewa, if you can hear us, if you can see us, just confirm.
Okay, she's here now.
Okay, welcome.
Mara,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Can you
Amazing.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Take it away, please.
Okay, okay. So, should I start the presentation or?
Yes, go ahead. You can start.
Okay, sure. So, hello everyone. My name is Merewa Salh. I'm currently working as a quality assurance engineer at FIDA, Ethiopian National ID. It's an honor to be here today at the Africa Product Quality Engineering Conference 2025. So over the next 20 minutes, I'm excited to share insights on how product quality engineering plays a pivotal role in shaping exceptional customer experience. So together we will explore key practices that help us build software products that are not only reliable, user-friendly, and secure, but that truly satisfy users and drive business success. Thank you all for joining me on this journey. So let's get started. Okay, start with what's product quality engineering. When we talk about product quality engineering, we are talking about fundamental shift in how we approach software quality. Product quality engineering is not just testing at the end of the development. It's about building quality into every stage of the product lifecycle. It represents a mindset shift from simply finding and fixing defects into actively preventing them. The proactive approach means we think about quality from the very beginning during planning, design, development, sorry, development and beyond. Product quality engineering combines engineering discipline, robust testing strategy, and most importantly, the deep focus on the end user. It's not about how well the product works technically, but how well it meets real user needs. So ultimately, product quality engineering is a continuous journey, one of constant learning, improvement, and alignment with both business goals and customer expectations. It ensures that quality is not an afterthought. It's a core value woven into the entire development process. So next up, we'll talk about why quality matters today. So in today's fast-paced and highly competitive tech landscape, quality is no longer a nice to have. It's just an essential thing to have. Users accept seamless, reliable, and intuitive experience, and they're quick to leave if they don't get what they expect. You know, so the reality is simple: one bug, one crash, or even a few seconds of delay, a user might abandon your product, often permanently maybe, and turn into another competitor. So quality impacts far more than just the technical side of the product. It influences app store rating, customer reviews, brand perceptions, and user loyalty. In fact, it directly drives business growth and market trust. So quality, it's not to look over to, especially in high stakeholder sectors like fintech, digital identity systems, or e-commerce products or websites. The margin for error is rising thin. In this space, high quality products isn't just a good impression. It's your competitive edge. So delivering quality is not just a job of QA or engineering. It's a shared responsibility that defines how the world experiences your brand. So on the next slide, we will talk about what happens without a quality assurance. Let's take a moment to consider what happens why quality assurance is overlooked. Without a proper QA practice in place, the user experiences quickly begins to break down. We all have encountered it, somehow. An app that crashes at a critical moment, or a website that fails right in the middle of a transaction. These aren't just annoyances. There are moments that erode trust and frustrate users. So beyond the user impact, the cost of catching bugs late in the development cycle, especially in production, can be substantial. Fixing issues post-release is only expensive, but also risks reputation damage, and we don't want to have that. and supports overhead and loss of customer experience, loss of customer confidences. Um, and the other thing, quality assurance is not just about testing. It's about proactively preventing these failures before they reach the user. It's a strategic layer of defense that helps ensure we deliver products that we can stand behind, one that works as intended every time. So we fulfill the customer experience and the customer expectation. Um, Now let's see the cost of fixing bugs at the different stages. When building a product, there are different stages: the development stage, the production stage, and the requirement phase, design phase, development, testing, production. Um, so take a close look at this visual, the numbers, the costs. It tells a powerful story. The cost of fixing bug increases dramatically. The later it's discovered in the development cycle, the cost is increasing. If we catch a defect early during the requirement of the design phase, it might cost just a few dollars, say $1 or to $5 to resolve the issue. But if that same issue make its way into the production stage, the cost can soar to $100 or more per bag. So it's very costly, and it's not just about the money. Late stage bugs can cause system failures, customer frustration, negative reviews, and lasting damage to your brand. And we don't want we don't want to lose our reputation and our brand. That's why early testing, peer reviews, and cross-functional communication are so essential. These activities help us catch issues before they become costly problems, both financially and reputationally. In short, investing in quality early isn't just a smart; it's a good business. So now let's talk about the key dimension of software quality. When building one product or creating one quality product, there are key dimensions. So the first thing is functionality. Um, let's get into that. When we talk about software quality, we are not just talking about whether the application runs. We are also asking the fundamentals, the customer-centered questions, the kind that define the real value of our product. So first, does it do what it is supposed to do? That's our first question. So the functionality is aligned with what users actually needed or not. That should be our first question. And the second question should be, is it reliable and consistent? Can users trust that it will work? Not just today, but every time they use it after they come back to that product or to that website or to that application. And the third question should be, is it fast and smooth performance wise? So performance plays a major role in perception of quality. No one enjoys laggy or unresponsive systems. So we should make our product, our software, that handles load and stress during uh, customer usage. So the next question should be, is it secure and safe? So this question will answer the data protection, their privacy, and user safety must be backed into the product. So not added at an afterthought. It should be included from the beginning. The data protection, their privacy. So this matters. So the fifth question should be: can we maintain and scale it easily after we develop a product? So quality code should be flexible, testable, and resilient to change, so that we can evolve without breaking things. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, are users satisfied? this should be the question before building a product. So are they having a positive, seamless experience? Are they coming back? Are they satisfied? Are they enjoying the products? So we should ask these questions, answer them, and put to work when we develop the product. So these are dimensions are not optional. There are a lot of dimensions, but I'm just presenting some of them. So these are the pillars of quality engineering. They guide how we build, test, and improve software, ensuring it serves both the business and the user effectively. So next we will see about product quality engineering impact on customer experience. What is the impact of product quality engineering regarding the customer experience? So product quality engineering is not just about code quality or test coverage. It's also about the experience we deliver to our users. So quality directly translates to user satisfaction. When an app is stable, fast, and secure, it builds trust. It tells users you can rely on this. You can always come back. You can use this as you intended to use it. So on the other hand, a product that's buggy, slow, or unreliable causes a friction. It disrupts the experience and sends a very different message to our users. The one that often leads to churn, meaning to the decreasing of the percentage of users that use our product, our software. What's important to understand is that quality isn't just technical, it's emotional. A truly high quality product makes user feel confident, empowered, and satisfied. And that's what we want to do. It removes frustration and delivers a sense of ease so that user can trust us and come back to use our product. So when we talk about product quality engineering, we are not just talking about reducing bugs. We are also talking about creating great emotional experiences, the kind that build loyalty, advocacy, and long-term customer relationships. Okay. There is a term in a testing or quality assurance phase known as acceptance testing. So we mean by this user acceptance testing, it plays a critical role in delivering real value users. This is the point where real users or business stakeholders step in to validate that the software actually meets their needs or not. It's not just about checking if it works or not, it's about confirming it works in the right way. In the real world context, it was designed for. So when we mean user acceptance testing, we are testing to confirm if it works as it's intended to do, the product. So user acceptance testing is essentially the last line of defense before a product or feature goes live. If it is skipped or rushed, there is a real risk of releasing something that might be technicality sound but misaligned with how users actually work or what the business needs. Strong user acceptance testing ensures that we are not just building the product right, we are building the right product. It helps us avoid costly misfires and ensures we are solving the right problems for our users and customers. So in quality engineering, user acceptance testing is not is not a formality, it's a strategic checkpoint that connects technical delivery with the business success. This is one of the overlooked issue, the business flow validation. Um, This is the most overlooked but incredibly important aspect of quality business flow validation. A quality product isn't just about a clean code or passing test tests. It's about delivering smooth, intuitive journey for the user, and that journey is defined by the business flow. The logical steps a user takes to complete a key action, like signing up, making a purchase, or accessing a service. So if that flow is broken, confusing, or illogical, users just drop off. Even if the app is technically working, the experience can still feel frustrating and inefficient. Mm, Benefits of assuring quality. Let's talk about this. So when we assure quality the right way, proactively and continuously, the benefits are significant and far-reaching. First, you ship faster with a greater confidence by identifying and addressing issues early. Your release cycles become smoother and less stressful. Second, you reduce the volume of hot fixes and support tickets. Fewer production bugs means less firefighting, freeing your team to focus on innovation instead of crisis management. Third, uh, your your users become loyal advocates. Constantly high quality experience builds trust and encourage users to recommend your product, turning customers into champions. Um, Now let's talk about real-world user-centric quality questions. To truly deliver quality that matters, we need to ask the right questions grounded in the real experience of our users. For every product release, we should consider at least the main questions. The first one is, can users complete key tasks easily without errors? Is the interface clean, simple, and intuitive for the users to access it and to use the product? Do users feel safe and secure when they are interacting with the system? Can we confidently add new features without breaking existing functionality? And importantly, are users recommending the product to others? This is how we build our brand, by satisfying our users. These questions helps us shift our focus beyond just does it work to does it delight our customers, our users, because true quality is about delivering a product that users not only use but also love. So now let's see a case example. So hypothetically, let's assume there's an app that is called EduLearn app, that it's for online courses and quizzes. So imagine a learning app called the EduLearn, which offers online courses and quizzes before applying product quality engineering principles. EduLearn faced several will face several challenges, just like quiz scores were often unreliable. Users' progress wasn't constantly saved, and the login system would fail during the peak hours, causing frustration and driving users away. So to address these issues, the team will introduce an automated smoke or regression testing to catch bugs early and ensures that the new changes didn't break the existing functionality. They actively evolved real users, students, and teachers in the user acceptance testing, validating that the app met real world needs the workflow. So they also focused on validating critical learning flows and performance testing under load to prevent crashes or slowdowns during busy periods. The results, when they applied this, the results will be clear and impressive. Supports that tickets drop dramatically. That comes from technical crashing that they call a customer service and gets handled. The app becomes stable and reliable, and user satisfaction and retention improve significantly. So this case highlights how applying the product quality engineering principle is not just a technical exercise, it's a strategic approach that shapes a better customer experience by ensuring the software works smoothly, aligned with user expectation, and remains resilient under pressure. Okay, we are coming to the final points. So the key takeaways I want to emphasize is that quality is everyone's responsibility, not just the QA teams. It's a culture that begins right from the design phase and flows seamlessly through the development, testing, and release. If our goal is to create truly happy and loyal customers, we must commit to the quality at every step of the product journey. So, thank you all for your time and attention. Now, I would be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you so much for that, Merewa. That was amazing. That was insightful. I actually have a lot of notes that I've, penned down here for this session that you've mentioned. I think one of the things that jumped out at me that you mentioned was that customers go to where better experience away from this session with Merewa.
Pardon, can you repeat? I didn't get that.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. So I was saying that I've got a lot of notes from Merewa's session. She mentioned that customers go to where there's better experience, and I can actually attest to that because I've been a victim.
Yeah, Angela, you're breaking a bit, but
Hmm.
you can just repeat the comment. Okay. So yeah, for me, when we wait for her, for me, what I've learned again is just the benefits where we come in, the benefits of quality assurance again in the whole life cycle, and most of the time we don't look at that. We just centered on specifically what we're doing. But at the end of the day, it's the product. Once we say product, it means it's a workable product. It's something that can be used. So yeah, this has been very beneficial and insightful as well. Ajala, we can see you, we can hear you.
Oh,
Maybe you can repeat the
okay.
comment. Yeah.
All right. So sorry about that since there was a bit of a network issue. So I was saying one of my takeaways from Merewa's session is that she said poor experience will actually let your customers leave you. And I think I've actually I'm a life example of that. I've had applications that it was so terrible. I didn't think twice about it. I jumped onto the next available one, And she also mentioned that if you have if your application is slow and the user experience, but it is very rich in features, it's still going to lead to poor experience. And I mean, what's the point of having a slow application so Mera, that was very insightful for me. I really
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? In case you have any questions, please just share on our chats. I can see here it's more of a comment from Joyce. I know that writing test cases is just like the basics of quality engineer, and I'm glad to have an overview of the importance and impact of quality assurance engineering in any organization. And again, just reiterates that what we are doing is beneficial when you look at the entire business as a whole. Yeah, thank you so much, Merewa.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, I think we
Okay.
can.
Yes, I think it's time for the panel session, isn't it? For the debate session, actually. All right. 1 second. So our debaters for today, we have Olaoluwa. Yeah, we have Olaoluwa. Let me just get our profile. Yes. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So we're going to go to our debate session. This is one I've been looking forward to, a debate between the product engineer and the product quality engineer and our product manager. I think this for me looks like a Nigerian Ghana war because we have Olaoluwa from Nigeria. We have Emmanuel from Ghana, and I'm really, really excited about what these guys are going to talk to us about. So our discussion is product managers versus product quality engineers, finding the balance between these two. Olaoluwa Oladokun is from Nigeria. Olaoluwa is a seasoned software quality assurance engineer currently serving as a lead test operations engineer for payroll, talent management, and recruitment product at Seamless HR, one of Africa's foremost HR technology companies. He brings a solid background in test automation, API testing, SQL, and quality strategy, with a career that spans impactful roles in both finance and enterprise tech. Before joining Seamless HR, Olaoluwa worked with Access Bank, where he contributed to the delivery of high-quality digital banking solutions. At Seamless HR, he led learning and development for the test operations department between 2022 and 2024. Sorry, 2022 and 2024, where he designed programs to elevate technical excellence and build a culture of continuous improvement. His leadership and mentorship earned him the 2024 Employee of the Year award, a testament to his impact across the organization. He has also played a pivotal role in Seamless HR's Codable CSR initiative, where he has trained and mentored disadvantaged youth, including individuals with disability and those from undeserved communities in software testing. Outside of work, LA, as it's fondly called, co-hosts a podcast. He's an avid football and basketball fan, a devoted husband to Temitope, and a proud father, always finding time to recharge with his wife and daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Olaoluwa Oladokun from Nigeria. Hi, LA.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're joining from. It's a pleasure to be here.
Amazing. Good to have you here with us, Olaoluwa. All right, we have Emmanuel and Ofiei from Ghana, our brother from Ghana. Emmanuel is a seasoned project manager professional with a strong background in payments and value-added services operations. That's VAS. He currently serves as the head of payments and VAS operations at Wiggle, where he oversees complex projects that integrate technology with service delivery. Emmanuel excels in leading cross-functional teams, ensuring timely and efficient project execution, and aligning operational strategies with broader organizational goals. His leadership has been key to driving initiatives that improve customer experiences and optimize payment solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Emmanuel Ofiei from Ghana. Hi,
Hi,
Emmanuel.
hi everyone.
Yeah. All right.
Um, Hope everyone is doing well, and thank you for being here.
Yes, yes. I think Jacqueline will be our moderator for this session, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
Jacqueline, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Feel very welcome to the live debate. I know this has been the biggest conflict when it comes to tech, product managers and product quality engineers. I think even in this debate, I don't know, Emmanuel and Olaoluwa, what do you think? Should we have a safe word in case it gets too it gets too hot? The seat gets too hot.
Oh,
So yeah, what do
Hopefully,
you
it will just be like a
we'll
make
manage,
believe
we'll manage,
fight,
we'll manage everything.
WWE type argument.
or should we start with which jollof rice is better?
Oh, as for that, we
Depends on
already.
how long we have here. If we have all day, then maybe we can add that.
Yeah, so we're going to
Anyway,
start with something very warm in our discussion. Um, because in the tech world, again, we've had quite a tangle between product managers and test engineers, and it's not about, again, who's right. It's just about understanding and learning, relearning and reshaping again the future of product quality. So we're not here to throw any shade, but rather we are here to shine light again to our listeners and also to ourselves so that we can do better next time. So just to be real, why don't we trust each other, product managers and test engineers? We can start with Olaoluwa. Why do you think we don't trust each other?
Okay, I wanted to start with a cheesy thing we do at in debates in Nigeria. So
Yeah.
if you went to school in Nigeria, you'll be familiar with the prequel where you say, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, accurate timekeepers, panel of judges, my co-debater Emmanuel."
Uh-huh.
It's good to have everybody here.
Yeah.
Why don't we agree? I mean, for several reasons. One being that product managers would always chase you and try to hasten you as much as possible, even though what we are trying to do is heavily dependent on what you provide or do not provide. So there are so many layers to it, and I'm sure the fights, the tackles, and everything takes different forms in different organizations, different contexts, and also dependent on the experience levels of both the product managers and the quality engineers. I've had diverse experiences. I've had most collaborative product QA relationships. I've also
Yeah.
had some chaotic ones in my career as well. So, yeah, so it depends on a whole lot of things.
It depends on who you get as the
Exactly.
product.
Exactly.
Emmanuel, why
Okay.
do you think you don't trust us?
Okay. So it's not like we don't trust them. Okay. So as Oluwa, please can I call you Oluwa? Is that okay?
And that would be you calling me God. You can just go with Ola. Early. Most people just call me early, like Los Angeles.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll try to pronounce the name right. Oluwa, Oluwa,
So it's Ola Olua.
Olaluwa, right? Did I
Or
get it
you can
right?
just go with Ola. Ola is simple.
Great, Ola.
Yeah.
As Ola said, it depends on who you are dealing with. I've also had circumstances that I've had to deal with QA teams that they were very, very supportive. Without them, I can't really work well. Okay. So QAs are one of the people that I hold them in high regards, especially to every product that I'm supposed to work on. Even though the developers, this is how the whole chain goes. The developers, let's say they are the cooks. They're the ones who cook the food. Okay. And then the business development, they are the ones who serves the food. Now, before they serve the food, there has to be a chef, a main chef who tastes the food that, okay, this food is ready to go. And those are my QA people. Okay. So that is the whole chain. And without them, it is very difficult to manage a good product. Okay. So it's not like we don't trust them. They are our buddies, they are our partners. So it depends on who
Um,
you get as your KA. And
yeah.
more importantly, we don't take sides when it comes to QA, but we partner with them, we work with them, because without them, products will not be able to go out the way we expect it to be. So to answer your questions, yes, it's not like we don't trust them. It depends on who is
Yeah.
the QA and how
Perfect.
you relate to them. Yes.
And
Thank
I'll
you.
just I'll share one of my experiences. So there was a product that was supposed to be released, and
Okay.
the product manager has said that this product is going to be out in 2 days. But in 2 days, even UATs have not started at all. We're still struggling with developers to finish the SIT
Yeah.
test. Like, what do you think? Why do you think, or rather, who do you think should have a say in, when it should be ready?
Okay. So that question, the one who says go, it's it is
Yeah.
crucial, because as a
Like,
product manager, I have to align with business strategies. And if business is saying that, okay, this has to go within this amount of time, I have to make sure that that timeline is what executed. But even though the timeline must be executed, we also have to look at the quality of what we are trying to ship out. Okay. So I might put pressure. As for that, that is my job. I have to, insist, let it go. But as a QA, they are the ones who gives the go. That's what I can say.
Yeah. So we are the ones who the green light. What do you think, Ola?
Yeah, so I think it should be more of a question of what means go than who says go, because I think one of the problems with the arguments and fights and debates in so many some stand-up meetings are wrestling rings. Some of the reasons behind that is that it's a who question. I think go or done should be defined by the product's quality and the state of health of the product. So done should mean that it's been built, it's been tested. It should mean that it is usable, it is stable, and it's valuable. So if all those checks are complete, everybody would know that, okay. So it wouldn't be a who is saying it. There will be a consensus that, okay, everybody who looks at it, whether it's a developer, whether it's a product manager, whether it's a QA engineer, whether it's an end user, would know that, okay, this product is ready to go. So that's why I feel done should mean. It shouldn't be something we are debating. It should be something that we have already premeditated, and that it is what we have already defined done to be that determines when the product is ready to go.
And to add to this, I had a similar experience. Okay, so we were already having this product which was already online. Okay, and we just needed to add a little bit of SE just to make the site well known. So the developers had to do a little bit of tweaks, and in my regards, this is just something small, just tweaking something and then just push it out. So we actually were out of time because our partners were waiting to see the changes that we have already done. So with the developers, we just quickly finished it, and then I told the developers to just push it online. They didn't even push it to test environment. That was my fault. They didn't push it to test environment, and it went straight online. Now what they did was working exactly, but then we realized that they had broken something else that we did not even anticipated that was going to happen. Okay, so it is very important that we really thoroughly, even if it is let's say a question mark added, we have to still go back, do a thorough test before we release that out. Okay.
That I should add, sorry to cut you short, that nothing makes a product manager more patient than a product that fails in production.
I know, right?
A lot of patience. When you have to roll it back and okay, let's now investigate and find out what's going on. That's when they now become the patience you were asking for initially. That's when you now get it.
I'll be there.
Now we become partners, not okay.
Exactly.
Importance of regression testing. Okay. So I think I mean that has exposed so many things. Again, just giving product quality an upper hand. So something else that you should think about. When do you think product quality engineers should come in? Is it at the beginning of creation of this product, when you're thinking about the product? Do you think it's at the middle when developers are now coding? Do you think it's at the end when everything is done and you want to go live and you have pressure? I need you guys to just verify that it's working so that I move on.
Okay, so here in Ghana, it's now that quality engineers are being recognized. Okay, it is now picking up. At first, when let me take my corporation for example. Okay, so when we have a project and we are supposed to meet with the client and take requirements, mostly it is the PMs, the business analyst, and sometimes we add the word developer. We never even thought about QAs. So even at the requirement gathering stage, we don't consult them. Okay.
Yeah.
And I've realized that has become a very big issue, because when you don't involve them from the beginning, it becomes chaos, and then we then invite them to come and take care of the chaos, which is not something that we are supposed to, encourage moving forward. So as a product manager, I am now encouraging, in project setting, we have to also bring our key engineers involved. Let them, even from the prototype stage, let them be part, see how things are going, and then advise, because their input is very, very crucial and important for project longevity and also what project success. So that's what I can say regarding that.
Any comments? When should we come
for that, Emmanuel? What I'll add to that is I would like to implore us as quality engineers to make our relevance in this process as maximal as possible. Now, of course, the textbook answer would be the earlier the better, to involve your QA engineers from the requirements gathering process, even from designs and all of that. But I have had experiences where QA engineers who get invited to the grooming process and all of that do not contribute at that phase. And it makes it difficult to justify the necessity for carrying us along. And what this means is that whenever you are involved in the requirement gathering process, you are reviewing designs, you are part of the backlog grooming, you are part of all of that, your quality hats are on, and you can already start testing the design, testing the document, the requirements documents, and all of that. And what that means, and we call it static testing. What that means basically is that you are looking at everything and already seeing the quality compromises that may be there, adjustments that need to be made. If your contributions are relevant in that process, then it justifies the necessity for carrying you along. I know different organizations are in different phases, and of course, the best case scenario is that we are carried along from the beginning. But I've seen too many QA engineers who just join those meetings and don't say anything at all. So we need to be well versed about every single step of the way. You need to understand some level of product management. You need to understand some level of software development, some level of design. I even recommend that people take QA engineers take courses. It doesn't have to be something elaborate, even if it's a 1 minute course, at least so you understand what all your stakeholders expect from the process. That way you can contribute better to the whole process of development.
So basically, quality assurance, quality engineer should not be, when you're invited, you should not just, be there as a butterfly on the wall.
Exactly.
So now on to tougher questions. When quality assurance, quality engineers raise bugs, and it's one day to production, do project managers read the bugs, or they just wait for summaries and wait for, just push it, just finish? We can cover it up.
Emmanuel, come and defend your people.
Okay, so okay. To be frank with you, okay, we don't really read the bugs, okay? We don't really, and I'm also part of that. I really do not go on Trello and then be reading the bugs that the QAs have actually, put there. Mostly because right now the partnership between the QA and then the project management is now evolving. We tend to now put in our trust in the QA, because he is now your last stop. Okay. Without the QA, your product might not be able to meet the standards, and then go through the regulatory steps to make sure that it's of a good and quality product. So we tend to now put our trust in them, and what they say is what we use to also defend ourselves. So mostly we do not read the bugs, but we expect summaries from them. Okay, is this ready to go? Do you have any bugs that can wait? Is there any major bottleneck that we need to look at? Those kind of questions. But we don't really go into the bug reports and then we reading. No, for that I don't do that. Okay, and I know most of my people too do not do that, so we are spot on that.
The only time they read it is again when the feature.
When it fails and
Rest.
you have to roll back, now they read the.
Oh yes, oh yes. And I know, some of them, some of the QAs, especially the ones that really want to do you bad. Okay.
Yeah.
When anything happens and we're like, but sir, I told you that this one was there. You say, oh, but when did you tell me? It's like, go and read the bag's report.
Exactly.
Then they refer you to the bag report, and that's when we'll be like, wait, I didn't see this now. Anyway,
So
that is on our fault, and we take the blame on that. But moving forward, I think we really have to also, pay closer attention to details such as the ones that they report to us. Okay, so moving on, I think I would advocate that we do our best to at least get a glimpse of the bag report and then know the severity of it, so that we don't just ignore these things. Okay. Okay.
Ola, any comments on that?
Yeah, basically, I mean, he said it all. Basically, basically just skim through it, if at all, open it, and then when something goes wrong, that's when the scrutiny now comes in. Let me now sit down and look at this. Of course, we understand that the work environment, things are always moving fast and quick, but it always helps that you at least look at the critical bugs, you look at key details, especially regarding anything that QAs may have identified that may be an issue when you eventually deploy to production. So that way you can decide if you want to go ahead or if you need to fix some things before moving forward.
Exactly.
So Margaret is saying project managers don't like reading. Maybe you can.
No, it's not like we don't like reading.
They like writing, but they don't like reading.
We have a lot of reports that we generate, okay? So
exactly
the QA stuff to it, so it becomes a little bit of too much work for us now. Anyway.
Yeah. So just a lighter now, moving on to the lighter side. What's one situation where you wish we can start with Ola? Well, actually, we can start with the manual, where you wish that product quality engineers would just listen. Is there any situation you wish that quality engineers would just listen?
Okay, to listen to QAs, is that a question?
Listen to you, to product managers.
Come again, I don't get it.
Okay, so is there a situation, what's one situation where you wish that quality engineers would just would have listened? For example,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, I get you. Yes. Okay, yes. It is very important, from my perspective, okay, when a PM is assigned to a project, there are business objectives. There are some strategies and goals that we need to accomplish. And therefore, that is the work of the PM to make sure that these things come to pass. Now, we really work with timelines, okay? And as a PM, when I'm given specific timelines to deliver, I must make sure that I deliver on time. Critical, on time. That is the key word here. Now, I have worked with developers even across Africa. Mostly, I work with Indians, and this is what I've worked generally with people, and this is what I have noticed with developers and with QAs. Sometimes, since we have timelines and we have given the roadmaps for when this is supposed to be done before we move on to the next sprint, some of them, I don't know whether it is by design or they just want to make sure that you fail at your work. So they tend not to, go according to the timelines. And there's one project that I was working on, and this was particularly with the developer. The person was having blockages, and he was not, coming forth to explain why he's having all these blockages. He was not even sharing with the team, because that is one thing. If you share your problems, you can have help from someone who can help you make sure that thing is fixed so that we can move on. And the person was not sharing, and he was trying to fix it on his own. And for like 2 weeks, we're still on that thing. Now, how, that thing is going to really affect me in my timelines. So how do we address that? Now I had to now go and speak to that developer. Boss, what is happening? What is the blockages? Then he now opened up, was like, I have this problem and I can't fix it. I've tried this and that, it's not working. So I had to then look for outside resources. And then, good for me, I was able to get someone who was able to assist him and then be able to take care of that issue. And we were able to move on. So it's not like we want you to, force and break hell and make sure that your project is done. But at least if you have blockages, let us know. Let us find a way around it. As well, no one knows everything, right?
Yeah.
We are here to help each other. So if blockages, at least come on board. Let us find a way around it. So that is what I can say. For QAs and then developers, please, if you have blockages, come to us. Let us find a way to turn around that blockages and go ahead with our project. That is what I like. Olaoluwa.
Basically, your KPI is time. QAs should respect your KPI, time.
Yes. It's very, very, very important.
Exactly. I think the point what Emmanuel basically just played out what I was about to say. Everybody knows the primary culprit in delayed timelines, but nobody talks about them. One of my managers back in the day used to say that QA is the whooping child of the software development process. We all know it's engineers that take software development engineers. It's the developers. They are the ones who delay everybody. But then we now have to manage the timeline when it gets to QA. Why do we always do that? So I think the truth of the matter is that I think that, of course, business is business. And I think these are some of the things I used to complain a lot about earlier in the day. But then I think when you have a broader view of things, you can understand each stakeholder's vested interest in the procedure. So as much as possible, because if I'm answering the question you actually asked, if there was one thing I wish that product managers listen to when it comes to Q, is the fact that we are not trying to slow down the process. Trust me, the time that we need to take to ensure the quality of our product is not as much compared to how much slowness we would experience if the product fails eventually. So it's basically managing every stakeholder at every point in time. So that means even in the timelines that we are given, we need to factor in every single step of the process. Because sometimes, and I understand that, of course, business management have their objectives and all of that, and they put pressure on PMs to make sure that, okay, this has to be delivered by this time. And of course, the thought is just that, okay, don't worry, we'll be able to pull it off. And then developers will tell you, I need so and so time, and it seems like there's nothing you can do about that. But then, trust me, QA is always there. We can always manage them. They can test it in 2 seconds. No, it doesn't work that way. So that would be one thing that, that's a perspective shift that I believe everybody should also bring on board. Maybe we should actually have a debate with the developers to figure out how we can help all manage time better, because I think that's the major part of this.
So Margaret is saying project managers term quality engineers as bottlenecks, but they're afraid of developers. Is this true, Emmanuel? Just confirm for us. Is it true? We are bottlenecks, but developers are. You're afraid of developers.
It's not like we are afraid of them. We respect them.
Developers are sometimes they make our life. Everybody has to take care of them, has to pamper them, attend to their needs, give them meals.
So there is one developer that I used to, when I was about to work with. He had this kind of energy that was like, who are you? That kind of style. When you try to approach the guy, he's always trying to defend his ground, trying to make you feel like you don't know what you are doing and those kind of things. And I really found out that it's all just how do I put it, a coping mechanism, just to make sure that he gets a lot of time to do whatever he's trying to do and be sure that he's done with it. Okay. So this is what I did. So I try to, when a project is given to him, I try to find out from him, what time do you think you can be able to, deliver on this project? Okay. Then you see like, okay, I can be able to finish it in, let's say, a week. Then I'll tell him, okay, you know what? In a week is good. Now, in my head, I have given the week plus 2 days buffer. So that I know that when I'm reporting back, I know that, okay, I have 2 days buffer on this kind of developer, so that even if he delays, I can still meet my target. And it worked. It worked for me. And now we are very cool friends. Like, you are reporting on time. I'm also making sure that
your QA engine. You didn't
police
tell us what happened. You didn't tell us
he
what
has the
happened.
question for the developers. He has the question for the developers.
For quality engineers, it's -3 days.
Well, I know, no. As for them, they are very good people. They can deliver on time.
Okay. We're doing very good. So just to reconcile, we've had so many back and forth. Ola, what would you define quality in 3 words?
In 3 words, I would say it is quality is scalable, it is low maintenance, and it is sustainable. If you are not able to achieve that at the long run, of course, I know different stages require different level of investment. Some people would focus, some companies have to focus on scalability before sustainability. But then if you only focus on scaling, at some point, sustainability is what would destroy that organization. So it's important that you focus on every single thing from the very, very beginning. So you're focusing on quality, you're focusing on sustainability, scalability, and the value of your products. That's basically the long and short of everything that we're trying to do, to delight customers at every single point in time. I think QAs are like the first customers. So that's basically one of the perspectives that we have to take. I don't know if I will have another comments before we end this session. So I don't know if I should say what I wanted to say next for that, or I could just take that now.
You can say it however you still have some time to say.
Okay, so in that case, I would just pause it.
Say it. Okay. So what do you think quality means, Emmanuel?
Emmanuel is muted.
Yeah, you're mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 words that I can use for quality is what? Efficiency. Now, a product has to be efficient because, customers really want to be able to navigate, use your product at any time, at every time. So how efficient is your product? That's one. Now, also talking about security. If you say quality, then your product has to be secure in terms of, if I give you data, if your product is taking data from me, how secure is my data with you? Okay.
Yeah.
So there has to be secure in terms of it being hardening, the product being hardening, making sure that there's no vulnerability where people can use them or hackers can use them to gain unlawful or authoritative access to your product. Now, the next thing will be consistent. Now, how reliable is your product? Very, very important. How reliable is your product? You have to make sure that every product that you ship out is being delivered, is consistent, is secured, and as well as what is efficient. Now, I remember there was I don't know whether you heard this news about the Samsung Galaxy 7 Note that they recalled. Yes, because the battery kept exploding. Who do you think was at fault, or who will you blame for such a product? Is it the PM, the QA, or the developers?
Product manager.
Oh Lord have mercy. Okay, so yes, we will also take some of the blame. but I'm very sure it did not go through a rigorous testing. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Now, if that happens, is the QA that mostly they are going to blame. Because
Yes.
did we do a rigorous test? Did it pass through all our standards of operation? Did we, did we sign off that this product is actually meant to go live, to be shipped out? Those are the questions that we then have to ask. So, very importantly, please, our QAs, they are our partners now. Now they are our partners. Without them, we can't also stand and then ship out good product. So yes, those are the three words that I can use to describe what quality. Thank
And
you.
I think also, from the sessions we've learned that everyone owns the product, should not shift blames. So if you switch roles, Ola and Emmanuel, for a sprint, what would you do different? I'll start with Ola. What would you do different as a product manager?
I will be more considerate to my QA engineers, listen to them more, give them more time. But I mean, that's a bit of a joke, even though I'm slightly serious, but also slightly joking. But I think if I was to be a PM for a day, I would want to listen. I would just want to listen in on a user call, basically understand how that particular aspect of the grooming process occurs. Really try to understand the feedback process, the feedback filters, the loop, understand what the customers are asking for, and the difficulty it takes, because sometimes people always say customers are right. Sometimes they don't know what they want. They understand the experience they want to have, but they may not be in the best position to define how the product should work in that instance. So that's a particular aspect of product management I'm very, very curious about and would want to shift.
Emmanuel, if you are a quality engineer for sprint, what would you do different?
Always communicate early. That is one rule. Okay. Now, always communicate early. That one it cuts across, because if you have an issue, please let us know. So as a QA, that is what I'm going to do. Make sure that if I have a bug or say a blockade that really needs an attention, I have to bring it to the team. The developers have to know about it. We have to find a way to fix that thing before we move on. Because without us not fixing it, it's going to go back and then come back to us again in different folds.
Yeah.
Okay. One rule is always communicate early. Thank you.
Okay, great. So understand each other, communicate better. Okay. So just what's one thing you admire about product managers, Ola? And what is one thing you admire about quality engineers? You can start with Ola.
Okay. So am I also talking about what I admire about quality engineers, or just what I admire about products?
Just products,
Oh.
just product managers.
I think it's their ability to manage multiple stakeholders across the development process. To be honest, they do wear many hats, and sometimes I pity them, because I mean, you are managing customers, you are managing the business, you are managing developers, you are managing designers, you are managing QA engineers, you are managing your architects, your DevOps engineers, you are managing everything. So it seems like their work never stops, from start to finish. Even after the product has been deployed, you are still praying and hoping that, even though we are also praying that there are no bugs, they are also praying there isn't as well. So yeah, that's one thing I admire. And the best product managers I have worked with show their niche, show their skillfulness in understanding how to manage everybody technically, which I feel is the most important thing everybody in the development process must hone as we rise through the ranks. When you are not just nagging or complaining because somebody or something is blocking the next step, but that you can understand the constraints and the actual solution that will fix the problem. I've worked with PMs that have been able to create a system that can address every single issue. Somebody who is able to do the product management work effectively would often never have blames come to them. it would always come to somebody not utilizing the process correctly. So if you are able to manage your work to that level, then that indeed is the crown, is the cherry on top of the product management cake. So it's listening to everybody. Okay, what are the recurring problems that you have as a developer? What are the recurring problems you have as a QA engineer? What are the recurring problems that you have in different aspects of the software development process? How can I create a system that automatically mitigates these problems, that makes sure that everything that this person needs is available to them at every single point in time that they need it, and that we can measure progress as we proceed. I think that's something admirable about product management.
Yeah, Emmanuel, I think Ola has given very many flowers to product managers. What do you say about
I know, right?
He deserves it. I've been dragging him since morning. So let me just
since Ola said we were managers, then I think he can pardon us for not reading the ABAG report. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing I like about the QA engineers is, sometimes, especially when you get very determined QAs, okay, they are what they say is what they must also do. So especially when it comes to product launching, and a QA says that, boss, please, we can't launch this because of this and this and that. Like, no, I gave you timelines, but we have to go today. But you're like, no, we can't go because of this and that. So they stand their grounds and give you the risks involved if you go on and then launch your product, and then the disadvantages involved. So as a PM, you are now left with, do I ship just like that, or I wait for the quality of the product to come through? Now, depending on the risks that they give to me, I then have to now analyze my risks. Am I going to take it, or I have to go back to my stakeholders? Also explain to them why this must not go at this time. So I envy that thing about them, because finally they have the authoritative say. Even though my bosses will be like, we have to push. If you push and there's a bug, you'll be like, we told you now, this is not our problem. So that's one thing I like about the QA. That authoritative.
To stand their ground.
Exactly. And especially when you have the QAs who are very authoritative. Not the ones that whatever you say, they also take it. Those ones, I really don't, admire them. But the ones that would give you that, like, if you go, you are going on your own. No, I beg you. Anyway, so that's one thing I like about them. Thank you.
Okay, that is. We're finishing on a very good note. So, do you think PMs should learn testing, or QAs should learn product strategy first?
Who should go first?
Ola, you can go first.
Okay, so this basically just leads me back to what I wanted to say earlier. Yeah. I think that, so the goal at the end of the day is, I believe everybody wants to excel in their careers. I believe everybody wants to rise through the ranks. You want to go into senior level executive management, become CTO, all of that and stuff. And what sets people in those ranks apart is their understanding of every single detail in the software development process. I think it's a credit to me as a QA engineer if I understand how product management works, if I understand how software development works, if I understand how product designing works. That way, it makes me more valuable to all the stakeholders that I work with in the development process. And which mirrors back to something Ibironke was saying in the earlier session. Your value must be tangible across board. If I understand, I can tackle my PM product requirements because I understand what a product requirement is supposed to look like. So I'm not just complaining as a nagging QA. I am telling you that it is important for these steps to be broken down into user stories, because it is a requirement for your own part of this process. So I'm not just complaining out of thin air. I'm telling you that this is something you are supposed to know and do that you are not doing. I can tell my developer, it's not just me checking that the product is working and everything works fine. Once I inspect the interface, I can see some things that my front-end developer did not do correctly because I understand some level of that. And I can tell him or her that, see, everything is working fine, but this is not best practice in code writing. These tags should have names. All these things should be properly placed and all of that. So it helps everybody as a whole at the end of the day. So it's not benefiting my PM if I understand product management. It's benefiting me as an engineer, because that's what I am at the end of the day. So should QA engineers learn product management? Yes. You don't have to become a product manager, but you should learn the process, understand how it works, so that when you are communicating with them, I've taken courses on product management, taking courses on software development, taking courses on design, taking courses on. So I can even look at a design and tell my designer that this is not going to work. You know, you are not factoring in so and all of this. You know, I'm trying to remember a particular term. You know, so there are several ways that it would benefit you as a person. So yes, and yes 100 times. You don't have to do a 1-year course, a 6 months course, a 3 months. It may just be a 1-hour YouTube video summary that just makes you understand the process, but it will definitely help you.
Okay, that is great. That is encouraging. You do it for yourself to understand the end-to-end processes for your personal growth. Emmanuel, what do you think?
Yes, very important, as Ola said. For you to appreciate how QAs work, I think as a PM, you also have to learn that, even if the basics of QA testing, because I hear them saying all about Selenium, about automation testing. Like, you guys, you are doing this testing. You are doing a testing on the web page. You have to do for the mobile app. You have to do for the iOS app. How are you guys doing this? You know, getting to know a little bit about them. You know, okay, this is what they go through. You know, as we have been debating up and here and there. You know, time is of essence here, and most times, I know this one, Ola, forgive us, most times we put a lot of pressure on the QAs, even though when the pressure moves from the developer's side, it comes back to the QA. Now, they are now the people who now says go or no go. Okay, so we depend on them. We have to move. What is happening? What is happening? You are putting a lot of pressure on them to go live. But if you do not know what it entails to do the testing, to go through, you know, various stages of what testing, all that, you know, like, you guys, you are just doing testing. What is the hold up? Just test the thing and let's go. You get it? But then it's not just testing, as you say. It's not just like that. It goes through a lot of processes. So learning it, you understand what they go through, so that you also empathize and also align with them as it is. So Ola, please forgive us. Okay, sometimes we will be. It's not us. It is the pressure from above. Okay.
You are forgiving on the condition that you will see changes.
Read the bug reports.
So the pressure from above, sometimes it is too heavy for us to carry, so we come and dump it on you guys, and it becomes a whole lot of, you know, back and forth, and we are so sorry for that. As QAs, as PMs, I also encourage my fellow PMs to also at least the basis of what QAs will quality testing will also help us all, so that we understand each other as they also learn about what we also do, because it's not just following up with timelines. There is a lot to manage, so many people at the same time. It's not an easy task. So you should also cut us some snacks. Okay.
Okay, so you should learn it so that you improve in your personal growth, as well as understand your colleague in terms of what they're doing. So as we come to our close, any closing remarks? And while you're giving the closing remarks, there's just one question: who deserves the credit when a product succeeds? Is it the product manager or who dreams it, or the quality assurance team who makes sure it does not explode? So you can answer that as you give your closing remark. We'll start with the Emmanuel.
Okay.
Emmanuel, let me just want you give an answer that will not put you in trouble with your when you watch this video.
Oh Lord have mercy. So right now, I don't know whether. Okay, you know what? If I give my answer and Ola counts, can I also come back again?
You're giving the answer when you're closing. You can't go back.
So it is a team effort. Let me put it this way. It's not just one person doing everything. It starts from the PMs to the developers to the QAs and even the business analysts, because they also help, getting, good requirements sometimes. Okay, so it's not just one person take it all. That's what I can say. It is a collaborative effort, and thanks to a good collaboration between each teams, then we have a successful project. And even not just that, launching the project, also the landing of the project. When a project is launched, the landing of it, how do we take care of it? What are the support maintenances that also goes through? That is one thing that also, make a lot of organizations also lose trust in their product. Now, when a product is launched, this is me finishing. When a product is launched, now, what is the maintenance culture? What is the support system that we give to it? As a PM, it is all part of our job, but how about the team supporting, making sure that these things are in line? Because the success of the product is not just about the launching, but even the landing of it, the after production of it. How are we supporting the customers? How are we providing maintenance support? Okay, so that is one thing I also want us to encourage in our organization. We also have to make sure that even though the product is successfully launched, we also have to make sure that we have a good culture when it comes to maintenance and then the support systems of the product. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Ola.
Yeah, I think he summed it up nicely. I love watching a lot of sports because I feel sports is like a microcosm of real life situations. And when you watch a football game, for instance, in the finals, the captains, so maybe in this instance, the product manager is like the captain, gets to lift the trophy in collaboration with the whole team, and then everybody in the team gets to lift it as well. And the captain can't come and say, "Oh, I'm the reason why we won this." And if that happens to be the case, and everybody starts asking to leave that football team, the next season they definitely won't be able to repeat that level of success. Teams win because the strikers are attacking and sometimes also supporting in defense. The midfielders are supplying the passes, also supporting in defense. The defenders are defending and also supporting in attack. The goalkeepers these days in football are also required to be very good passers of the ball. And if it comes to a penalty shootout, everybody is focused on scoring. So at the end of the day, we must understand that we are all focused on the same objectives. And regardless of what role it is we are playing, we are trying to make sure that the products we are releasing is the best. We are not enemies at the end of the day. We are trying to achieve the same end goal. And if that happens, then everybody takes the credit.
Yeah.
Even though when it's time to blame, the QA takes the blame, but everybody takes the credit.
Yeah, not quality engineers, not developers. It's a team, not product managers. It's a team. So thank you so much, Ola and Emmanuel. Anything? I don't want to leave any questions, any comments. Emmanuel, you gave a very full answer.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank you all for also having me to share my little insight that I have in project management and product development. And thank you to my co-speaker, Ola. At least you have not really, hit me on the head, so I'm okay.
Yeah, I decided to be gentle.
Yes, sure. And that is, this is all about collaboration. When we collaborate, we work very well, and things go well for all of us. And the whole goal is the success of the project. When the project is successful, we all gain, and our bonuses also increases. So yes, thank you.
Very, very important point.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Ola.
And thank you very much for your coordinations, and this has been an insightful one.
Yeah, I should also thank Jacqueline and everybody, Ibironke, Eniola, everybody for having me here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ola and Emmanuel, for your time and the very interactive debate. So today was not just about the disagreement, it was about decoding what product managers are doing and also what product quality engineers are doing, and also respecting their values and defining the collaboration that needs to look like in a product team. We've been able to see how, again, communication is important, as well as respecting people's KPIs, timelines. Yeah, and also understanding and being kind to product quality engineers on the other end. So if today sparked something in you, for those who are watching, have a conversation with your product managers. If you're a product manager, have a conversation with your quality assurance team tomorrow, not about the bugs report, but about building trust amongst yourselves. At the end of the
Sure.
day, as Emmanuel and Ola have mentioned, the product is the most important aspect to it. So, yeah, that closes our live, a very interactive live debate. So, Ajala, I'll give it to you to take us to the next speaker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, that was such an interesting session. Wow. I mean, the comment section was blowing up, guys. I could imagine because I was feeling the pain and Olaoluwa was dishing it out. And of course, we had the PM's supporters in there who were all for the PM. Amazing debate, guys. Thank you so much, Olaoluwa. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. You guys did justice to this. We really had fun listening to you guys. Okay, everyone. So we'll be going to our next session, which is soft skills for Tier 1 product quality engineers in 2025 and beyond. This session is anchored or is brought to us by Chibuzo Obilom. I'll be reading Chibuzo's bio now so we can get to know who Chibuzo is. Chibuzo Obilom is from Nigeria. He's a software quality leader with over 12 years of experience ensuring that digital products across Africa meet high standards of reliability, security, and performance. His work spans fintech, regtech, edtech, health tech, and enterprise solutions, supporting businesses in delivering scalable and risk-resilient software. As a software quality lead at Passpoint, Chibuzo plays a key role in driving software testing strategies that prevent costly failures, improve test efficiency, and enhance product confidence. He has worked on critical national and cross-border applications, including NIP, BVN, GSI, and Verify Now, collaborating with major financial institutions, government agencies, and technology firms. Beyond his corporate role, Chibuzo actively contributes to the software testing community through coaching, consulting, and knowledge sharing initiatives. His insights have helped QA professionals advance in their careers and enabled startups to refine their testing processes, reducing post-release defects and accelerating regulatory approvals. Chibuzo's expertise extends across Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, Egypt, South Africa, and beyond, where he has supported integrations and testing efforts that strengthen Africa's digital infrastructure. His commitment to software quality makes him a key voice in shaping the future of testing and quality assurance in the region. And I should add, Chibuzo was the one that actually led me into QA. It was one that pointed me in the right direction. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Chibuzo Obilom. Hi, Chibuzo. You're muted if you're speaking. Can you hear us?
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Nice to be here. Thank you, APQEC and testers. I'm always transposing the S's. TestarsQuarters.
Fantastic.
Ibironke, Christiana, Jacqueline, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so I'm feeling a bit edgy. Yeah, I was supposed to do this much later, but I have to adjust and share with us what I have for us today. Soft skills for Tier 1 product quality engineers in 2025 and beyond by me, And before I go to the next slide, I'd say that a lot of attention is being given or accorded to hard skills, right? You always hear about use this tool, do this programming language, and do this and that, and that seems to be the thing that takes up the biggest airtime online, and everywhere QA is being talked about. But soft skills is really talked about. And by the end of this presentation, I'm hoping that I'm able to convince you to, as a person, pay more attention to soft skills, and as a community, talk more about soft skills. I just run through who I am, and Ela's done a good job on that, so I don't think I need to read all of this. But while you are reading that, you can go to my website, which is chibuzobilom.com, or search for Chibuzo Obilom on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and I think that's the name I use across all social media. So there's been an evolution of the QA role, and which is even the apogee or the crux of this conference, and which is the term product quality engineers, right? We've had several names. We've had names like software tester, QA tester, QA analyst, QA engineer, quality analyst, software development, developer in tests, SDETs, all of these names. But the truth is that these names and how they've come about is the testament and the evidence of the evolution of the role. We used to be the people who had the sole responsibility for quality, but now you can hear things like shared responsibility, you can hear things like shift left, and then came the DevOps movement, right? DevOps movement came with a new perspective on testing, and then created more opportunities for testers. So these days you hear things like test ops, you hear things like QA ops, and then came the automated testing, which further stretched testing as a profession and as a role, and also expanded it. Before now, maybe like 15 years ago, when automated testing wasn't a thing, or 20 years ago, it was different. But then automated testing also added to that evolution. These days, we now have QA as a key component, right, of development from start to finish, working across the entire process. And I just like to chip in here, right? There are teams that, and if you're a PM here or not a QA here, where they bring QAs at the tail end of the process. You are so 2000s, you are so 2010. In 2025, QAs are interested, should be involved, add value, and play a key role in the development process from start to finish. The modern QA is now a T-shaped role, right? So you are no more just a QA specialist or whatever, right? And I like the question that came before my session where Jacqueline asked the PM and QA about learning each other's roles, right? As a modern QA, you are to know a bit of all other things. So you can't just be only an expert in QA. If we go to the keynote, where Ibironke was talking about the business value, right? You cannot know about the business value if you are not interested in business. You just be this person who is an eye-shaped professional. You are deep in QA. You only know QA from beginning to the end. You don't know any other thing. That is not a good place to be. And the modern QA is also expected to apply their deep expertise and experience to deliver their core remits, and also apply a wider contextual knowledge across architecture and development. I went ahead. So who is a top tier or tier 1 product quality engineer? It's not just a technical expert, but also a strategic thinker who drives excellence across the product lifecycle. Their contributions are vital to ensuring customer satisfaction, brand reputation, and long-term business success. You can see business coming in. So you're not just only doing QA. You are thinking wide. You are thinking system. You are thinking across. The top-tier product quality engineer stands out from others in the field due to their exceptional skills, mindset, and ability to deliver results that go beyond standard expectations. And you can see that mindset is emboldened, and underlined. So back to soft skills. Peggy Klaus, who is on the right, said sometime that 75% of long-term job success depends on people's skills, while only 25% depends on technical knowledge. And we can sort of extrapolate people here and replace it with soft skills, because people skills is one of the soft skills. And we have communication, prioritization, collaboration, listening, problem solving, time management, empathy, intuition, perseverance, facilitation, decision making, stress resistance, knowledge sharing, continuous learning, etc. Like the soft skills we are supposed to know and master is quite a lot and can fill this page. And in fact, my recent realization is that because of the way we talk about hard skills and all that, the importance of soft skills and the time when we wake up to soft skills now gives us a Herculean task to master soft skills for the rest of our careers. So you've gone to school, university, you spent 4 years, you've learned skills, and then you come out and you start to work, and then maybe the first 4 years or the first 5 years or the first 10 years you have been focusing on hard skills. The day you wake up to soft skills and the day you dive into the pool or the ocean of soft skills, you find out that for you to keep up pace with mastering soft skills is going to be as intense as having weekly and bi-weekly reviews, because it's a lot. And because you've not learned it over the time, you now have to learn on the job, in real life situation, in production. There's no test environment. And so it's going to require a lot from you to learn it while on the job and master it. If you look at this inverted pyramid, you see that a newbie or a mid-level or and all that, you are focused, your attention is on, you are graded on, you get results from technical focus. It's about the technicality of things. And when you step up to the intermediate, it's about process involvement. And when you become a leader, it's about strategic influence. And why I show this is to show you the dilution of the focus on hard skills as you go up. So it means that soft skill is important to you as you go up, as you grow, and also soft skills is important to you if you want to be a tier 1 product quality engineer. So let's dive in. Before we dive in, I'm going to show us 7 things that I think we need to focus on, right? And I purposely did not do an outline of them on the slides because I wanted to keep us all guessing. Although I had gone ahead to show the first one before making it stating this caveat, but that's fine. Keeping records, right, is the first one. You need to maintain a personal system to capture insights and lessons learned. And the thing is this, you know, we work week in, week out, trying to meet targets, trying to beat deadlines, and we mostly forget to keep records. Yeah, primarily your work forces you to keep records of your testing, but it needs to go beyond that, right? And you need to ask yourself questions. By asking yourself these questions, which I've outlined on each slide, you are moving closer to getting started on these 7 things. And the first one here is your documentation up to date and accurate? How do you use record keeping to support collaboration within and outside your team? Do you have a personal knowledge management system? And in one of my other talks, PKM features there. You can always browse the internet for PKM, personal knowledge system, and you'd get a lot. It's a universe of a thing, PKM, where you have a system of managing what you learn, what you found, lessons you've learned, courses you've taken, everything in one place with the hope that you convert all of this to something tangible. You need to learn influence. You need to build trust and gain buy-in from your colleagues and stakeholders. You're a QA person, or you're a product quality engineer, or you're in product quality, and you can't convince or influence your company to go in a certain direction, right? So for you to be a top tier product quality engineer, you need to learn influence. And you need to ask yourself these questions. How can QA communicate quality importance to stakeholders? What strategies influence your company culture? How can you build team relationships? What challenges are you facing in influencing others? You know, when you ask yourself these questions, you look for answers. You look for answers from your peers, you look for answers from your mentors, look for answers from your leads or leaders, and also from the internet. You need to think systems. You need to understand your company's processes and how every part contributes to overall quality. So to play a scenario, right, most times we just focus on our jobs as QAs. We don't know how the company makes money. We don't know what other teams do. For example, if I also track back to the keynote, where you're talking about customer service tickets and how much it costs. The person who can think in line with the keynote is somebody who's thinking systems. So you ask yourself, how does your company make or lose money? What are the major levers? How does QA fit into this whole system? The whole system of how the company works. And how can you optimize the system in your own QA way? I didn't want to say little way, because QA can never be little. What are the key interfaces with other departments? How do each department, how do they talk to each other? How do they work with each other? Are you aware of the moving parts in your company? Are you aware of the moving parts in your company? Because you cannot affect it. Since they say what's not measured cannot be improved. If you're not aware, you can't even measure. So if you're not aware of how your company works or how your industry works, so for example, you're in fintech, you need to know how money moves, both from the technical side and from the operations side. You need to master domains. Yeah? You notice that each slide leads to the next slide in a certain way. You need to deepen your knowledge of your industry and product. And you need to stay updated on trends. And ask yourself, how much do you know about the domain your company plays in? Right? And if it's a very big company, it's possible that you have teams or squads that play in different domains. What are the trends and patterns in your company's niche and industry? Right? So you can't be in crypto or Web3 or digital assets and not know that the SEC has brought back cryptocurrency as digital assets in Nigeria. Right? You can't be in fintech and not know what the CBN is, circulars that CBN is publishing. What are the patterns in your company's industry and niche? And you ask yourself, how deep is your domain knowledge? The next is to take responsibility. You need to own quality outcomes. Even so don't just leave that responsibility to your team lead or to your manager. You have to own quality outcomes, and you have to be ready to address issues head on from start to finish, not patches here and there and not really solving the problem, and then we just rub our heads or just rub a magic lamp or just touch things here and there without solving the issues or resolving the issues. Yeah. So the questions are, what does taking responsibility mean to you in your team, in your context? And how do you ensure accountability? How do you handle critical bugs? How do you balance quality deadlines? So you can't say, okay, they're giving us a short deadline or a timeline to deliver on quality, and then I don't care. The work, what must be done must be done. No. How can you balance it? And there are ways to balance it, right? What mechanisms ensure quality is everyone's responsibility? So this is both for a team lead or a manager. Ask that question. You need to find the mechanisms that ensure quality is everyone's responsibility in your team and across the company, right? You need to solve problems. Identify root causes and prioritize solving critical challenges. Don't just say, I've reported the bug and it's for the devs to do. You need to find out what they do. What problems? You need to find out what they do. Ask yourself, what problems have you actually solved as a staff, as an employee, as a career person? What problems have you solved? Do you know the problems your company is facing? How can QA contribute to solutions to these problems, rather? How can QA solve any of your company's problems? That's how you should be thinking, to solve problems. And then You need to make impact. I'll still go back to the keynote, and it's all about impact. QA is not just a business, or QA is just in the business of just working every day, Monday to Friday or Saturday, and just work and work and work without thinking about impact. You need to be aware that there's impact to be made. You need to believe that it's possible for QA to make impact. You need to think about impact, and then you need to go ahead to make that impact. You need to be able to measure your contributions and ensure your work aligns with business goals. Does your work have any impact on your team or your company? How do you measure and communicate QA impact? Are you and your team aligned with the company's goals? Is your work contributing to the company's goals and or solving the problems it grapples with? And I'll close with this, right? Curiosity is the wick in the candle of learning, by William Arthur Ward. Thank you.
That insightful session. Again, it's just a reiteration of what we started with when we started day 3, the importance and how best quality engineers can take up in the business processes. So any questions? Just looking for the questions. David is saying great insights. Thank you, David. Maidu is saying Starboy Chibuzo. Yeah, any questions? Adola, I don't know if you've joined. What have you learned today? What have you learned from the session? Success David is saying very insightful session. Christiana, can you hear us?
Hi.
We can hear you.
Sorry, trying to attend you. Speaker. Yes, thank you so much for that, Chibuzo. Jacqueline, over to you.
Yeah, so there's a question before we move on to the next session. What are the ways of balancing quality?
Okay, so I think that's it's connected to what I said about balancing quality with deadlines, right? So, what are the ways? Prioritization.
Mm-hmm.
Prioritization of your work in line with what? In line with impact. So, for example, you're giving, let's say you're giving 3 things to test, right? So I'm going to come from the payments angle, right? So you're giving 3 things to test. You're giving you have to test a payment engine, 1. You have to test an interface for people to make payments, and then you have to test an interface for compliance to either activate an account or say, okay, this guy can sign up on our system. If you look at it, the payment engine is the most important, right? Followed by the portal for people to make payments, followed by the portal for compliance. So priority, you have to always prioritize, and they have to prioritize alongside impact. Another thing to do is, so sometimes, I don't want to call any rule, but sometimes, right, the people, they want to have everything. They want to have all the candy in the box. So it's up to you as a QA to say, okay, I was working on the payment engine before, which I think is very important. And if you watch in one of the skills, I mentioned communication. You have to communicate and say, I was working on the payment engine before now, of which you must have told them the order of how you want to work. This is how I'm working, or they know that that's how you work, right? And then somebody is coming and saying that the business or the company is saying that the portal must go first. And then you must be able to communicate and say, you know what, I work on the payment engine. I can't work on the payment engine at the same time with the payment portal. Would you allow me some more days to focus on the payment engine so I can push it out and then work on the portal? And you communicate without being belligerent. You communicate without it's not war, it is work. So you're communicating calmly, objectively. You put a smile to it. You try your best. I know that as QAs we go through a lot, but if you have to pretend, you pretend, right? Or if you have to learn how to put on a smile, you learn how to put on a smile. But then you communicate without hostility. You just tell them, this is what I want to work on. Because sometimes you might be seen as a champion, the guy who is taking up different things. You're taking things here and there. This guy is actually working well. But when all of those things crash, they'll blame you. So you need to tell them that, okay, communicate, which is a soft skill. I'm working on this because this is very important. I know the importance of, I'm working on X plus X is important. I know you want me to work on Y. On X, I've gone 80%, just a tiny bit. Can you just give me like 1 week or 2 weeks to just complete, and then I fully focus on Y. Yeah. Prioritization, communication. And then as you work as a product quality engineer, you get experience and you get better at doing these things.
Yeah. Okay, that's very insightful. I hope that answers your question. Just I think one last question see here.
Akram is in the backstage now, so we might not be able to take another question because we are behind schedule as it is right now.
Okay. Maybe you can answer the questions just
in the comment section. Yes, Chibuzo, help us answer some of the questions in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, Chibuzo, for that amazing session on the soft skills. You guys already understand now that you might know all the tools in the world, but if you do not have the soft skills, there's a high chance that you get yourself kicked out of the organization. All right. Thank you so much for that session, Chibuzo. So now we're going to our next session, which is mobile IoT and edge testing for the future. And this will be handled by Akram Mukasa, who is from Uganda. So Akram Mukasa is a results-driven senior quality assurance engineer with over 5 years of experience in testing and software auditing for iOS, Android, fintech, and web applications. With more than 4 years of hands-on expertise in automation frameworks, such as Cypress, Playwright, and Appium. He's also skilled in performance testing and integrating QA processes into CI/CD pipelines. Akram has a strong track record of leading QA teams, implementing AI-driven testing solutions, and ensuring high software quality across various industries. He's passionate about mentoring aspiring engineers and driving innovation in quality assurance practices. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Akram Mukasa, as he takes us through this session. Hi. No, we can't hear you, Akram. I don't know if it's just me. Can you guys hear him?
No, maybe you're on mute.
Can you please check if you're not muted, Akram? We can't hear you.
You may want to disconnect his earpiece or headphone.
Yeah, I think you should.
Hey, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yep. You're good to go. Awesome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Trust everyone is having a good day. I really love the previous sessions, great insights. And I'm excited to be handling the mobile Internet of Things and edge testing for the future, right? So imagine waking up to your alarm clock, which has already communicated with your coffee maker to make you your favorite blend. And then it has even synced with your car to warm up your commute. This welcomes you to an interconnected world of Internet of Things, where not only devices talk to us, but they also talk to each other. Okay, so with this great connectivity comes great responsibility. As us, the QA professionals, we are always tasked to ensure that these devices function well, securely, and reliable. Okay, it's not just about testing individual components, okay, but it's also something to do with testing the entire ecosystem, because remember, these things are interconnected and they are working together. So today, I'd love us to discuss a topic of the mobile, the Internet of Things, and edge testing, and us exploring the challenges, strategies for effective testing in this dynamic landscape, right? For starters, I'm Akram, just like Jacqueline said. I'm a senior software quality assurance engineer, and yeah, I'm excited to be here. So, the first thing we're going to be talking about the evolving landscape of tech, right? So we have realized there is rapid growth of mobile, Internet of Things, and edge computing, right? We have also realized that there is increasing demand of real-time data processing and connectivity. You realize that when you're doing something, you want something to do things in real time. Like, you don't want to first wait for years. Okay. Previously, you'll be okay to wait for maybe an hour to get response, but now you really want it fast, as soon as possible. So this necessitates us having robust quality assurance practices to ensure reliability, right? So let's talk about case studies of these three: the mobile application testing, the Internet of Things device testing, and edge computing. So, talking about mobile app testing, what do we really understand by mobile testing? Okay, I know all of us know mobile. Everyone has a phone. Everyone has an iOS, Android phone. But mobile testing, as us as QA, it's us ensuring that app performance across all devices and networks is effective and reliable, right? It does not matter whether it's basically iOS, Android, or any other operating system that you may be using on your mobile phone, right? The device, the Internet of Things device testing, it's for us to ensure that we are verifying sensor data accuracy and device interoperability, right? Ensuring that whatever you're doing, like I mentioned, whatever data you're basically having is accurate, right? And the device you're using, or the device you're using for this data is how do I term it well? Is operable. Like, it's, you can operate you can operate data accurate, you can operate correct and accurate data onto it, right? Then edge computing testing is assessing that the data processing, right, is effective at a network. I know most people might ask themselves, okay, what do you mean by edge computing? Okay, I'll explain that in a few slides. So, as we continue to look at mobile testing, we are looking at the mobile testing challenges, right? You realize that there's so many device ecosystems and operating systems in devices. As personally, when I'm doing my work, I basically test mobile devices. I test iOS, Android, right? For now, those are the biggest. But you realize a place like a place like if you've been to, I don't know if you've been to China, but you realize that if you go to China, you'll find some phones with different operating systems, right? The challenges we face, we as quality assurance engineers, is that there are so many devices on the market using different operating systems, right? We also face a challenges. We also face a challenge of different screen sizes and hardware capabilities. If you've been doing mobile testing, you realize that you seriously have to test this app in all the screen sizes. You realize that this app works well and okay on one device, but it crashes on another device. Okay, now you ask yourself, does this app has a favorite child and the rest are just there? Right? Or, or it's me doing something wrong. So that brings a challenge to us like quality assurance engineer, that we have to ensure that apps are tested efficiently on all devices and all screen sizes, right? We also face a challenge of ensuring that we have consistent user experience across all platforms, right? So if you have a user experience where a user logs in, okay, before logging in, they receive an OTP, and this OTP has to autofill in the phone. If this is being done on iOS, you as a QA engineer, you have to ensure that the same procedure is what an Android user is getting. Okay, so that's a challenge because different OS or different devices work differently. But we as QA, we have to ensure that. Then handling network uh, uh, viability and offline scenarios. So you understand that there are cases where basically apps are working offline, and there are cases where you need specific internet connectivity, right? So recently, I'll give you a small scenario. Recently, in the company I'm working with, I'm working with a company called SafeBorder. It's a company, it's a startup in Uganda, just like Uber. So you can order a car, you can order a motorbike. I know some of you might have heard of it. So we have an issue where see internet signal or GPS signals goes down on driver's side and they cannot be able to receive requests from passengers, right? So as a QA engineer, I have to ensure that I run tests on to see what happens if the signal is down or in offline scenarios, and what happens if the network is low or the GPS signal is low, or the networks the network is viable from low to high. So what happened in all those cases? So that's a challenge for us because you need to write test cases for all these kinds of scenarios and also ensure that these test cases are effective and passing, right? Then we now talk about the internet of things testing complexities, right? So testing internet of things devices is really like keeping cuts, I would say that, because each has its own protocol behavior and a tendency to go offline when you need it the most. Right? We all know how internet can behave, right? Because you really don't have the power to like maybe force it to do something. It can go off anytime, at any time, and you have nothing to do. So some of the testing challenges we have here would be different devices having different protocols, right? We also have security vulnerability and data privacy concerns. Some of the speakers have been talking about data privacy, data privacy. So with the Internet of Things, there are so many people trying. If you worked with fintech, there are so many people trying to get into your apps like all the time, right? So you as a QA engineer, you have to ensure that whatever you're testing, okay, ensures there is data privacy, right? And ensures that there is security at its most. Okay. Then we also have real world environmental testing conditions. Okay. Uh, different is in the real world. When you're doing some tests, for example, uh, let's say I know different people use different environments while they're testing. Some people may use production, other people use staging production, other people use developer staging production. So during these developer staging production, developer and staging, you may choose uh, browser stack, you may choose Android Studio, and you have so many emulators to basically emulate or basically carry out test cases like you want. But this is now different in the real world, right? In the real world and this Internet of Things, we face different challenges because in the real world, you have to test what people are facing. You're emulating in your testing process. But in the real world, now you face a challenge where you have to do real user testing. And hence, that's really a big challenge. I'll talk about the edge testing challenges, right? So in edge testing, we test distributed system with a decentralized data processing, with decentralized data processing. Here, I mean, this is where I told you that I would explain more about edge testing, right? So, just a second. So, uh, when you basically let's say how many how many uh, how many of the people here have done testing of a distributed system where basically you have um, different components coming together, right? So in edge testing, what we basically do is that we ensure that performance, security, reliability uh, occurs like comes from uh, we ensure that it all occurs from a data source rather than like it comes from one place rather than solely depending on centralized cloud servers, right? So the key challenges in edge testing would be you have limited resources. For example, you're constrained with processing power and storage, right? That necessitates that helps you to do testing strategies. Then you have security concerns. Again, protecting data integrity and privacy in decentralized environment. Remember, this time around in edge testing, you're not doing it from a centralized environment. You're doing it from decentralized environments where, in this case, devices may be more easily vulnerable to attacks because they are basically decentralized, right? Then you have a distributed architecture. And with this distributed architecture, you're basically carrying out tests across different hardwares and different software configurations. Hence, this is actually a challenge. This is really hard, right? This is really hard because you basically have to have different hardware and different software configurations to keep on running several different test cases, right? So what are some of the QA strategies for the future? With all these challenges that we have in places, the challenges with the edge testing computing, challenges with the Internet of Things, challenges with the mobile testing, where different mobile systems are coming in. What are some of the QA strategies for the future? So some of the QA strategies would be implementing automation testing, right? So this ensures efficiency. You know, if, for example, in you testing, you doing edge testing, you're basically running tests all the time. It's going to really tire you, like the same kind of test all the time. But if you implement automation testing, it means that you as a QA or as the QA team or as the whole team, it's going to really take less time testing these kinds of system than taking literally several hours trying to run the same tests over and over again, right? Then we're also going to basically utilizing simulation and emulation for diverse scenarios, right? We have so many simulation and emulation tools that exist. They're new coming on market. So as QA engineers, we need to utilize these to basically try as much as we can to simulate and emulate real world scenarios. They might not be as perfect as possible, but we try as much as we can to emulate these scenarios, right? Yeah, implementing in this kind of QA strategies, implementing AI in QA is great, right? Until AI starts asking you questions about your test cases. So, are you sure this is the best approach? Right? You can let me know in the chat. But yeah, we need to think about incorporating AI and machine learning to predict analysis, right? So for the analytics, if we can add, from my workplace, we have started adding machine learning and QA in our basically writing test cases. So it has made our work more easier. So this is something that as the generation of AI is coming in and growing every day, we as QA, we need to become better, right? Then also adopting CI and CD pipelines, right? So after doing the automation, we need to adopt CI/CD pipelines. Yes, have our tests running pipelines all the time. Of course, with different tools, Jenkins, GitLab pipelines, Bitbucket pipelines, as we can all know. Then, so with this all happening now, how are we handling ourselves to prepare for the future? I know most of us may be using agile methodologies. We need to embrace more agile methodologies to have this rapid adoption of all these changes coming in, right? We also have to invest in continuous learning and skill development, right? Just like I mentioned, AI is coming up. Like all the time, AI is coming up and different AI tools are coming up. So us as QA, we need to basically continue learning what this AI so that we are prepared for this transition. Okay, so continuous learning and skill development is really important. We also have to continue fostering the collaboration between us, the QA team, the development team, operations team, the product managers, just like the debate we had. So that collaboration makes us work as a team and makes us produce better quality products. Right? We also have to keep ourselves updated with the emerging trends and technologies. Different things are coming up on the market. I know most people here are seeing the different things that are coming in playwright, how Playwright is really doing awesome things that maybe Selenium couldn't do, but now Playwright can do, right? So my conclusion to this is, remember that in the world of QA, right, if everything seems perfect, then you're probably missing out something. You have to stay curious, to stay skeptical, and always double check. For example, your coffee machine, if it's not connected to the internet. So, like we always say, any application cannot be 100% bug free. So, as QA, we have to stay focused. We have to be proactive and adapt to testing strategies. We have to be committed to quality, to ensure the trust of users and the technological advancement that we are facing at this moment. So I thank you all, and have a nice day.
Wow, thank you so much for that insightful session, Akram. I think your ending was so spot on. You talked about continuous collaboration between QA and all the other team, that's the developers, the product managers, that this is very crucial to us having the best result. And of course, everyone, please, if you don't take anything away from this session, remember that if it is bug free, your job is most likely not done. Okay, look again and again and again. And like Akram said, you need to adapt quickly. All right, you need to adapt very, very quickly. Thank you so much, Akram, for that wonderful session. Do we have any questions in the house for him to attend to? Okay, I can see. Nice one, Akram. Thank you, Akram. All right, looks like everybody got we got the bulk of what you wanted us to, understand your session. So thank you so much for that. All right, people, we'll be going right into the next session now. I believe, Akram, we appreciate you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another session well delivered, properly handled. Okay, we still have Akram's slides up. So we're just going to wait for that. Our next session is career pathways in product quality engineering. All right. Oh, Akram has a question there. You talked about simulation and emulating tools. Please, success. I don't think you finalized what your question is. So Akram is still sharing his screen. You may want to take that off now. Yes, thank you very, very much. All right. So success, just complete your question so that Akram can attend to it properly for you. Okay, so our next session is career pathways in product quality engineering, and this will be delivered by Temitope Onokoya. Hi, Temitope. I'm just going to read the bio for Temitope, and then she will take us straight into it. Now, Temitope Onokoya is in Nigeria. She's the head of IT testing and release management and deployment at MTN, where she leads a team of up to 80 professionals, one of the largest under direct management at MTN Nigeria, delivering high-quality products and services. With over 15 years of experience in the technology sector, Temitope has spearheaded numerous transformational initiatives, earning significant recognition, naming a few. Under our leadership, MTN's IT testing team won the National Best Testing Team Award for the telecom sector in the year 2022, which was just 1 year into our role. Amazing. Within 12 months, she grew a team of 8 testers to 80, that's 80, while reducing the overall cost of IT testing services by over 35%. Awesome. And under 24 months, she created over 100 non-production ecosystems, that's staging, UAT, and pre-production, improving the organization's time to market by a significant 20% in the first year. Beyond their corporate achievements, Temitope is passionate about youth empowerment and serves as a non-executive board member in various youth-focused organizations. She's also a serial entrepreneur with a keen interest in sales. Ladies and gentlemen, APQEC 2025, welcome with me, Temitope Onokoya. Hi, Temitope. Oh, can you? Yes, we can hear you now. Yes. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
Take it away. Over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Well done. I would say well done to the organizers of the program. It's been amazing. I've been joining since we started 2 days ago. I've been listening to the other speakers. And basically, this is what Africa has been waiting for, if you ask me. So kudos to everyone. All protocols duly observed. I will dive right to it. I think I have about 15, 20 minutes, if I'm not sure. Right, so I don't know if my screen is up. If you can see my screen, let me know, please.
Okay, yes, we can see your screen. Can you please make it full screen? Yes, you can click on the present. Yes. Yes, fantastic.
Good. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So very, very quickly, I will just piggyback on many things that my fellow speakers have talked about. I'm focusing on career pathways, and I'm very interested. I really love this topic that has been assigned to me, because I'm someone that is passionate about growing people, passionate about inspiring young people, and also colleagues, right? Trying to navigate this career conversation. Where are we going? What is my 5-year plan? What is my 10-year plan? So I'll just jump right to it. And very quickly, I figured that to talk about career, before you understand the career or the career trajectory of a particular domain or industry, you need to understand, to have at least a brief idea what this industry represents. So when I was given this topic, I did some research on it, and in my head I'm like, product quality engineering. And then it hit me what we are talking about. The first slide I had worked on, I think I'd focused on software quality engineering, right? But then it hit me that what we are trying to do here, right, at least from my understanding, is product. And a product is anything. It's anything that a customer interacts with, right? Although for the purpose of the professionals on this call, we are all technical people, so our focus will be on technical product. But I want to believe that everyone is here on this call because of one product or the other. I'm sitting on a chair. It's a product, all right? It may not be technology or a software product, but it's a product. And I am sitting on this chair, and I'm trusting that I will not fall off this chair, all right? Because I trust there has been some form of establishment of quality in the supplier of this chair that gives me that confidence, right? That my 80-something kg weight, I'm not going to fall to the floor because of the product that I'm using. We are all connected to this call, using our laptops, our phones, our internet. All of these are products. So the conversation about product quality, when you look at your day-to-day, you find out that it's not very far-fetched, because we all consume products every day in one form or the other, right? So, but the conversation here is product quality, all right? Because we have products, but we are looking at product quality, products that we churn out that meet a certain standard, right? The idea, again, the conversation is changing for us in Africa. We are looking at it in a different, from a different perspective. And we are saying, we are changing the narrative, and we are trying to engineer products with quality in mind. I think for me, that's a totally different mindset shift. And the organization where I work, as large as it is, we try to do this, but I still see the struggle. So there is no how we want to talk about this. Many people have said so many things. We cannot overemphasize the importance of this conversation. So when I was doing some research, what is the cost of product quality of poor quality software? And this is me niching it down to technology or software, products, like I said, because there are different products that we interact with. But for the purpose of this conference, we are looking at technology products. So the mindset or the understanding for me is having that shift, having that new, vision, having it at the back of our minds that we have to ensure that the products that we build are better, are faster, and are stronger, are resilient. So this is the little background I put together, and I'll run through my slides very quickly. At the end of the day, like I said earlier, the key word is quality. So I look at quality again. It's an attribute for me, right, of a product or a service or a process that is able to meet and exceed the expectation of a customer that is interacting with either that product or that service or a process, right? Because within this technology organization that all of us operate, we interact with products, with services, and with processes. So our focus here again is on our technology products. So let's look at some of the attributes or aspects of quality. The first thing that comes to mind, like I said about the chair that I'm sitting on, what is giving me the confidence to sit on this chair and not fall off, right? ITIL uses a terminology called warranty. That is fitness for use. I can rely on this product. I can rely on this software. It is dependable. So I can always come to use it when maybe it wears off after a number of years. I can go back to that same supplier, right? Because each time I go there, I see that this product that I'm interacting with is fit for use. The performance of the product, how well the product performs, is intended function. When I stress this software, when I stress the product, when 1,000 concurrent users are trying to interact with that product at a particular time, I can get a particular TPS. It's durable, it's safe. So when we are talking about quality, we are basically talking about different attributes that our products must meet. So again, this is just a very quick background so that we can understand when we get to the point of talking about the career, it's easy for you to understand and see that there is so much to do. There are so many roles. There is so much of like the career trajectory. Chibuzo said earlier when he talked about SDET, there are so many roles that are coming out, that you're hearing, that are new. I'm hearing of SRE, Site Reliability Engineers, that I'm proud to now used to be relevant, right? When you're maybe working on a building project. In my organization now, we have SREs, right? So you see that the lines are beginning to blur. The lines are beginning to blur. We are beginning to import some of those, roles, functions that might have, initially been relevant to certain other industry, maybe your FMCG, your manufacturing. We are beginning to import some of those functions and roles and careers into the software and technology industry and vice versa, right? Then the last bit I want to talk about around the attributes, right? The attributes, that define, that make a product a quality product is fitness for purpose. Fitness for use, fitness for purpose, warranty and utility. So I'm particularly using these terminologies because as an ITIL expert, ITIL has really helped me to have that full grasp, that full view, that full understanding of how a quality product should be delivered from its onset to the end. Now, where do we come in? How do we come in, you and I? Someone said earlier that, it's good that there are bugs. I think the speaker that spoke before me, right? Which work do we do? What value do we want to add if there aren't issues? The head of department in my organization, we say, thank God that there are issues. That's why we have jobs. But then you look at this whole conversation around quality. Quality is important because everyone is moving away from output to what we call outcome. The outcome is the value that the customer interacts with at the end of the day. You cannot say someone wants to drink water as an example, as a use case, right? But then you as a user story, then you look at the acceptance criteria under it. The person says, oh, I want it to be a 50 ml, 50 ml in volume. I want it to be cold, maybe room temperature. I want it to be clear, right? So you cannot say, I have delivered you water if the water doesn't meet those requirements. We are moving away from delivering products. We are now moving into delivering a user experience. The conversation has shifted, and that is what is making the roles, the jobs, the career pathways along product quality engineering to evolve the more. when I first became manager, we didn't have any SDET in my organization, right? MTN Nigeria, like most of us might know, most of our development was done by vendors, right? We have a partnership with organizations like Ericsson, Technotree and the likes. But as we speak, we have our own in-house engineering team. That is a totally different shift, right? Because where you needed, maybe the partner will be telling you, oh, this code is my own. I'm selling it to TestarsQuarter. I'm selling it to different other organizations. So I cannot give you access to the code, right? You have the testers basically staying on the surface and fighting for access, struggling to really see, the end-to-end of what they are testing. We have moved as an organization into having our own in-house developers. So that's the strategy for testing automatically had to shift and evolve, right? So we brought in more people who were developers, who we could give access to our DevOps pipeline, access to the code, so that the quality of the testing will be more robust. I hope I'm communicating this, properly to us, so that we can see how, because the landscape that we are right now, the world that we are right now is evolving. The needs of the customers, you and I, right, are evolving. Is never static. This is what is giving birth to more career development, to more evolution in career. Many people ask me and say, oh, this IT thing, is it really worth it? Guys, if you are a tech person on this call in any of these roles, just give yourself a thumbs up, because you are on the right track. Now, when you are functioning in this position, I really want to implore everyone to have that quality as as the lifestyle behind their minds. So I will run very quickly to the career. We've seen the problem, right? We've seen the purpose. We've seen the reasons why we are here, because the user's needs keep evolving, right? We are moving towards output. We are moving at outcome. We are looking at outcome. We are looking at how the customer is interacting with the product, the warranty and the utility, the trust in the product, and a seamless user experience. That is something that can never end. In the next 6 months, some of these things I listed here, they would have become something else. So across the requirement stage, because then you look at that product, right? It comes, someone says, I want to drink water. Then the requirements are broken down. Someone's job is to harvest those requirements. Someone's job is to translate those requirements into technical specification, into looking at a technical landscape, into looking at what functionality or what capability do we have? Do we have a code that we can reuse? Do we have a logic that we can reuse? Do we have existing infrastructure to reuse? Right? Then it comes into the design. Of course, how will it look like? Right? How will the customer interact with it? What is the journey? Then again, if you look at the conversation when you're having quality at the back of your mind, quality being built into the product, your regulatory comes in, your governance comes in, the testing and QA requirements come in at the beginning rather than it being at the end. So you come to the implement or build, your developers of course come in here. Up to now, we didn't used to, I intentionally put data and BI here. I really hope there are some industry experts also on this call, because what in this place, you can use some of your existing data, some of your existing operations data to identify, have I built this before? How did it break? How did the customer react to it? How can I strengthen, this build to make it better? So your data analysis can come in here during your build as well. Then, of course, test. You have to test. We are here because, Ibironke decided that, oh, this testing thing, let's make it into TestarsQuarter. And she put all of us together. Testing, of course, is key. But even within testing, someone was talking about my, some of my achievements earlier. The way we test in our organization, we test across. We test this way, we test that way, we test at different levels, different types. You give me the unit, you give me the state, you give me the system, you do the performance, someone will do the API, you do the user acceptance. We will test after deploying. We will do beta and pilot sometimes before we roll out, right? Because it is good, really, it is nice, but it's actually a bit of a constraint. It seems like the testing conversation or the testing process is the only one that is bothered about quality. That cannot be. We cannot continue that narrative because we are wasting time, we are wasting money. The cost of fixing those bugs, the cost of the time you're spending, time you are wasting, going back and forth, fixing those bugs. Your user experience has already been impacted. I wanted to drink 50 ml of water by 2 o'clock. You're delivering it at 9 p.m. The experience has been impacted, right? So it is valuable, it's more valuable for all of us along this journey to cater for quality, to develop, to build this product with quality in mind, right? Rather than waiting and making it a QA job. But again, the topic I was giving to is career. So I'll move very quickly to the last slide, right? Across the deployment phase. So I know some of these roles, they're not very cast in stone. Many organizations, adapt it based on their maturity level. In our own organization, we have very robust processes. We cater for deployment level. We have a CAB, the change advisory board. All of the requests comes in. It's someone's job to sit down and evaluate the impact of all of the changes that we're taking in on a day-to-day basis. How many subscribers is it going to impact? How many hours is that change going to be deployed for? It's someone's job to evaluate the release. You look at the release note, you look at the product, you look at the features that have been deployed, you compare it to the test, right? So, like I said, some of these are not cast in stone. It depends on how the organizations, want to evolve, want to adapt rather the process at deploy. But you can see that someone can even wake up tomorrow and say, oh, at my deployment, I want to bring in someone whose role will just be a deployment manager, right? The opportunities here are endless. The opportunities here are endless. And again, we also need to remember that you can, as an example, be a tester. Tester is not just tester. The further you go in the career, the more you have experience in the career, the more you expand yourself, testing across different industries. You're not just only growing, right, at this level, at the skill set level. You're also growing, at the remuneration level, right? So, and I think I should talk about career growth a little bit here and encourage many people on this call. When we look at growth, we are very, very quick, especially with career, we are very quick to chalk it up to remuneration and salary. Growth is neither vertical nor horizontal. It's linear. You can be growing. Your salary might have not increased or improved, but you might be growing in skill sets. So I concluded some interviews recently. One of the best guys on that interview, he's earning peanuts currently. But by the time he broke down the tool set that he interacts with, how he uses different tools for different things in testing, I just basically knew that this is someone that has been preparing himself for that opportunity to find him. He didn't wait and say, oh, I was earning less than 100K, and because of that, I will sit on one spot until someone increases my salary. Career growth is personal. Temitope as your manager or Ibironke as your manager is not going to be the one to directly benefit from your career goal. So you need to personally decide that I want to grow in my career. So like I said, you grow in skills and you grow in remuneration. While your remuneration might not be improving, that doesn't stop you from improving your skills. When I was a contract staff in my organization, I took loans. I paid loans for years, right, to do certification, because I knew that when I prepare myself for that position, it will eventually find me and I'll be able to define myself to the right audience. And it happened. And many times I was rejected. I didn't get, discouraged. I kept trying again and trying again till I found the right audience. So I was talking to you about the, interview I concluded last week. You can see that this person has done so much preparing himself, consuming so many resources so that they can grow in their career, right? So just to wrap up this bit, growth is not only at remuneration level. You may be a tester, but what kind of tester are you? How much tool sets do you know, right? If you start as a manual tester, in 2 years, you should be pushing to do automation, should be pushing to do API, because there is so much, the need, right? The hunger, right, for these roles, for this career, some of these our roles across this, because of user experience. We really cannot overemphasize this. And lastly, support and maintenance. Of course, when you deploy the product to production, we need to maintain it. Someone needs to make sure that when the user's queries are coming in, we can resolve them quickly, right? Again, like someone said earlier, there's no perfect software. You've delivered it, you've tested it, you've rolled it out. You continue to enhance it, all right? You continue to maintain it, right? So this is just what I came up with as an overview. And to wrap it up, I will keep saying career growth. You need to take it personal. You need to understand the industry that you function. When you understand the why, your what becomes easier. When you understand, like I said earlier, that the needs of the customers that we are working for, all right, that because of them we have jobs, those needs are never satisfiable. So you can never be out of a job, all right? What you need to do is to say, what tool sets, right? What skill sets are in demand that are required for me to grow in the career, and you keep on improving, as you go. Thank you.
For me personally, I've learned quite a lot. There are so many comments which are just taking snippets of what you have said. Like, growth is personal, and it's not only on remuneration level, but mostly on skill set level, because skill set level basically will give you that bump automatically when it comes to remunerations. So so many comments as well on the same topic. I think, as you've mentioned, it's good to upskill, especially when you notice, you have to make a change. In the once panel session, there was a panelist who said, if you don't make a choice, you've already decided your fate. So again, upskilling at the same time. Ajala, back to you. Anything you'd like to comment? What have you picked?
So I was seated here, and this is how my hand was. My chin was on my hand, and I was like, oh my God, this is just the fire on my bomb that I need. Like, it literally set fire on our bombs. I could see the comment section flaring up. People were just, it was like people were having that eureka moment, like, yes, this is what I need. Thank you so much. Now I know career growth is not my manager's problem, it's me. And I think that focus on the monetary parts, a lot of us have done that. I've been there, where if you're not increasing my salary, then why are you asking me to go and learn how to do hello? You're not paying me, but it is for me, it's not for them. If I learn the skill today, I would benefit from it ultimately. Somewhere along the line, it should ultimately benefit me. Thank you so much, Temitope, for that hot session. It was beautiful. Thank you. I don't know if we have questions anywhere there. I don't think. I mean, people are just blown away. All the comments I'm seeing, it's just people being blown away and just saying, wow. You've turned to an ambulance at this point. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We are grateful for your time. Thank you for being here and for spending this time with us. Thank you so much. Guys, please connect with Temitope on LinkedIn, on social media platforms. Follow her. I mean, you can see the caliber, the quality of what she has to say, So this is amazing. We really appreciate what she's dished out today. I can see everybody talking about all that she has, shared with us. People are just saying wow and wow. Thank you. All right. So guys, let's see. Okay, on the next thing on our agenda. Woo! Jacqueline, actually, this is what I was waiting for, right? Woo.
This is the main bit.
Yes. Guys, on Thursday it was when we started. We gave introduction about TestarsQuarter, and we talked about one of the programs that we have currently going on, which is our scholarship boot camp. We had like 1,000 people currently registered on that boot camp, and today is their project defense day. Guys, you don't want to miss this. Trust me. If you're an expert, come and see what people learned in 4 weeks. If you are a newbie, come and see what people learned in 4 weeks. And if you are completely new to the industry, you're trying to pivot to the industry, come and see what people learned in 4 weeks, So we'll be having a project defense now, and we have 2 judges currently who will be looking at our students' work and seeing if they were fit enough. All right. So Faith will be the one handling this session. But before I bring up Faith, I would like to read the profile of one of our judges. We already know Ibironke. Everybody's familiar with who she is already. So I'm just going to read the bio for our second judge of the day. Yes. 1 minute. That's Olubukola Omotayo. Yeah. Olubukola Omotayo is a passionate QA and test engineer with over 20 years of experience across the software testing lifecycle. She has delivered high quality software as a service solution, enterprise applications, mobile apps, and API integrations, primarily within the financial services and property management industries. Known for our ability to lead teams and foster cross-functional collaboration, Olubukola consistently drives the delivery of customer-focused software with a strong emphasis on quality. Our journey to software testing began by chance, sparked by a natural talent for identifying errors and inconsistencies. What started as an incidental role quickly developed into a deep-rooted passion for ensuring that applications meet customer expectations while adhering to technical excellence. She brings an open and curious mindset to her work, with a current focus on exploring practical and realistic applications on generative AI in software testing. She has also recently expanded into the cybersecurity domain, combining her testing expertise with secure development practices to enhance the resilience and integrity of software systems. With a strong foundation in financial services and property management, Olubukola is now keen to apply her QA leadership and technical knowledge in new industries. She remains dedicated to driving innovation, empowering teams, and championing quality excellence across diverse sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, APQEC 2025, welcome with me, Olubukola Omotayo, one of our judges, and Ibironke Yekinni, another judge for today's project defense. Faith, over to you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Eniola, for introducing our judges. Olubukola, thank you so much for agreeing to be here with us. And Ibironke, thank you for putting together this event. Temitope Onokoya, thank you so much for that wonderful session. And so we are going straight into our project defense. This is our first cohort for TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp. And we had over 1,000 students that registered to become a part of the program. But right about now, over close to 100 people were able to go through the rigorous session, and they are able to come up to week 4. I would just like to take you through the things that they have done. It was a 4-week program, but prior to the 4-week program, the first week they had a pre-program schedule where they were taught a lot of things about career development, tools that is required for them to succeed in their tech career, and a lot of other things that is not really related to the course, but it is very good for their development. The first week, it was introduction to software testing. The second week, they also learned tools like Jira, things that had to do with test management. They were also introduced in their third week into a deep dive into software testing. In fact, there was a class that Eniola took. She taught them, I will call it a product management master class, where she also taught them the in-depth knowledge about product management. So they did not really only learn about software testing. They also know about the product development lifecycle and the software development lifecycle, and a lot of other things. Yesterday, we had the mock for a mock presentation, and we were all blown away. So today, I have 4 groups represented by 4 members of each of those groups, and they are going to be showing us what they have done in the past 4 weeks. And thank you so much for being on it. I believe you have the document, Bukola and Ibironke. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. So the first group that is going is group 3. I'll be adding him to the stage. Group 3, are you ready?
Let's see.
Have you shared your screen? Group 3?
Okay, starting
So
with
this
group 3.
group 3, Emmanuel Shey is the one that is representing group 3. So kindly share your screen so that I can add you to the stage. I will also advise all the other groups to share their screen so that I won't have to be waiting to add you to the stage. Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. I think I have it now. I might need to remove judges for now so they can. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You're saying something?
Oh, okay. I wanted to show I'm actually loud and clear. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Shey Fortress. I am here to discuss a test report done on the TestarsQuarter website, and I'll be representing Group 3 today. Okay. So now, as an overview or a summary of the purpose, the purpose of the test was actually to validate the functionality, usability, and the integrity of the following key features of the website, which include events page, our programs, get involved, and then the follow us feature. The testing was based on product requirements, documents, and the PRD, and was conducted on the production website at www.testarsquarter.org. Now, each module was evaluated using pre-defined test cases with thorough validation of expected behavior, data accuracy, UI consistency, link integrity, and then visual content presence. In summary, the summary of it was that for the feature, the total test cases for the events page was 5. Then 3 passed, then 2 failed, but there was no blockage for the events page. While our programs had 8 total test cases, 7 passed, while 1 of them failed. For the get involved, 12 out of the 12 test cases, 10 passed, while 0 there was no failure. None of them failed, but we had 2 blocked. Then for the follow us feature, 5 out of it, 5 total test cases, 4 of them passed, while 1 of them failed. So overall, out of the 30 total test cases, 24 of them passed, while 4 of them failed, and we had 2 blocked. Okay. The bugs found and the observation, past events links was broken, redirected to the invalid WhatsApp page. Then the status was in review. Then the severity of it was very, very high. Okay. The images, for the second bug, the event images were actually missing, and the status was in review, but with a medium severity. For the third bug, price inconsistency was between the tech things and then the seller checkout page. So we considered that to be in progress, but the severity was very, very high. Now for the fourth bug, which is the volunteer page inaccessible, the page was actually blocked, but we consider it to be in progress with a high severity. Okay. While for the fifth bug that we found, which is the donate link, showed a 404 status page. So we consider that to be in progress, but with high severity. Okay, so these are images of what we found in the website. So our general observation of our findings, our programs feature section is mostly functional with all individual program components displaying correctly, except for the young testers program, which failed due to a pricing inconsistency between the linked external platform. The event page needs visual enhancements and proper redirection for past events. Then the get involved require then link fixes and image updates for better user experiences. While for the follow section, it was functional, but the visual layout needed refinement for clarity. To fix the critical link issues, the volunteer or donate young testers to ensure user actions are successful. So to restore or update past event links with valid recordings or redirect locations. Then for the hard visuals, we recommend that it to improve user engagement, especially in the events and get involved section. Then we also recommend that they clearly separate the follower section from contacts for visual clarity and better accessibility. Okay. So testing aligned well with the PRD and uncovered key user-facing issues. So the team will recommend that a structured layout and feature intentions, especially the categorized programs. Then the UI responsiveness and the content structure were mostly consistent, but missing media content impacting the visual storytelling of the brand. Okay. So in conclusion, most features function correctly. The critical bugs identified was for resolution, then the QA process added value, then websites was near launching ready for adjustments. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 3, for that wonderful session. Well done. I would like to hear what the judges have to say. Let me start with Bukola. You are muted.
Yes. Yeah, good afternoon. And thank you very much, Group 3, for that wonderful presentation. Good job done. I'll just a few observations. Looking through your document and your presentation. One, I noticed that, or maybe I should ask a question instead of, is that what I should do? Do you want me to give observations, or do you just want to give them feedback?
Both.
Okay, all right. Any reasons why it appears there was nothing about security testing? Is that deliberate, or it's an assumption that it's not one of the parts to be considered?
Okay. Ibironke, you might need to you might need to take that.
Actually, it's not an area that was covered within the
Okay.
2 week training.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much for that. Then I also noticed, looking through the devices, that it didn't cover all device. There was a multiple device testing. Perhaps that should have been incorporated so that you're sure that everything works well, the product works well across board. I think by and large, I also noticed you probably did not extend also to tablets. It was just strictly on phones. So maybe perhaps that was maybe a slight oversight. But all in all, I think they did a good job.
Thank you very much.
All right. I want. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thanks. That was a wonderful presentation. Um, I would have expected to see detailed explanation on what you found. You were saying a lot of things, but they were offhand. I wasn't seeing screens explaining what you were talking about, and I didn't hear. Maybe you mentioned at the beginning, but I didn't hear what product did you work on. What product did you work on, Group 3?
Oh, we worked on the website,
Which?
TestarsQuarter website.
Okay, so
The features.
You are meant to start with that. Tell us the products that you're working on, and let us know exactly, what you are meant to do, so that we are not. I didn't for a good 5 minutes. I didn't know the product we are talking about, because that was not the only, website that is on. So I would say, well done. Thanks for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much, Group 3, for that. So the next group that is going on now is Group 1, and that will be taken by Abubakar Saidu. Abubakar, are you ready for us? Okay, good.
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Abubakar. You can take it away. Let me add your.
Yeah.
I can't find. Okay, good.
Do you say Group 2 or Group 1?
Group 1. Group 1. Abubakar is Group 1.
He's not sharing his screen yet.
Yes, I'm about to share
Abubakar,
it.
should have done that. I mentioned that earlier. Please, everybody ensure that your screen is already shared, so we won't have to wait for you. Thank you.
Can I start now?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're telling me already.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, my name is Abubakar Sadu, and I'm representing Group 1, and I'm here to present onto you all the testing process and the outcome of our QA analysis on the Ofiei mobile application for both iOS and Android device. So to start with, our main objective is to look out for bugs on this app. And I would like to clarify something about bugs. Bugs is simply something that is meant to work this way and is not working that way. Even this, and it's not limited to website alone. Even this spec that I'm putting on, if it's designed that this spec is meant to be seen, and then I'm putting it on and I'm not seeing, that's a critical bug there. So now we all must have experienced bug in one or two ways. Probably when we are using applications, and there are some applications that you'll be using, you probably sign up or sign in, and then it will freezes or crashes. There are times that you will be multitasking on some particular application, maybe a gaming application, and then when you're about to complete it, then it just crashes and you lose your session. It will halt the user experience and it will puncture it. So we don't want that to happen here. These are issues, and there are ways to go about it, and there are things that are meant to be done to stop it, and that's where QA comes in. That is where we comes in for the Ofiei application in order to help them to enhance their user experience through structured manual testing and collaboration. And the objective. Okay, let me tell you about the Ofiei. So as we all know, Ofiei is a leading fintech platform in Nigeria, and the main thing that the app does is to provide financial services to Nigerians. So what we'll be doing is to evaluate key functionalities and to aim to provide users with a seamless, secure digital financial experience. Now, talking about the objective, I believe I've briefed you on that earlier on. So I'll proceed to the key features now of what was tested. So we tested some core functionalities and core features, which include the sign-up feature, the login feature, forgot password, and transaction history. Now, each features were actually assessed and tested for functionality, accuracy, and user flow reliability by my competent team. So any other features aside from this was considered out of scope for this cycle. The tools that we used, okay, for these projects, we actually made use of iOS and Android devices, as I've said earlier. We used ranges of iOS device and Android device. We used from Android 11 to Android 15. For iOS, we used from iOS 16 to iOS 18.2. And then for our documentation, we made use of Google Sheets, Google Doc for documenting all the summary, and then for Google Sheets for documenting the test case and the bug reports. And yeah, the execution method was manual testing using the functionality testing strategy. And for our collaboration and communication, we made use of Slack and Google Meet. We discussed on Slack, and then we meet virtually on Google Meet by 7 p.m. every day to discuss way forward and whatever difficulties that we are facing in completing the project. Now, here is a sample of what the test case look like. This is not a full sample. This is just like an insight into it, just for you to see. It's because it's meant to include the expected results and actual results, but this is just to communicate. So we have the test title, we have the test steps, and then we have the status. These are the primary things. So for the test title for this particular sample is to verify that user can actually log in with valid credentials. Then the steps are to navigate to the login page, to enter a valid login email address, to input a correct password, and to click on the login button. Now, this status is passed because this actually happened. What we are expecting is to see the dashboard after logging in, and then that's what happened. So it meets up to expectation. That's why we have passed there. So moving on to the test summary reports. Here's a summary of all what we did. So we were able to create 174 test cases for these features. And then out of the 174 test cases, 166 passed, while 6 failed and 2 got blocked. So this made our success rates 95.4%. And I will still come back to the blocked and the failed. So this is just a quick look into the execution summary. Now, here is the bug summary report. So after carrying out a detailed test on this, we discovered a high value bug or high severity bug, which is that's the single high severity bug that we discovered. And that bug was experienced when we were trying to reset the password. On trying to reset the password, we discovered that user can actually input just 2 out of 6 digits that are required to reset the password. Now, doing this, you get a completion message. However, when you try to log in again to the app, it will bring an error for you. So user will experience difficulties with that, and we suggested way forward about it. Now we have 4 medium bugs as well. And for the medium bugs, it includes like remember me section not being there. That's on the login page. And then on the transaction history, there is no search button there for user to make search for, transaction details. And yeah, regarding, let me quickly head back to the blocked situation now. So regarding the blocked situation, that's happened. Those features happened because we experienced that blockage because the test case that was meant to be executed was based on a failed test case. So due to the fact that we don't have a remember me section, we could not check if the remember me actually functions well. So that was why that was blocked. And then for the second one, which is actually for the search button, we were meant to like check if the search can be cleared, and then every other details returns to normal. So we could not check that as well. That's why we have a blockage there. So now regarding the key defects, I believe I've mentioned this. So the quick fix ideas that we have is for us to enforce, for the development team to enforce a minimum 6 digits password and to disallow repeated and consecutive digits. These repeated and consecutive digits were actually classified as medium severity bugs because they deal with security. So we suggested that we shouldn't have user using same consecutive digits like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because it is actually vulnerable to infiltration. Then regarding the missing remember me option, we suggested that a checkbox should be added there for convenience. And then regarding the missing search button as well, they should implement that search functionality so that can be done as well. So our exit summary and next steps. For our exit criteria, all of it was met, which is to have a 100% critical test case executed. That was done, and no open critical defects. We have 95% pass rate, and the regression suit passed as well. So now for the risks and recommendation, the unresolved high, medium, and low severity issues will definitely hurt our user experience. So our suggestion and recommendation is to proceed to go live though, but with a follow-up test cycle to verify the pending fixes once it is done by the developers. Now, some of the challenges that we experienced challenges because we didn't have direct communication with the back-end team or the developers, so we could not actually make use of test data. We had incomplete or missing test data at some point, in which, when you sign up for a particular platform, you cannot actually use that same data again. So we had to be sourcing for another test data from family and friends in order to get that done. So that actually cost us time and led to a time constraint as well among the challenges that we faced. So another challenge that we faced was scheduling conflicts across team members in different time zones, because we all work differently at different time zones, but we had to come together to decide on the particular time, and we all were able to assist each other and put each other through with that. Another challenge that we faced was when we were actually trying to update our details. There was a time when something went wrong and we had computed all the information, all the information of the test case summary reports. Then some issues occurred, so we had to change it. Now, that was when one of our team members was able to assist us with data entry automation. So with us doing that, it was able to reflect. After changing it from our test case data, it reflected on the slides as well. So that was how we resolved that. Now, our achievement, despite all these challenges that we faced, we successfully created and documented not 30, not 40, but 172 test cases, structured test cases that can actually be retested and be reused. And we validated critical user flows and core app functions. Then we ensured test cases, traceability and clarity, and we fostered effective team collaboration, accountability, and we also all learned from each other. Now, our gratitude and acknowledgement, a heartfelt thank you to our incredible mentors and unwavering support system, Ms. Ibironke Yekinni, Mr. Kennedy Odunuga, Ms. Faith Ibitoye, Ms. Adaobi Achilonu, Ms. Christiana Enola Ajala, and the entire TestarsQuarter team at large. We appreciate your guidance, encouragement, and wealth of knowledge. Those are all the things that have made this job truly impactful and inspiring for us, and we are deeply grateful for your time, dedication, and belief in our goals. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Seydou, for that presentation. That was powerful. Ibironke, I will start from you. Please give us your review.
Don't start from me. You see, I'm mesmerized. I can't even talk much. At this point, I think I should just relax. Once Gola brings job, work out for just pass the job part. But I think that was such a wonderful presentation, and I like the fact that it was very detailed, carried us along from the beginning. It was like a journey, carrying us along from the beginning to the end. My simple question here would be that what's the difference between severity and priority?
Okay, severity is majorly something that we will get to set, and the priority is like something that is meant to be set by probably the product manager or the dev teams also. Probably what deals majorly with the business, what affects the business, and severity is what affects like the functionalities.
That's wrong, but let me just help to say that severity simply means the impacts of the issue that you have identified, right? How much does that affect the business or the product or whatever it is they are doing? How depth does it affect? Why priority is how are we solving the problem? And that can be from the team. It could be the product manager that will prioritize. It could be your team in collaboration. You guys can come together to prioritize how soon you want to solve it. So that's priority means how soon are we solving it? Severity means what's the impact of this problem, right? How many people work together on this project in your team?
We had 42 altogether.
So if I score people 5 now, 42 people have to share 5 mark. All right, I think that'll be all from me. Over to you, Madam Mukasa.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. Group one, well done. And
Thank you very
I
much.
share Ibironke's sentiments. One, the presentation was fantastic. I like the fact, I like visuals, and I think you guys did an awesome job presenting your visuals. Very, very neat, very clear, and you carried us along like you were telling us a story. You carried us on the journey. So thank you very much for that. It was well done.
Thank you.
Reviewing your documents, perhaps I do not understand it, so maybe you would clarify. There seemed to be some disparity between the test case report you shared and what you presented and your bug reports. Your test case said everything was, you told us total test cases were 45,
No.
were
Okay.
blocked, nothing failed, it was 100%. However, in your final analysis, even what you presented, okay, let me even move back here. I noticed you eventually told us you had over 140 something test cases. So I'm wondering, how come that did not reflect in your test case? Your test case said you just had 45. But over here, you said total test cases you had is 174. I didn't see
All
that.
right.
I only saw 45.
Okay, I actually don't know what went wrong there. Maybe it was probably when we were submitting, but what we had was actually 172. And the test cases were reviewed after we had like a mini presentation amongst ourselves. So we
Yeah.
updated one or two things as well.
I was really looking forward to seeing the 174 test cases, but all I see here is 45.
We actually have it all compiled. We have it all compiled.
You have what?
We have it all compiled in the test case document. I don't know why it is not reflecting over there.
Ah, okay. I think I see what has happened. All right. I see what has
Okay.
happened. You broke it down. You had each one in different, you had
Oh yes,
a
yes,
sheet for
yes,
each of the features. Okay, all right. Thank
yes,
you very
exactly,
much.
exactly,
Yes,
exactly.
excellent.
All right.
What else did I okay, all right. Maybe perhaps I'm looking
Yeah.
at it, maybe I'm looking at it too critically. But it would also have been nice to test something about password history. How does the application allow password reuse? For example, if I did forgot password now, am I able to reuse the same password, or can I reuse my password that I have used last 2 times? It's always
Mm,
nice, especially for transactional applications, that this is validated, just in case I may have done a brute force to know your password, and I'm just perhaps just waiting for the right time. So the next time when I attempt it, I begin to try all the passwords that I think you have tried before. So maybe that would have been something else to also include.
yeah.
Also, maybe just one thing is traceability. It would have been nice, perhaps, since you already had your requirements all detailed down, that there might have been a way where you had a traceability matrix to match whatever your test cases were to the requirements, so that it's very clear how for
Mm,
each of your features these were the things that you used in testing it. So it's very clear that you had actually, gone around the entire features. But all in all, excellent. Well done to the entire team.
thank you very
Uh,
much.
I would have allowed Mr. Bimbola to go ahead, but we are 2 minutes into another team's time. So um, maybe in the next team, he will
Okay.
be the one to go ahead first.
All right.
Sure, no problem. Thanks.
All right, sir.
All
Okay,
right,
Faith.
thank you so much for that, Sean. So we are going ahead to group four. Group four, are you ready for us? That will be taken by Shonaike Olusegun. You're welcome.
Please go ahead.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. It's not changing. A minute, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have an issue to display it on the full screen?
Yes, that seems to be the problem at the moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, there is a box at the bottom right. That's, yeah, you can go ahead if this works.
It's changing. It's not changing.
It's changing. We are seeing your screen. You were on page 3, you're about
It's
to page
slow to
1.
change. It's slow to change, but I'll go ahead like that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shey Kelushagun, here to represent Group 4 of TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp Project. Our project was to test the online web platform blackskill.com, which is a talent verification and a talent verification platform and acquisition platform. On the next slide to be shown, by the right is the landing page of the blackskill.com web platform, which is a talent acquisition and verification web platform whose target users are employers and recruiters and job seekers or talented individuals. The goal of our testing was to verify the sign up, login, forgot password features, and the find talent and the find job features. To further enumerate on the goals, we are to verify that this sign up, login, and forgot password features are functioning properly to meet users' needs and expectations. We are to verify the functionality of the find job and find talent features. We are to identify the defects and usability issues within the specified features. On to the next slide. The scope of testing. In scope, we are focusing on the sign up feature, the login feature, the forgot password feature, the find talent feature, the find job features, which these are the features that are in focus. Out of scope, we didn't focus on performance or load testing, user interface testing, job application submission process, profile creation and editing, messaging and communication, payment or subscription, and advanced employer features, or examples are posting jobs. That's in the case of the hiring manager or the recruiter. The test plan overview, we used manual testing to perform functional testing and usability testing. Our environments, we tested across browsers like Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and we tested across OSs like Windows 10, Windows 11, Mac OS, and Android 12, which we believed would satisfy the majority of users' choice of browsers and OSs. Tools we used were Google Sheets and Google Docs for documentation. We used Google Meet and Slack for communication. We used Jira for bug tracking, and we used Monosnap application and jam.exe, which is a Chrome extension, to get screenshots and screen recordings for bug evidence. The whole testing process took 4 days. On to the test execution summary. Of the 5 features we tested, which were the login feature, the sign-up feature, the forgotten password feature, the find job feature, and the find talent feature, in which case the login feature would apply to the hiring manager or the recruiter, and there's also a login feature for the talented individuals or the job seekers, however the case may be. Of the 5 features we tested, we had 117 total test cases, 102 of which were passed, 12 of which failed, and 3 of which were blocked. To the right of the slide is a pie chart showcasing a demonstration of our test execution summary. The bug report summary. Of the bugs test of all the 117 test cases, we found 10 bugs, 4 of which were major, and of these 4 major bugs, we have 3 of high priority and 1 of medium priority, and we have 4 minor bugs, 1 of which was medium priority and 3 of low priority, and 2 block cases. We did not have any critical bugs. Moving on to examples of these bugs that we reported, or to cite a few of these bugs we reported. The first is a blocker, which was the unclickable relocation-based job type filter. As a classic user story for a classic user story for a job seeker would be, as a job seeker, I want to log into the blackskill.com website and be able to search for jobs, and also include the filter, and be able to search for jobs with the filter of verification-based jobs included. But then this doesn't satisfy that user story because the icon was unclickable, as shown in the image in the slide. Moving on, the next bug we are going to explain about is the talent profile details inaccessible bug. As another user story would be that as a job seeker, as a recruiter, I want to log into the blackskill.com web platform and be able to search for talents. Let's say a person applied and you want to find out more about this person, or you seem to like their application that they sent, or their CV that you uploaded, and you want to find out more. But when you search a person's name, you can't access their profile, you can't find their experience, you can't find out if anybody has endorsed them, you can't find out, because this talent details profile is inaccessible because it displays a 404 page when it is clicked. The next bug I would be explaining on is the unable to access find talent page. Now, as a recruiter, you want to log into the site and you want to find talent. Maybe you want to search based on a skill that you are looking for, but as you can see on the page, on the screenshots that was provided in the slide, there is no icon to find talent, which should be maybe a search field where you can search names or search keywords or filter, or apply filters in the search bar. These are some of the bugs we're able to find. Now, the bugs that I just spoke on, which are the access find talent page, the talent's profile details inaccessible, and the relocation based. Relocation based was a blocker. The talent profile details inaccessible was a major bug, which we consider to be of high priority. The unable to access find talent page was also a major bug, which we consider to be of high priority as well. Moving on, the challenges we came across while performing this test, one of which was that time zone difference within the team. We had to come together while considering those that were working and those that had their schedules. And even as if that wasn't enough for us to overcome, we had to now consider time difference. As it should be, one of our team members had a 5-hour difference of time zone with us. And our meetings usually took place around 7, which was on Google Meet, as illustrated in the tool that I mentioned before. So we had to overcome that by having summaries and also having recordings where possible, and having AI take notes. Another challenge we covered was also no regression testing because the project had already been deployed. We didn't test it according to
Group 4, your time is up.
Okay, I'll just round up, please. So we couldn't test it according to the early testing principle.
So that it doesn't affect your mark.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Olusegun, for that wonderful session. So would like to hear what the judges have to say. Let's start with Abimbola. Yes. Abimbola.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. I was really impressed with the presentation. But one question that I do have is, if you go back to the earlier slide where he said what is in scope versus what is out of scope, I realized that he said UI is out of scope, but the things that are in scope are implicitly required by UI. So I want to ask if you can clarify what you mean by UI testing out of scope.
Well, we couldn't test the UI because as it was being developed, where in the point of the development where you bring in the UI and UX designer, we weren't present. We were given a finished product, so we just had to test what they had.
Okay, I see.
So
I guess
we
there
tested
is a
functionality.
okay. I see. There's a misunderstanding of what UI testing means, because UI is user interface, right? Not the Figma design, not anything else. What you've done requires UI testing, all of it, because the screenshot that you took of the UI as well. So that's one thing that I noticed. I'm not sure if any of the other judges caught that as well, but it's definitely something that you need to take note of.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's not. I don't want to dwell too much, so I'll just.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
thank you. That's
Madam Mukasa, I can go ahead.
All right. Well done, Group 4. And thank you very much for the presentation. Nice presentation. I noticed while you were giving your presentation, you mentioned that there are no critical bugs, right?
Yes.
Okay. How was that?
That we judged to be critical.
Yeah. How was that determined? Can you walk us through how the team arrived at the point where you could say there are no critical bugs?
We judged that a bug would be critical if by clicking an icon or or you couldn't, or when you cannot access any of the features were to test, the sign up, login, forgot password, find talent, and find job. If you are unable to access these to perform the function for which they are designed, then we judge that to be critical. We would judge that to be critical. Or if the application just crashed as a result of selecting an icon or going across, or let's say in the case of logging in, if you in the input field, we tested in the login for hiring manager. If let's say by mistake or you start or by negligence, you input over 100 characters in the field for email and in field for password. We tested if that would cause it to crash or if that would create any response. But there was no response that I would judge to be critical in that case.
Right. What other kind of bugs could you have had aside critical ones? Don't worry, I just have one more question after this. Just short answers.
We had 3 levels.
I want to understand.
We had 3 levels of severity: critical, major, and minor.
Okay, so what would you have considered a major bug?
Major bug, something that hindered us from accessing the parts of the functionality, not the entire functionality of the feature.
For example,
if you could log in, for example, the bug we reported for the talent profile detail inaccessible. You can log in as a recruitment manager, but you cannot access talent. It doesn't justify that it is a critical bug. It's just major, but it's of high severity, but it's of high priority because it needs to be fixed as soon as possible. But then you still have other forms of information on talents that you're trying to look for. Is talent submitted is CV, and talent submitted is cover letter, and some other information, maybe a bio, cover.
Okay.
And cover letter.
Okay. Time.
Yes, exactly. So that we do not eat into the other person. One of the things, just skimming through your test cases, I noticed you actually did check for when you have strong password to validate that the app actually, but actually you did not test what happens when you actually use a weak password. Does it accept a weak password? One. Then something else again is we just crossed my mind while you were talking, because yours is a web application. Did you try, for example, if I am logged in as a talent, pick up the URL of one of the pages for a hiring manager? Am I able to access it as a talent?
As a talent,
let me
You
tell you,
mean the
just
login page of the hiring manager?
no, I have logged in as a hiring manager and I'm on one of those pages. I don't know, maybe the hiring manager is
Yes.
supposed to review what talents do. Copy that URL while logged in as a hiring manager. Then log in as a talent and paste that URL while logged in as a talent. Paste that particular page for the hiring manager in yours as a talent and see what happens. Does it navigate you straight to the page of that hiring manager? Don't worry,
No,
we can.
it wouldn't.
No,
Okay,
It
I didn't see
wouldn't.
that.
you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You have not
I didn't
tested
see that.
that.
Exactly.
No,
So
I tested that from another perspective, where you would log in and then you would exit the browser without logging out, and then you try to go back to the page where you were without
but that's
logging
still
in.
as a talent or as a hiring manager, not as
That was a
another
hiring
role.
manager.
Not as another role. So don't worry, just put that in mind, just to be sure that
Okay.
it validates at each point in time that there's authentication for whatever page that is accessed. Thank you very much. I think you guys did a
Okay.
good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, group.
So
That.
we start the next question in
So
1
we
minute.
are okay. Ibironke,
Yeah.
you want to say something? So group 4.
No, I think he has received enough. No,
All
the truth
right.
is that we didn't have enough time. It would have been great to spend enough time to give feedback one by one, but because of our time is why we are really managing it. And so you need to know that the question we're asking you today is not even detailed for you, and we are also being very lenient because I mean you just have 4 weeks of training, so we are not expecting more. So by the time you go into the proper academic, test for academic properly for 3 months, and the question you are going to be getting, of course, is tougher than this. So I want to believe by that time you'll be cooked. So yeah,
All
Faith,
right.
over
Thank
to
you
you.
so much, our judges, for that, for those questions. I must also say that everything that they are telling you is not a judgment. It's just for you to be able to go back to your table and read more and have more insight to the things that you have done. So take it and grow with it. So right about now, we are rounding up and we'll be going straight to group 2. I have Chidima Madu Kife. Hope I didn't bother your name.
No,
Yes,
no, you didn't.
you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Chidimma Madikife, and I'm representing Group 2 from the TestarsQuarter Bootcamp program. So I'll key a project focused on testing the Temu mobile application, a globally used e-commerce platform. And in this presentation, we will walk you through how we use collaborative manual testing to assess key functionalities, ultimately deliver value by ensuring a smoother shopping experience for our users. So Temu, as we know, is a global e-commerce app known for affordability and variety. As testers, our job was to help ensure that core flows like sign up, login, add to cart feature, and payment worked as intended. And we did not treat this project like just some bootcamp assignments. We treated them as professionals. And we treated this project as a professional experience, applying real-world testing practices from the planning stage to the execution stage. Now let's move to our project goal. So from the beginning of this project, we knew that, and we knew what our goal was, and we were clear on it. We knew that it wasn't just to run tests, it was to mirror a real life team collaboration. Our project was focused on identifying potential defects and documenting them in such a way that empowers decision making. And in order to do this, the first thing we needed to do was to develop solid documentation that would help guide and explain our testing process. And this documentation included a test plan, test cases, PRD documents, and some summary reports. Then we also knew that we had to execute manual tests on the Temu key features that we were assigned to work on. And next, we were to log bugs and UI issues as they arise. And most importantly, we were meant to work in sync as a team, share updates, share tools and responsibilities in real time as a team. Our test focused on 5 core features. These features reflect the user journey. But the first one is the account creation feature. That's the sign up feature. The other one was the login feature. And then we had the password recovery feature. That's the forgot password feature. And there's add to cart operations and also the payment features. These features are fundamental to any e-commerce platform. I mean, if I have an e-commerce platform and I cannot create an account, what exactly is that e-commerce platform doing on my phone? Or if I have an account and I can't log in, so what exactly am I supposed to do with that platform? So these features are essential to any e-commerce experience, and having defects here could ultimately impact a user's trust. So we also explored edge cases and negative test scenarios just to verify the app's behavior beyond all the happy parts. And our approach was flexible, but it was structured. For testing, we followed a manual testing process, and we created and documented test cases, including positive and negative, like I said earlier. We also use exploratory sessions or testing to uncover edge cases and we captured evidences. So to manage the project and to ensure visibility across all our sub teams, we utilize some simple but very effective tools. Number one on the list of these tools will be the almighty Google Sheets. We used it to design our test cases. We also used it to document our results, as well as to log our bugs. Right, everything from the feature testing to the bug reporting, it was structured and it was traceable in one place. Right, our test plan and our test summary reports were created using Google Docs, and that provided like a central reference point for the team for scope and for strategy. Right, we use screen recording tools like S Recorder and Redmi Screen Recorder to record our evidences for the bugs that we identified. And for a seamless team collaboration, especially because we're working across various times and various availabilities, we relied on Slack and on Google Meet for daily stand-ups and progress reports. All of these tools, they kept our workflow organized, they fostered accountability, and they helped us work like a real QA team, even without actually using a formal project management software. So here, as you can see on my screen, is a sample test case from the login feature. In this test case, we were trying to verify that a user who selects another way to log in or sign in can actually use the SMS verification code as an alternative. And the expected result was that the user receives a one-time password that would successfully redirect them to the home page. And as you can see from the sample we have displayed, the test passed just like we expected it to. And this gave us, it confirmed that the user experience was smooth, and it confirmed that there were no delays or issues. We confirmed that there were no delays or issues. And just like this, we documented all other test cases that we executed just to give us traceability and to also help to ensure that our test cases are reproducible. It is important to note that what you see on the screen is just a simplified version of our test cases. Our test cases contained more columns than this 6 columns you see. Our test cases contain other columns that included preconditions, test steps, actual data, actual results, test data, and even a tester's comment in cases where that was needed, just for easy reproducibility, so that anyone who picks our test case document can easily reproduce it. Now, after all the tests, our test execution revealed that we had some failed tests and some passed tests. So in total, we had 70 test cases, and 67 of them passed, while 3 of them failed. Right, we'll talk more about the ones that failed in the next slide. So we achieved full test coverage because all the tests that we planned, we actually executed all of them. And like I mentioned earlier, we explored some edge cases like cart synchronization and CVV stuff. So here we'll talk about the bugs that we identified. So we identified 3 bugs, one relating to the CVV, one relating to the OTP, and one of them relating to the cart syncing. So with the CVV bug, we realized that CVV was accepting incorrect values, and it would accept that and redirect users to the payment gateway, which we figured was not supposed to happen. right? Because anybody can just pick up your card details, impute an incorrect CVV, and they're able to make payments with your card, right, while shopping on the app. So that we identified as a medium severity bug, but something that needed to be fixed immediately. So for us, that was a high priority bug. Then for the cart bug, that we identified that there was an unexpected cart behavior. So when you impute 0 in the cart section for quantity of an item, it automatically deletes the item from the app. That wasn't something that was supposed to happen. When it happened, we were concerned, like we're looking for the app and we're putting ourselves in the shoes of a user. If a user were to mistakenly impute that 0 and your item disappears from cart, you become a bit confused. So if we're going to make user experience better, we needed to fix that. So that's why we identify that as a medium severity bug and medium priority as well. Then for the OTP, we realized that expired OTPs still allow users to log in, and that bug also needed to be found, right? So we made some recommendations for some of these bugs that were identified. So we said for the OTP, the user should enforce, the system should be able to enforce an expiration, right? So that if you say your OTP lasts for 1 minute, it should expire after 1 minute. And for the CVV field, we recommend that both front end and back end validations, just to have a secure flow. For the cart, it's better to prevent 0 quantity entries, or at least confirm from the users if they want to delete an item before deleting it. So our project journey was not without its challenges as any other project. Our biggest challenge was team alignment, which happened basically on the first day because of our diverse availability and schedules. However, we quickly resolved this through clear communication. We broke ourselves into sub teams for easier communications, and we also capitalized on each person's strengths to assign roles, and we set clear deadlines. This structure helped us to work more efficiently throughout the project. So looking back at the project, a key win for us would be that we're able to execute 70 detailed test cases within the short time frame that we had. And we didn't just scribble anything. We ensured that the test cases were clear and they were reproducible. This also helped to sharpen our eyes for user experience, thinking through real life scenarios. And beyond the task, we also strengthened our ability to collaborate through a cross-functional QA team, right? It would be a sin to end this presentation without saying thank you to our mentors, our facilitators throughout this project. Thank you so much for TestarsQuarter and all the Testers facilitator for challenging us, for guiding us, and believing in our growth. This project has given us real taste of QA life, and we are ready to keep going from here. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, someone said Chidima. Group 2. Hey, you people are on fire. Thank you so much.
Noisemakers. They are noisemakers. They are noisemakers.
They did not allow us to rest on the comment section. All right, let us take feedback from our judges.
Madam Bukola can go first. All right, well done, Group 2. Well done, Chidima. Well presented. Thank you very much for that awesome presentation, and also for the very well documented documentation. I just have a few questions to ask. I noticed from your test case, you had some in green, some in red, and I was hoping that perhaps when I look through, I'll be able to see your interpretation of what those colors meant. I think I know the reasons why, but is there any particular reason why you had them in different font colors?
Yes, so the ones in green were to identify positive test cases, and the ones in red were negative test cases.
Okay, all right.
So that was why we separated them.
I deduced once I looked at it. Okay, all right. Then another thing I noticed was it would have been nice. I love the formulation of your test case ID. I could tell what they meant, but perhaps it would have been nice if you, for example, had a, what's it called, to let us know what each one meant. I see your TCLG, TCREG, TCPMT. I guess it referred to login, registration, payment. It would probably have been nice so that we can tell that that is exactly what you are referring to, so that the traceability is very clear. Okay. You get it? So that it's clear. Once we see TCLG, it means you're talking about everything concerning login features, okay, everything concerning registration, everything concerning payments. Yes. I had noted something about the OTP, and in fact, I was so glad. As I wrote it down, I noticed you mentioned it. Because when you were talking about the OTP being reused, the question I asked is, did you check for how long? It may have been nice. Someone said he's it would have been nice, and you mentioned it, that what exactly is perhaps you guys used it within the expiration period. That's the reason why it was reusable. So maybe it would have been nice that when Temu sends the OTP, they also indicate there in the notification that this will expire within 5 minutes, within 10 minutes, so that they indicate, so that you can tell. Then also, I noticed one of your test cases was blank. TCLGO015. I don't know why. I felt it was a very good case, but I didn't see whether you executed it or the reasons why, but it was just blank. Then I did not also see a case which I think was very, very important. Is it possible for me to recreate an account with an already existing email or phone number? Or perhaps I missed that, but I didn't see it. So, but all in all, well done. Let me leave the room for the other judges so that if I have any other questions, I'll come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bimbola, are you here? Do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I am. I missed some of that because I'm on the road and the what's it called? I keep joining and rejoining. But the part that I caught that was really interesting was when she said when the user entered 0 in the cart, it deleted the item. 0 means no in most cases. So I was curious to. I wanted to know what was displayed when you entered 0. Did you just say item deleted? Did it show you any notification, or it didn't, and you had to go look for why that was the case?
So when you impute 0 in the cart, it just
Yes.
automatically deletes the item. Then after a few seconds, maybe like 30 seconds, you see removed successfully. But if you do that same thing on the product listing page, say on the product detail page, they don't let you impute the number 0. They automatically take it to the minimum number that is applicable to that product. So I think we were expecting the same action or the same thing to happen in the cart section, but it didn't.
That's what I was.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think his network is it's breaking. Um it will be unjust for me to ask you guys the question I want to ask. I mean, I don't know if Mr. Bimbo is speaking. Okay. To be unjust to ask you, but you mentioned a statement when you said you did a full test coverage. And my question is, how did you know that you actually carried out a full test coverage? How did you come about that statement? Was
Okay,
it
so
based
I
on it?
meant
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I mentioned that, and I said that because we planned to execute 70 test cases and were able to execute all of them without leaving anyone unexecuted. So that was what made me say that it was a full test coverage, not particularly because we covered every test case that there should be.
Okay, so maybe the best description would be the full test design execution, right? Rather than coverage. But when you say coverage, you are telling us that every possible test scenarios within the boundary of that feature was carried out. But overall, thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation, Chidema.
Thank you.
And I think that brings us to the end. Faith, over to
All
you.
right, thank you so much, our judges, Ibironke Yekinni, Bukola, Omotayo, Abimbola. Thank you so much for joining us and taking up this task to judge our cohort 1 TestarsQuarter scholarship bootcamp. Eniola, welcome back.
Guys, oh my God, my heart. Like, I am so proud of everybody. You guys, group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, you guys did us proud. Oh my God, what a wonderful presentation. Come on, guys. Who would have thought it was just 4 weeks? Jacqueline, 4 weeks, and these guys are, I mean, Temu needs to come and pay for this job that has been done. TestarsQuarter, come and pay us. You know,
Yes.
you guys did amazing. You know, you guys take your flowers. Take your flowers.
Thank you, flowers. That was amazing. That was amazing. I mean, you were able to cover all the STLC life cycle just in 4 weeks. So congratulations to all the teams and for the presentation again.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, these guys, they did not just enter the shoes of a tester, they actually were also working as product managers. So it was like all rounder for them. The only thing they did not do was actually develop the application. Which should have been, of course, out of the world. Next on our presentation, on our agenda today, let me see. We have Simiso coming up. Yes. Do we have that? Oh, okay. One moment so that I could show us Simiso. Hi, Simiso. Simiso is here. All right. So, yeah, so Simiso is on there.
Hello.
On the, hello. All right. So I'm just going to
Can
read
you hear
your
me?
bio. Yes, I can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear. I'll just read
Awesome.
your bio so we can give people insight into who you are. Simiso Kheswa is based in South Africa. He's a hardworking, driven individual with a flair for problem solving, research, and development. Inherently creative, Simiso integrates creativity into his work, demonstrating excellent punctuality, time management, and interpersonal skills. These qualities allow him to excel both individually and within a team. His personal principles and academic background have equipped him with critical project and team management skills. Simiso is committed to working with honesty and integrity, an invaluable characteristic that contributes to the morale and image of the company. He currently serves as a specialist quality assurance analyst at Absa Bank, specializing in software quality assurance, ensuring that data and software programs operate as intended and deliver quality services. His expertise spans business analysis, software development, data engineering, automation, and digital content creation, supported by a strong background in various industries, including retail, insurance, investments, financial services, telecommunications, and entertainment. APQEC 2025, welcome, Simiso.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible.
Definitely, you're audible. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for APQEC for inviting me. I'm so honored, and I was excited when I saw a message from I can't pronounce the name properly. I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
Ibironke.
Yes, Ibironke. Sorry about that. Ibironke. And I was excited. I was like, okay, this is so interesting. And then I was like, it's something that I'm looking forward to present. And today I'll be presenting a session based on use it like a user and not a tester. Is my screen visible? Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. So I'm all the way from South Africa, as you see the South African flag. I'm based in Johannesburg, and these are my social media platforms where you can find me, where I do some content, digital content creation, and on LinkedIn I do push some software and technology stuff where I publish all my work. So this is where you'll find my social media, and then here I just added a quote that I live by daily as a tester, where it says QA engineers solve problems that you didn't know exist in ways you do not understand. So that is one quote I live by from my career. I heard it from someone. I'm not sure about the source, but I once heard it from someone, and then it's always been written in my mind as my daily motto to always strive in this career. So I'll move on to the next slide, whereby this is basically a table of context, which is going to show an overview of what the session will be about. So the first slide will be about my background and my session overview. And then moving on to that, moving on from that, it's going to be basically telling the difference between an end user and a tester. Then we're going to be talking about user experience and usability. Then we're gonna also talk about the benefits of testing like a user, and then also challenges that are related to user experience and expectations, as well as the conclusion, which is tested like a user. So now I'll begin. Okay, I'll start with my background initially. So my journey started about 6 years ago, where I specialized in software quality assurance, ensuring that data and software programs operate as intended, and that I deliver quality programs. I started as an intern in a German company, whereby I was placed in a graduate program where we basically did software engineering, we did business analysis, we did software testing, and then once that software program, the graduate program was done, we had to literally choose which field do you wanna fall under, and then my skills were basically high on the software testing side, and then that's when I chose software testing. Software testing. Sorry, and then I've had experience. So from that graduate program, I moved on to various industries to explore my career and grow my career. I then moved on to banking. I've worked for insurances. I've worked for investment companies. I've also worked for telecommunication, which I can say has equipped me to be where I am today. So that's basically me. I'll just summarize it and keep it there. And then today's session will basically focusing on observing the real user interaction with a product in real life scenarios, rather than just testing a specific defect or technical issue. We'll be basically exploring how and why you need to test like a user, and how to make products actually better for users and be a better tester in general. So now I'll move on to the difference between an end user and a tester. Just to basically summarize what is the difference and why you will need to test like a user when you are conducting your testing, based on my experience. And then, yes, so now I'll start with explaining what a tester's perspective is. As a tester myself, I can say testers focus on seeking bugs and technical issues. We verify strict specifications, and often the approach can usually miss the user's experience when test, because there's so much that you need to focus on. We have BRDs, we have requirements from stakeholders. We can actually miss testing, looking at it from a user's perspective. So we usually just follow specific scenarios, and these are usually structured, and we ensure that we cover everything, but we don't look at things from a user's perspective. However, that can be very limiting to us and as testers, and we don't think that about the problems and challenges that users usually experience on a daily. We just look at it from a testing and a software background, and we just focus on just testing one thing. And that's what I could say is a tester's perspective. So we usually ask ourselves the question that, does this system or product work correctly? And then we follow instructions, and then we just focus on technical validations. That's what a tester does. And now I'm going to elaborate how a user thinks, and an end user's perspective, and how you can differentiate that and start thinking from a different perspective when you're conducting some testing. So now we're going to be looking at an end user's perspective. So users usually focus on how well the software meets their needs and expectation in practical use. I'll emphasize on the usability, functionality, and overall satisfaction. You might have seen recently we have adapted. I'm not sure if some countries do have these speed points when you go to restaurants like KFC or McDonald's. You have those screens where you'll just enter, and then you'll be expected to place your order from those screens. So as testers, we need to make sure that it's easy to use and you are looking at it from a user's perspective, because users usually just explore intuitively. They don't think, oh no, I'll need to look at, they usually don't read manuals. So initially they just think, okay, this looks to be, this seems easy, and I'll need to enter that system and place my order, but not understanding how it actually works, or reading manuals. They just read instructions and just do it as it is. So users just usually ask, will this system help me accomplish my goal or meet my goal? They don't care about anything else like we testers should be looking at or thinking about. So that's how I can say a user's perspective is. And then now I'll be deep diving into how you can actually test like a user instead of a tester, because testers are very technical and users don't care about your rules and interfaces. They just want to use something as simple as possible, and that is going to be easy to them. Okay, now I'm going to move on to the user experience and usability, because it's very important when you start testing as a tester, because you literally need to understand the system from scratch, and especially how the user is going to receive it and how easy it is to use. So I'm now gonna explain what is user experience. So user experience is about how a user feels and perceives the overall interaction with a product, including usability, aesthetic, and emotion. Initially, previously to what I said, when a customer or user enters a restaurant and they have to place an order in a system, they'll literally just click start and then just read the menu or something. They go into it just expecting the result without thinking, will it function or not? Is it easy to use? How, also including the user interface, is it easy to read? Is it bright enough? Are the words not tiny? So that's basically covers what the user experience is. And then I'm going to move on to, is the product easy to use? So initially, testers and developers need to make sure that those products meet the user's goals and expectations. Does it perform exactly how it needs to perform? Does it not crash? Does it not glitch? Because systems usually expect glitches, other words, not small. So initially, us as testers or developers, we need to make sure that it satisfies the user and initially meets that goal. So that's the whole point, initially meeting the goal and making sure that users leave satisfied by using our products or systems. So that's how I could summarize usability within a system. Okay, now I'm going to move to the user experience perspective. We have three main user experience perspective. We have goal orientated, we have emotional correction, and we have people centric. And goal orientation basically focuses on users have specific goals. Sorry about that. Users have specific goals, not test cases. They evaluate based on overall satisfaction, meaning users do not have a technical background. Some people might come from the rural areas, not knowing technology. Well, you as a tester, you need to ask yourself that, will this system that I'm testing be easy enough to use? Will that user be satisfied? Will it be initially simple for them? Can you explain it to a 5-year-old? Can a 5-year-old come into a store and use that system? I'm just going to make a practical example of that. Will you be able to explain the system to a 5-year-old? Because that's how a tester should test when testing a system. Sorry. And then I'm gonna move on to the emotional connection. Users bring emotion and diverse context. Their feelings influence product perception, meaning it doesn't matter how fast the system is. Users just want to use something that is more efficient to them, that is more easy to understand and I can say tangible, so that it's more simple and easy for them to meet their goals. Then I'm going to move to people-centric. And people-centric basically focuses on user test, focuses on people that will be using that system. It's about the interaction with the product. Is it easy to use? Is it hard? What type of feedback do you expect to get? Well, do you think that user will be satisfied using that system? So basically, when testing, you need to have all these three perspectives, main perspective, I could say, when you start testing initially, because that's something that I learned early in my career. Basically, having a user's mindset when initially I start testing. So I'm gonna deep dive into that now by showing you an example of a case study. So as soon as a tester starts, I'm gonna speak about myself. As soon as a tester starts a project, they are given usually a BRD, which is a business requirements document with I can say different requirements from stakeholders or clients, saying what do they want the system to do, and basically what will satisfy the users. So here I have a case study of an online shopping app whereby you have a customer and a seller, whereby they need to interact, and they need it's basically an online shopping cart. Basically, we have two users, which is the seller and the customer, and they have to now interact within the system. So as you can see, the customer will view the product, add the products to the cart, and place an order. And then from the seller will be able to view those products and what that customer is buying. And then the seller will be able to update the product in the background, or add or remove products. But then from this case study, you can see a whole overview, a holistic overview of how the customer and user interact. So when you start testing, coming back to how I start testing, you'll be given requirements and sometimes use cases or diagrams. So you need to look at, okay, how will I conduct my testing? Will I meet all the users' requirements? Will I be testing will I actually be testing the whole system end to end? Will I be touching all the components? Will I be touching all the components, and will I make sure that the user is able to enter each and every let's say page or part of a system? Initially, you'll just be looking at that. So this is just a case study. You can go online and just search case studies and just look for use case diagrams, because that shows how much you need to test as a user, because it looks at different perspectives from a user and from a seller. For example, the online shopping system. So you basically look at testing from all different perspectives, and then that will help you to test all components and make sure that it meets the user's expectation and goals initially. So yeah. Then I'll now move on to the benefits of testing like a user. So benefits of testing like a user, we have four. I've listed only four main benefits, which is the unexpected use test, unexpected use cases, emotional response, pain point identification, and real life context. So I'll be explaining these ones. So starting by the unexpected use cases. So this uncovers the use cases and workarounds of testing initially. This boosts versatility and helps you test from different perspectives, not just a user. I mean, it's a tester's perspective. You are able to know where each user is coming from. Let's say there's more than one user using that system. Let's say there's for example, I'm going to make an example of a shopping cart initially. So who the customer that takes the the customer that buys the product, the customer that receives the products, the seller, and and the seller. So you'll basically be looking at it from all three different perspectives, and then by just that, it will be beneficial to you, so that you are able to let's say you for instance you do find a defect, and then you can be able to explain to the developer or the business analyst that so from this perspective I tested this and this doesn't meet the user's end goal, so can you please look at from this lens, and then fix it in a particular manner so that it will be easy to use. So because some things can be complex, and then taking it back to the developer could not be lenient enough. So you'll need to explain it from a different perspective, and that coming from this type of user, it would be hard for me to access a card, or to put in my details or my credit cards, so just all things like that. And then moving on to emotional response, this reveals the emotional impact on products. This usually builds strong user connection. And then I'll also move on to pain points identification, which helps in identifying actual pain points a lot better. It relieves the user struggles initially. So this helps in identifying where the user struggles. Are they able to put that product in the cart? Are they able to enter the credit card details? Are they able to see the delivery details? So this initially testing like a user will initially help you in seeing in identifying issues and seeing what issues could a customer face. And then I'll move on to the real life context. Sorry. Guys, can you see my screen? Sorry. Hello?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'm just talking too fast. Please tell me if I'm talking too fast.
You're good.
Okay, no problem. Then I'll move on to the real life context. Real life context is basically understanding how products fits into the daily life of users. This helps provide an invaluable context. Now I'll be moving on to challenges related to experience and challenges related to user experience and expectation. I've listed a couple of challenges, namely unpredictability, reproducibility, edge case detection, mindset shift, time constraints, and lack of automation. So I'm going to go back and explain these. And unpredictability. User behavior is often random and unpredictable, making it difficult to anticipate all possible scenarios and interactions. I'm going to move on to reproducibility. Bugs or issues discover user-based testing and can be hard to replicate consistently, leading to difficulty and debugging and fixing them. I'll move on to edge case detection. This is when users accidentally use features in ways not originally intended, revealing unexpected edge case that might be missed in structured testing. Mindset shifts. A user-based approach requires testers to adapt a user-centric perspective, focusing on the user experience and potential pain points. Time constraints, and time constraints is mostly is one challenge that testers usually face, whereby exploring all possible interactions can be time consuming, especially if the time scope is broad. And then we have lack of automation. User-based testing is often not well suited for automation, making it more of a manual process. So these are some of the challenges that are related to user experience and that users or testers could experience and make it hard for them to test like a user. Then I'll move to techniques to think like a user. So we have know instructions, real world goals, holistic journey, and observe emotions. In know instructions, use instructions, use the product without reading the instructions first. This initially explores the organically initially. So the real world goals initially talk about setting goals instead of testing features. This focuses on the desired outcome. The holistic journey is a technique that considers the entire user journey. It doesn't isolate interactions. And then we have observe emotions, which is a technique that pays close attention to your own emotional response. Notes it can be sometimes frustrations and joys. Like, is the system fast enough? Doesn't it glitch? If it's fast enough, how happy and satisfied are you? And then I'll move on to the conclusion of tested like a user. How can we test it like a user? I could say you will need to implement some strategies. I've listed 3 strategies that might work, that have been proven to work, which is the cross-functional shadowing, user for a day exercise, and remove testing document. And then going back to cross-functional shadowing, teams observe each other's work, fostering empathy, meaning you can ask in a team, you can ask another tester to check the work that you've done and if you've covered everything, because that could be beneficial to you in case you don't see that something in a user's perspective. So they could come and be like, no, you didn't write this test case clearly. You will need to structure it in a certain way so that when a user is using a system, they're able to understand it. So that's basically cross-functional shadowing. And then use it for a day exercise. This is when employees immerse themselves as users. Basically, they experience the product firsthand. So let's say, just going back to starting a project, you guys will be introduced a system, and then from before testing that system, you just, without doing documentation, seeing the BRD or the different artifacts and documentations and diagrams, you just need to use a system and just understand it. And then from that, you will know already what those issues are and how can you actually, on what approach can you actually take in order to test that specific product just by using it without any documentation or understanding or reading a manual. So that is what a user for a day exercise is. And then we have remove testing documentations. And then this initially is evaluating without specific documentation. This encourages interaction. As I previously said, in the user for a day interaction, you can initially just remove documentation and say, I want to use the system for the first time without doing anything. Let's say another company, an outsourced company, comes and be like, we want to introduce a specific system to this company. Can you please have your testers tested? But using these implementation strategies, you can then just be like, okay, I want to take some time and remove documentation and just want to test the system as it is. And that you'll basically adapt to how the system works and understand it from scratch without viewing documentations or initially something as simple as reading a manual. So what I can say as a conclusion is that you will need to balance technical excellence with user empathy. Users care about their goals, not about the backend or the system or where the tester comes from. So success does not work. Success is not just does it work, but do they love it? So the best products satisfy both testers and users. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That concluding statement about success is not just does it work, but rather do they actually like it? It's actually, it speaks a lot, right? Because you could actually see some products that have a lot of features, but the user experience is so poor, and users, it's a rich product, but then the way the users have to go through it is probably burdensome for them. And for that reason, they just opt out. So even though it's working, users do not love it. Thank you so much for that stuff. And on that, talking about user for a day exercise, I think this is what everyone of us should actually we should put in our teams, where we for a day don't do your day job, be someone else, be the user, see what they see, feel what they feel, and for that you might actually have a different perspective to what's happening. And I also like cross-functional shadowing. Sometimes you need to have a new set of eyes. When you've looked at something for so long, you miss certain things. But when you then bring in someone else, they start seeing things that you didn't see because you've gotten so comfortable with that thing. Thank you so much for that. It was quite insightful, quite eye-opening. Jacqueline, anything from you? What do you take away from here?
I think the most important thing I've gotten from the session is the user does not come with a manual. So when you're testing, just know that the user will not come with a manual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Simiso. We have a lot of people who are saying this is their takeaway from here, and this was really, really enlightening for them. Thank you so much. All right, APQEC 2025, and that's the end of Simiso's session. And now we'll be going to the next session that will be handled by Shey Camille, and he will be talking to us about testing the expected results and not the code. All right, Shey is our next speaker. I'll just take us through his bio so we can see who Shey is. So Shey Camille, based in Cameroon. Shey is a QA engineer, developer, and open source contributor, passionate about building and testing high quality software. His experience spans automation, system testing, and innovative testing strategies with a strong focus on validating expected outcomes rather than just code implementation. He actively contributes to open source projects, sharing knowledge and collaborating with the global testing community to push the boundaries of software quality. So taking us today on testing the expected results and not the code, we have Shey Camille. Hi, Shey. Welcome.
Welcome, Shey.
Hi, Christiana.
Hi,
Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
clear. We can see your slides.
Okay. Sorry about the topic mismatch. My topic was, I changed my topic. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. That works.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that beautiful introduction.
You're welcome.
A quick heads up, my internet is currently very unstable, and I want to make sure that you don't miss any part of the session. So I'll be playing a pre-recorded presentation that I did, and stick around and let's do it. Hi everyone, it's amazing to be here with you guys today, and thank you for joining from wherever you are. Before we dive in, let me share a quick story. A while back, I was reviewing some automated test reports when I noticed a very strange pattern. Almost every night when my pipeline ran, a few tests would fail, but this behavior wasn't consistent. So after digging, I realized the root cause was something deceptively simple. A button's class name had changed during a small UI tweak. And this made me realize if one innocent UI change can break an entire test suite, how can we make our tests smarter and more resilient? That is when I discovered the power of AI-driven self-healing. And today, we are going to explore exactly that. How do we adapt to UI changes without constantly rewriting our tests? How can AI help us heal broken selectors, and bring more stability to our pipelines. My name is Shey Camille, and in this session, we will unpack the world of adaptive test automation. We're going to focus on AI and how AI helps repair broken selectors. And then we are going to see practical implementation of that. All right, let's get into it. Now, let me ask you, how many of you have had a test fail just because an ID changed? The button still works, but your test fails. Sounds familiar, right? Now, here's the problem. Traditional automation tools rely heavily on exact selectors. And if there's any change, boom, your test fails. Now, what if your automation was smart enough to adapt? That is where AI healing, and it works in 4 steps. First of all, AI learns element patterns during test recording. When an element, if something changes, AI analyzes the DOM structure, that is the HTML structure, and it tries to find similar elements using things like position, visible text, and button type. Then this is where the magic happens. AI updates the locator strategy automatically. No manual fixes and no test reruns. In this example, the original test tries to find the submit button, but during a UI update, it becomes new submit button. AI says, wait, this button is in the same position. It says submit button, and it's still a submit button. So it patches the test on the fly and keeps on going. All right, now that we've covered how AI helps us repair broken selectors, let's look at how this works under the hood. All right. Now let's shift gears a little from the slides. I'll walk you through a real-world hands-on example of AI-powered test healing in action. Now, imagine you're running a test and the app changes slightly. Maybe a developer renames an ID. Normally, that breaks your automation, right? In this demo, we've added some AI-powered resilience. Let me show you how it works. Here we have our HTML file, the file we're actually testing. We've got basic input. We have a name, email, password, and register button. Pretty standard stuff. The goal of our test is to fill this form and click the register button. Now we are going to simulate a case where these fields, each of these fields, they get renamed. Like you see here, there are selectors, they get renamed, and we are going to see how AI steps in to recover. Let's move to the next file. Here we have AIhelpers.js. Now this is where the magic happens. Let me explain just two key functions we build. First, we have a smart fill and a smart click. In the smart fill function, we are basically saying we give all the selectors, and if they fail, it sends the HTML structure to an AI model. In our case, we're using Gemini. Like you see here, it's a lightweight AI model. And we are saying, hey, I was looking for the name field, and here's the DOM. Can you suggest another selector? That's what we are basically saying here. And for the smart click, it works exactly the same, but for clicking buttons. It's great for submit buttons that might change class, ID, or even tag. Right. We also sanitize the AI response before using it, just to keep things clean. Now let's move to the next file. Here we have selectors.json. In this file, we store all of our selectors for each field.
Yeah, you can stop recording, Shey, or you're muted.
Fallback selectors. Now, notice how
you're mute. Okay.
We've added broken or
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
for each field. Like you see
Sorry about that. Let me,
for example,
see if I can share.
button.
So where do I start? Do I start from the...
Yeah, just start from where you stopped. You're no longer on the stage. You have like 10 minutes more.
Okay.
You can stop recording. Do you want to reshare your screen?
Yes, I want to share my screen.
All right, please do.
Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, but your text is very tiny. You might want to zoom out. I don't know if the Zoom plus can do that or something.
Better now.
Return it. You were big. Yeah, I think it's okay. You can just go ahead because of time.
Oh, all right. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, we have our HTML here. So this is the HTML file I was talking about before in the video. So we have a name, email, password, and register. So we are trying to fill each of these inputs and click on the register button. All right, let's talk about the AI helpers. So this is where the magic happens. I'll explain two functions here, the smart fill and the smart click. In the smart fill, when we are running our tests, we are basically saying we are testing for the selector and the fallback selectors. And if it fails, now we call our AI, and we are saying to AI, we try to get an element, but we couldn't find it. Can you help find an alternative? And with a smart click, it does the same thing, but for clicking buttons. Let me go to the actual test. Here we have the actual test. And notice how we don't use hard-coded selectors here. In a smart field, we pass the field we are testing and the selector. This is the selector here. And we don't pass our selectors here. We don't hard code it here because we have a different class for that. We have a different class for our selectors. For the HTML page, we have, these are the fields. And for each field, we have an array of fallback selectors. Then we see for the name, we have a name and we have some jargons here. So we can add fallback selectors here. It's a good practice for automated tests. But I won't waste time. I'll run a test so we can see how that works. So do npx error test, and notice here we have an ID, full name, but in the selectors file we have a name. So if you see the results here, AI is saying fail to fill name with a name and fail to fill name with this, because we don't have any. If you check our HTML, we have an ID. We have an ID full name, and it also says email. Sorry, yeah, AI healing for name. So AI was trying to find this selector, and it couldn't find it. So we send the page structure, the HTML structure, we sent it to AI, and AI analyzed our page, and it gave us the right selector. Let me come back here. So when we are sending prompts to AI, we are sanitizing the response to get rid of any CSS and stuff like that. In our case, we're using Gemini. It's a lightweight AI model, and it's free actually. So this is how the AI works. First, it tries to fill the input with the selectors we give here, with the fallback selectors. And if none is found, that is where AI jumps in. And AI jumps in. When AI jumps in, it suggests a selector. Let me try something else. I'll just rename the password. I'll put anything else. And in here, yeah, we'll leave this like this. And then we'll run a test again. You see here for password, it's filling password with this selector here because it's present. And so we changed the password, we changed the ID. So if we run our test now, you're going to see what happens to the password input. First, it's going to say fail to fill password with dash. Yeah, like you see here, AI says fail to fill password with password because there's no. Our idea is password and some numbers. But here we just pass password here. So when that fails, AI jumps in, like you see here, AI healing for password. So it fetches this automatically. And the goal here is there is no manual fix and there's no test runs. AI updates the test automatically and keeps going. And if you see here, our test pass, this is how this is how our HTML look, our HTML form. This is how it looks like. Okay, I think that is it for AI healing. I hope you get the idea. And the key takeaway here is AI doesn't just suggest selectors, it also heals. So we don't have to rewrite our tests manually. And that is a huge maintenance burden. So I'll open the floor for questions. I know the presentation wasn't smooth, so I'll open the floor for presentation if there's questions. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Shey. I think we're able to see AI in practice when it comes to self-healing. That was introduced in the first topic, in the first day, by Joyce. AI utilization in self-healing and the number of tools that can be used in the same. So it's really nice to at least see the practical bit of it. So, any questions in the chat?
No, there isn't questions. I mean, people are dropping fire emojis and they're dropping thank yous for Camille. I think understanding that utilizing AI here removes that maintenance burden is actually quite impressive. So I don't have to constantly keep going back to my test to edit and edit and edit. So seeing that at play where the AI didn't just suggest the selectors, but it actually went back and put in the right stuff where necessary for tests that previously failed. That was really, that's quite interesting. That saves a lot of time and energy that would have spent into manual work by the tester. So thank you, Camille, for that very insightful session. It was a learning opportunity for me personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that will be our last speaker of the conference as we go into the panel discussion, which I'll just allow Ajala to introduce the panelists. We expect an exciting closing session. Ajala, go ahead.
Okay, guys, this is the last session, the panelist session for APQEC 2025, and this is going to be a global roundtable discussion about building an internationally recognized product quality culture. And we have 3 people on the panel session with us today. It will be moderated by Ibironke herself. So I'm just going to read the bio of all the people on this session to you, starting with Mr. Abimbola Babalola, who is resident in Nigeria. Abimbola Babalola is a software testing quality assurance expert, Microsoft certified professional, and technology consultant with almost 2 decades of experience across Nigeria's information technology industry. Working in several capacities within the technical, product, and business milieu of Nigeria's banking and fintech domains, he became adept at interpreting business strategy in technology context while straddling the complementary worlds of business operations, digital compliance, software development, and quality assurance. He pioneered Web 14's QA department, Sterling Bank's Testing Center of Excellence and lead System Specs testing team, where he established the software quality assurance testing practices and defined the unit's SDLC, STLC standard operating procedures, in addition to resourcing the teams accordingly. He currently heads Sterling Bank's Agile Solutions Practice Center in the engineering group, deputizing the Director of Engineering in Software Development, Operations, and Technical Projects. APQEC 2025, please welcome with me, Mr. Abimbola Babalola. Good to have you. Good to have you. All right. Our next panelist is Mr. Demola Adesina, also Nigeria. Demola Adesina is a global leader in software quality and testing with over 28 years of experience driving excellence in complex tech programs. As the founder and CEO of Testing Academy since 2006, he has helped organizations from multinationals to government agencies embed quality at the core of their systems through consulting, coaching, and training. Currently serving as president of the Association of Nigeria Software Testers, ANST, Demola champions the professionalism of testing in Nigeria, advocating for its recognition as a national priority. He sees software testing as leadership, an essential form of digital governance that builds trust, mitigates risk, and enables transformation. Demola is also sought after international speaker and advisor to C-suite leaders, known for shaping enterprise strategies and fostering quality-first cultures. His mission is to make software quality a boardroom and policy level concern in today's digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Mr. Demola Adesina. Hello, sir. It's good to have you. Thank you very much. All right. And last but not the least is Linian Anyago from Kenya. Lilian Ayago is a chairperson and co-founder of ISTQB Kenya, the official representative body for ISTQB in the region, providing exams and certifications to quality assurance and software testing professionals. With a background in business information technology, she plays a key role in managing ISTQB exams and certifications across Kenya. Linian has represented Kenya at ISTQB General Assembly conferences in Israel and Denmark, reflecting a commitment to advancing global standards in software testing. She is also a member of the Konza Technopolis Consultative Group on the proposed Kenya Software Center of Excellence and serves as the convener of the Software Quality Conference Kenya, a platform for driving thought leadership and collaboration in software quality. APQEC 25, please welcome Lilian Anyago. Hello, hello, ma'am. Good to have you here. All right, and our moderator herself, Ibironke Yekinni. We already know about her.
You don't have to introduce me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I removed on stage. Thank you. Thank you. All right. This panel session is a very interesting one, and one of the reasons why it's set is because we are supposed to be four, but Mr. Luxin is currently having a lot of connectivity issues, so I don't think he'll be joining us. So he's supposed to join us from Zimbabwe. So yeah, it's great to have every one of you. Thank you so much, Madam Lilian, Mr. Demola, Mr. Bimbola. I mean, I think by the name you will know them. You don't need to describe them much. Thank you, and thank you so much for having me and being here. Though, Madam Lilian, you are muted, and Bimbola, you're on mute as well. So you may want to unmute your mic as we start. Can anybody see my face?
Yes, we can see
And
your
you can
face.
hear my voice.
We can hear your voice. Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. So let's get started. This is the last session for the entire African Product Quality Engineering Conference 2025. So yes, we're just going to end it with this amazing panel session. And I love the combination of what we have, combination of technical, governance, certification, things that all of this mix to build our culture. So my first question would be to Mr. Demola. To you, what would you say authentic quality culture looks like. And I'm asking that in terms of your life, your lived experience, not on theory that most people knows. So what would you say authentic quality culture looks like?
Authentic quality culture.
Mm.
Two-pronged, top down, bottom up. And bottom is not to infer any kind of disrespect at all. It's just the bottom is where the soldiers are. So if we want a culture of quality, then of course we need an army of people who are going to push that forward and enforce it and coach it and teach it and make it a lifestyle and a culture for the environment within which they are. So at this point, I'm looking at Africa as a global village. So if we look at Africa as a global village, then we should have an army of really talented, experienced, and skilled quality engineers who are pushing that agenda 25/7, 377 days a year. So that's the first thing. Now, from a top perspective, we then need to make sure that our leaders are educated. When I say leaders, I mean captains of industry. I'm not talking about the government. That's a separate conversation. But first things first is the industries that we are serving. The leaders, they are the people that hold the purse strings. Those guys, they need to have a full appreciation of what it is that we're trying to achieve. What are we trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is very simple, but very complex. I just want the guy who is paying somebody for a service that is being delivered using a digital platform. I just want them to have value for money. That's all. And that is one of the most difficult things to achieve, especially within our village in Africa. Not because we can't do it, but because it's evolving. And it's evolving very quickly. Tech space is very, very swift. And so a lot of people are playing catch up. So that is what the problem is. This is not to say there are some people that don't know what they're doing. No, 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 no. This is to say there has been a rapid incline, a rapid development in tech. FinTech, for example, is going crazy. And so we have to catch up with it. And from a leadership perspective, those guys are more focused on how they don't drop the ball for the new wave of business that is coming their way. But in that, we need to say to them, guys, you have customers and your customers need to be happy. Let us not teach our customers the culture of mediocrity. So that's what I see from a quality perspective.
Wow. Wow. That makes sense. So I'm gonna ask Lillian. Lillian, for you, what's the biggest misconception that people have about QA role when it comes to product success or failure?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, and thank you for having me here today. So I'd say the biggest misconception people have is that QA people are often, they're perceived as a bottleneck in the release process. They are seen as they are delaying the release of the process. They are delaying the development process, while in actual sense, QA is there to ensure that the product is of a good quality. We want the customers to be satisfied at the end of it all. So as much as we are taking time to do our testing, we want to thoroughly check everything. We might take time, we might cause some delays, but the thing is that at the end of it all, we will have a product that satisfies the customers. Because if we take a shorter time, we don't do our work thoroughly, there'll be at the end of it all, we'll have more work to do. There'll be rework to be done, which in actual sense will take much longer. Yeah, so I think that is actually one of the misconceptions.
Okay. Not saying anything yet until the third speaker has also said something. I mean, I'm happy to know that this problem and this misconception is general. It's not limited within my country alone. Okay, so let's go to Abimbola. Have you ever had a fight for quality in a room where it wasn't welcome? And what did that teach you?
Okay, so absolutely yes. And essentially, I know I've been the lone voice in the room many times to say, we're not going live, and I look like the demon, and you don't want us to make money, you don't want us to. So this is quite common. I think what it has taught me really is to be able to communicate to different stakeholders in their own language. And I'm very happy that that theme has run through. I mean, Ibironke, you mentioned it. When Olaoluwa and Emmanuel were talking as well, they mentioned that, because communication is not what you say to people, it is what they hear from you, right? It is not, I mean, I could be speaking Greek to you, I'm talking, but if you don't understand Greek, I'm not communicating. So it's really what they hear. So if, a product manager wants to go live and you're just telling him, no, you can't go live because there's a problem, that's not enough. Because you have to articulate it in the context of what are ramifications of going live to the very customers you're trying to serve. Now, if that appreciation is fully understood, I know I've had people, come to my side of the table to say, okay, fine, BB, let's look at it together. So instead of saying, how long, let's go like that, they'll ask me, look, how long can it take? What do you need to do it in the fastest time possible? And by the time you're hearing things like that from people who would naturally resist, your take as on a go live strategy, then you're communicating. So I think, in essence, in the room, the biggest thing he has taught me is to communicate to the different stakeholders in the SCLC in language they understand, so that I'm communicating and not just talking to them. Thank you.
At least one thing stood out here: communicate in the language you understand, not just communicating. Because yes, we say it a lot that people should communicate, communicate the value, communicate, but if you're not communicating in the language that they will understand, even though I'm speaking Kenya language, yes, Jackie will probably be hearing me and everybody will be like, what is she talking about? Even though we are all communicating together, that makes sense. So this is just to round up my question on culture, right? And this everyone will have to go around to answer this question. Was there ever a time when quality mindsets clashed with business urgency? And how did you navigate that? Let's go to you, Mr. Demo.
Yes, with the kind of with the kind of assignments that I have recently, it's opened my eyes. So I have a leadership problem. I have a CFO problem. You understand? I have a CTO that's reporting to CFO. So if the CTO is reporting to the CFO, then whenever the CTO wants anything, the CFO says, we can't afford it. That's his job. So yes, we see this all the time. And this is the reason why in my spiel earlier, I was saying that it's a two-pronged approach. There is a need to coach leaders. There is a need for them to understand that this thing we do is essential. Going to Lillian's point, we don't cause bottlenecks. We don't cause delays. That's not us. That's the product. Because if we started at the early stage, then we wouldn't have that problem. The only reason we have that problem is that we have this much to do in this much time. That's not a testing problem. That's a planning problem. You understand? So I come across this all the time, and my take with the people that I speak with is that you have to accept that testing must be involved from the point in time where you are speccing requirements. If you don't do that, I'm not saying you need to deploy a full team, but testing must be. In fact, if you have a vendor, testing must be involved from the time when you are negotiating with the vendor. So we are shifting so left that we are now falling down. And that is my advice to them, because if you have a vendor, it means at least you can hold them to account to what they're supposed to be delivering. And if your testers are on board during your requirements gathering phase, it means that we can use automation, we can use AI, we can use a number of things, because we're all working together as one whole team at the beginning. And we're not doing this in retrospect. We're being proactive rather than reactive. But for all that to happen, We need the ladies and gentlemen upstairs to actually understand what it is. Back to BB's point, they really need to understand what it is that we're doing. Now, I'm going to say something controversial. These days, the world is very forgiving. BB will bear me witness. When we started out in QA, there are some things that happen today that CTOs had to resign over them. But today, you put in some nice comms out there. We ask a nice person, very nice, kind person like Ibironke to go and talk to them there. We pay her double her salary, and she will go and she will do a fantastic job. Tell them how it's an act of God, and everybody will be happy with that, and we accept it, and we all go back home. That needs to change. That needs to filter up to board level for people to actually understand that if you don't have QA inside your plan, you don't have a plan.
Amazing. Madam Lillian, what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. So I think all this just in line with the perception of Kiwis, we are seen as an afterthought. So it's like our voice is not heard from the very beginning. So it's like we come towards the end. So I think this sometimes brings some conflicts or some clashes. And I think it's time that QA needs to be heard, not just towards the end, not just testing, but from the very beginning of the project. While we're coming up with the requirements, the QA team needs to be there so that there's that constant collaboration, there's that constant communication with all the stakeholders, and the QA can be seen. Their work can be seen from the very beginning. Yeah, so I think that's what I think about it.
Amazing. I have a question in my mind, but allow since we are using BB now instead of Merewa, that was sounding like baby. I will allow BB to go ahead.
You've given us ideas now.
I don't know. Go ahead, Abibola. What do you think?
I mean, they've already. I mean, I just wanted to. So, the quality mindset, product mindset. Honestly, and maybe this is an unpopular opinion, and I hope I don't bring my penchant for unpopular opinions onto the conference. For me, honestly, in my entire career in QA, I can't really recall a time that I've been seen as an afterthought. Because any team I work with, I like meeting people where they are. And for us not to be seen as an afterthought and to reduce that clash between both mindsets, we have to be more. When I'm on a team, for example, I want to push a bug to a developer. I just want to tell you it's not working. Most likely I've drawn the logs. I'm probably sending it to you with the log snippet. Even if I don't understand what that log snippet is, with that simple move, I've already cut down a whole set of things back when I need to do requests for logs from DevOps, start to pay through possibly hours of log output. I've already solved out of the problem. In fact, in some cases, I see 400 bad requests. I go to the API, check out the request body. Something could be null. I use MonoSnap, I highlight it, send it to him with everything. For me, that old thing of QA fights with devs, I don't think I've really, gone deep in that direction. It's a point of value add. Look, we have to earn that position of not being overlooked. It can't be given to us automatically. It needs to be earned. And how can it be earned? You deliver value. I once worked in a place where they fired the product manager at some point. Guess who they nominated to start writing the requirement documents? Me. Till today, those requirement documents are still referenced in that company till today. Why? I'm a QA guy. Why am I writing requirement documents? Because they see, by the time I sit down, the questions I ask, and all these things, you need to develop yourself just beyond that small niche of testing. Testing is different from QA. Testing is about finding the bugs. QA is about preventing it. And you can't stay in that space of preventing it without having some kind of strategic input. which leads to conversations with people outside of the QA team, which leads to you getting noticed. Which is somebody remembering that, this meeting, let me call BB. It must be in the last meeting. So I'm saying, yes, there are clashes today. I think there is a part of people accepting us, but in my own opinion, we have to earn it. It is not and should not be automatic. We have to deliver more value than we are doing right now to earn that position of being relevant and then decrease the clashes between the mindsets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, now the fire I was looking for started coming out. I only sent the question as a trap to make it come on board. So now I can start using the question that I actually created for this final session. So, I mean, I hear you, Abimbola, when you mentioned about we should have more value and deliver more value. That way, we don't even need to ask for it. They wouldn't give it to us at default, but when you show value, they will bring it. And I want to support an opposition, right? Support in the sense of, if you notice, I've been using the term product quality engineering for a while, even before it became like a conference title, because for me, I understand that if you really want to be involved in quality, you can't start talking about quality because you are testing and you're not a QA engineer because you're a tester. They are two different things. And quality is not when you start writing your test case, and like it comes from the moment that we start thinking about the solution we want to build. To start even meeting with the business owner to say, okay, well, why do you want to build this feature? Do we not have something already existing that can stand in for this? Do we need to create a new feature? We need to revamp what we currently have. So yes, I understand the whole scope of how to build your entire skill set around products, to testing, to engineering, to DevOps, even to customer service people, your technical support. You are meant to work with them all around, even to your designers and all of that. But where I'm opposing the motion, not like an opposing, but where I wanted you to deliberate on before we now move into workflow, is when a developer person comes to, I mean, I know the answers to my question, but yeah. When a developer person comes to the team, they come to build a solution, right? They don't need to fight to get their value seen. When a product manager comes into the team, a QA person will tell you that everything PM does is conversation. I'm probably right. They are not even as technical as a tester. When they also come to the team, they are not fighting to be seen or to be relevant, or they are not doing anything extra, so to speak. Just like a developer is not doing anything extra. Why do I, as a QA person, have to do something extra? Over to you.
Okay, was that for me?
Yeah, that's probably okay.
So, and thanks, Ibironke, for bringing this up, right? Very important question to say, why is the bar higher for recognition for the QA guys than the development guys? It's very simple. They are creators. They create the substrate on which the rest of QA works on, right? See, if something has not been written, there is nothing to, there is no view to QA, because they are positioned in the SDLC chronologically occurs before QA. So it's just, for example, look at DevOps, for example. Can DevOps move to production what I've not tested? No. So you would argue, right, that in that sense, I am recognized before a DevOps guy, in a mature, agile, environment. So I'm saying, I don't think I would begrudge that position, right? Because it's easier for them to be seen, because they build it. When the QA become, people like Demola, for that planted the seeds, people that planted the seeds that, are growing today into the trees that we have of QA today. Before, there was no QA. The developer was everything. QA, product manager, it just evolved. So I think the direct answer to your question is that, for two reasons. Number one, they create the substrate on which QA works. So naturally, they are seen first.
And because the QA function it's easier to bastardize the QA function, meaning somebody can just say, okay, I'm checking something, I've tested, real take, right? So it's easy for them to be recognized first. And then two, they simply are on an earlier phase in the SDLC. So they will be seen first. So I don't think that is unusual, and which is why I always still say it. A fantastic QA person will probably not remain a QA guy for long. Because by reason of that rigor, being forced to do more, your domain knowledge, you become a consultant, even for the developers. I know some developers today, before they write code, they will come to me and say, Bibi, let's talk about this. Why? Because the rigor you've taken yourself through, you've outgrown just that automatic recognition. You've now become embedded as a value point in the SDLC. So you're right, but I still maintain that QA, we need to undergo that rigor so that we can occupy our right position, which is not even on QA, which extend across the entire SDLC vertical. Thank you.
Awesome. Mr. Demola, what do you want to say to that?
I agree with Vivi that the army must be fully armed to the teeth. Agree. In fact, they must have international and native ammunition. I agree. Which means there will be some funny things they tie on their arm. But where is the battle? When did it start? What caused the fight? So I have a little theory about this recognition thing. It's just something I observed a few years ago. A long time ago in Bethlehem, before baby Jesus, we had the waterfall. Yes? Then after that, we had RAD. Then after that, we had V model. Then we had W model. Then we had U model. And now we have Agile. Do you know what I noticed? None of those things was developed by any tester. See, and I always say this, they are development frameworks. They are build frameworks. They are the ways in which we build products. The Agile one blew my shoes off because I wasn't wearing socks that day. Because Agile Scrum was published and there was no testing in it. And I thought to myself, so what is all the big grammar you people have been blowing over the last 10 years? All you have succeeded in doing is taking RAD, putting it out there, stripping it of all documentation, which I really hate, because a tester gets on board 3/4 of the way through. You have to spend like 1 month trying to understand because everything is inside everybody's head. We spend too much time in meetings, but let's forget that. So if we are not recognized because we were not invited to the naming ceremony. So you are the people that they give takeaway pack. So go and eat inside the what's that thing? After flow, what's it called? Because if you are invited to the party, they will give you access card. You will wear Ashoebi. We are not wearing the STLC Ashoebi. That is the problem. Why are we not wearing the STLC Ashoebi? Because the program of the day does not have testing in it. There is one small thing somewhere at the bottom after item 7 that says some strange people with big beard are going to come and do something. And because we are bullies like that, we send Abimbola to them, and people like myself, and we bang the table and we show our excellence, and they say, okay, all right. You better let them do it because these ones will beat us. But that's not the way it should be. There should be a collaboration. There should be a recognition. We are talking about requirements. I've gone a step further. I've said, forget requirements. When we are signing a deal with a vendor to deliver something for us, if we're not going to have that bottleneck, we need to hold the vendor to what they're supposed to be testing as well. Who's going to do that? So this is the reason why I'm a great advocate of actually sitting down and saying, guys, our managers, our senior leadership team don't know anything about what we do. It's time to educate and coach them. Because if they understood that, they would ask questions. Do you see what I mean? So that's my point. I agree with what Abimbola says, but what is the point of a fantastic army if they are not going to be allowed to start to fight at the right time? Is my point.
Amazing. Madam Lillian, do you have anything to add to that?
Quite a lot has been said, quite insightful. So just to add on to that, So yes, as a QA, we need to be heard. We don't. Okay, why is it that the devs are given more priority, or they are ranked higher than the QA? So why is it that we are seen as lower? So we need to be heard. The thing is, at the end of the day, if the QA team is not there, what is going to happen to this product? Are we going to have a good quality product? What is going to happen? We need to think about that. So I think the situation has forced us to actually shout and to put ourselves out there to be seen, because we are not being seen. As much as we are very important in the whole process, we are not being seen. So we need to also just put ourselves out there. We need to tell them the importance of our work. They need to see our work is very important. Without us, there will be issues. So yes, since we are not being seen, we need to shout so that we can be seen. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. So I'm thinking I'm just going to have 2 questions round, and then we have a roundup for today. So my question to Madam Lillian, still going back to you, is what is the most challenging part of scaling QA in a distributed cross-cultural team? Now, what I mean is that I'm not talking about, oh, we have 100 people in the team. I'm talking about you have testers in China, you have testers in Kenya, you have testers in Nigeria, you have testers in Ghana, you have testers in India, and they're all working together. What would you say is the challenging part of scaling that QA?
I'd say maybe communication. You see people coming from different regions. People have, first of all, there's the language, different languages. Then people have different ways of communicating. Maybe we have a culture, we have our culture, we know how we understand each other. Maybe here in Kenya, in China, they also know how they communicate, they understand each other. So when you bring us all together, there's that clash, because maybe we have different understandings of different things. So I might say a certain thing, but someone in China, someone in Europe might interpret it in a different way. So I think this is one thing that can be very challenging. So I'd say maybe we need to, first and foremost, we need to have one mind when it comes to quality. We need to have a standardized definition of quality for all these teams. Everyone need to know when we say quality, what are we expecting? What are we expecting from China? Whatever we're expecting from China, whatever we're expecting from Kenya, whatever we're expecting from Nigeria, whatever we're expecting maybe from the UK, it should be standardized. It should be one thing. And then at the end of the day, since we all have our way of communicating, we have to localize. Let everybody work according to their culture, but have that one mindset of what quality is. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. The reason, what brought about that question was recently, as a good friend of mine that is working with a bank which we have here in Nigeria. Of course, we would think that, okay, we have First Bank in Nigeria, we have First Bank in Ghana, we have First Bank in Kenya, then their measurement for quality shouldn't be that different, right? Or at most, they should have a structure, or they should be able to collaborate. So I was opportune to see, their measurement of quality in these 3 different locations of a particular bank. And it's surprising that the metrics for quality is different. The execution process is different. There are features that are even present in different applications that is not present in the other one. And we have these teams working in these banks in different countries. They are all functioning the same way. And that started bringing a question of how do they even scale, because it's as though they are building different products from each other, even though it's the same product. And then you will now see a situation where I'm still using the same account. Why am I having a new account number in this particular bank in Kenya, but when I come to Nigeria, that account number doesn't work, even though it's the same bank? But yeah, I get where you are coming from. So let me just go straight to Abimbola. Abimbola, how do you use global dashboard, automation, or let's say feedback loop to unify quality, not just to measure it? How do you use it to unify quality?
Okay, thank you very much. So, and this is a very interesting question because I would simply just highlight it with a very short example. So, a dashboard was built one time that was supposed to service clients in Nigeria here and in Saudi Arabia, right? And I want to say I was unfortunate enough to head that project, but let's not go there for now. So one of the developers, my guy, just when you complete an action and a modal comes, a success modal comes up. Some people like to touch it up with maybe an icon or an animation, and the guy put a pig in there, a pig saying successful, right? And then we deployed. And I got a stinker of an email from one of the top people in that bank in Saudi Arabia that says a pig
on our application.
I was even wondering, the guy is just for people that are familiar, pork in Islam has serious connotations. In Nigeria here, people were already worried. In fact, we rolled out to Nigeria first, just to be sure that Tiwa, we should. Nobody told me anything about a pig. Even Nigerian Muslims didn't complain about the pig. As I finished deploying BLR, and that's one side. Then they told me, there are different dialects of, apparently there are different Arabic dialects. So the language switch we did also didn't take into account. So that episode taught me a lot about, cross-functional global interactions when it comes to QA, right? Culture is very important. Language is very important. In fact, the first thing I do now, anytime I'm doing international projects, is to familiarize myself with the culture. There was one text he wrote one day, say, let's give an ode, ODE, an English word for to somebody here in Nigeria interpreted as ode, which means fool, and it caused a whole lot of snafu. So I think for me, it's about recognizing, language, culture, right? When you're building anything, especially a globally accessible dashboard or interfaces, make sure you understand those two things. And then lastly, for me, a dashboard, people like to form activity with dashboards. I mean, that's going away from the cultural and language context, the functional context now. I always tell people what a dashboard really means. Summarize everything for me. That when I look at it, I don't have to task my brain to start doing calculations and permutations and everything at the dashboard. The dashboard the information is supposed to jump out to me. Now, if I now need more information, I can click it to now go to other pages. But that page you're calling a dashboard for me should be summarized. If there is too much activity on the dashboard, then it's just an activity. It will offer no value or very little value. So dashboard should be summarized, concise, a synopsis of what is behind, the scene. And then you want to look for more information, you click in. So I think that's what has taught me to work globally across teams, especially on dashboards and uniformly accessible interfaces. Okay.
Amazing. Well, thank God it is Ode that you used. You did not use anything more than that. You are still alive here today. Amazing. Mr. Demola, my question is, I feel like I'm happy that I put people's name in front of the questions. It just helps me to agree to why I put the name in front. What has helped your team align on what done and excellent actually mean, even across borders?
A test team is only as good as the standards that it sets for itself. So we are going to set standards for ourselves. such that the measure of the standards we set for ourselves is we say to ourselves, Lillian and Dabimbola can mystery shop at any time. If they come in and they say, hey, what are you guys doing? Let me see. We should be able to confidently put it in front of them and say, these are our standards. They should look at it and they should say, agree 100%. Because remember, we are independent. We are objective. So we're not reliant on anyone. We get to write our own homework. So we write it properly. Do you understand? So for me, one of the things, and this is a little bit of a digression, I don't like the expression ad hoc testing. That's a me thing. And I tell my team that anybody that says you are doing something ad hoc is abusing you. Because what they are saying is that you didn't really think about it deeply. How can you say you're doing ad hoc testing when we have test design techniques that can write 75% of the test cases before AI's mother was born? And that is an example of a standard that we set for ourselves. Do you understand? So we have everything has been there for us as testers. So yeah, we've moved a lot into other people's backyards just because we weren't involved to the party, so we've been pirating. But if you go back to the traditional definitions of our borders, we had the test design techniques, boundary value analysis, equivalent partitioning, state transition testing, the whole works, before we even get to the point where we're talking about business requirements in themselves. And then we have technical design documents, and then we have what I call end user profiling, because I'm not very nice. So after we finish all that, we're going to sit down and think about the end user and how the end user is going to use this and add that also to our tests. That's our own QA measures. We have them. When you have that, you will get as passionate as we all are here, because one of the things that is annoying you or upsetting you is the fact that I want to blow software testing wise on this application and I'm not even being allowed. If that makes sense. And I'm happy to say that from what I've seen so far across the board, our army is happy to be happy to be armed. I have worked with a lot of people who don't like learning, but I've got to say that what I've seen over the last few years, okay, people are eager, people are hungry for knowledge. I mean, a lot of people started in the middle and they're happy to go to the back and start from the front again. So that's great. We don't have a learning problem. We don't have a standard problem. What we have actually is can you invite us to the party earlier problem? Because if we're invited earlier, then we will express ourselves totally. We will work with product owners and BAs to the extent that we review those requirements and user stories to the point where we reduce the number of defects that will happen downstream. But if we are only invited when the design documents and the business requirement documents have already been signed off, then we have a problem straight away. Just because they've been signed off by the business and the CTO doesn't mean that there is no business requirement that I can sign off reading it once. Because I've had this before, that was like going to heaven and coming back, where the BA was an ex-tester. Oh, it was so sweet. If your BA is an ex-tester, you are in heaven. If your BA is not an ex-tester, you are not in heaven. You still have to work for it. So those are kind of standards. And it's not just for me. I want to believe that every good QA manager, every good product quality manager would instill those things. And it's what we teach in testing school anyway. Any tester who is worth his salt understands what we are saying. We don't have a problem in that respect. When they first come on board, they tell you something like, oh my God, that's a lot of test cases. My response is usually, that's your job. That's not a testing problem. That's a PM problem. Just because we have 700 test cases doesn't mean we've done a bad thing. So that's my take on it. I don't know.
And doesn't mean that even after writing 5,000 test cases, doesn't even mean that we have done a good one actually.
Well, I check my 5,000 test cases and still tell them that we're still going to find more defects. By the way, don't feel happy just because we have that problem because but you ran 5,000 test cases. Yeah, but you changed it afterwards.
Exactly. And I was not the one that pushed the live button. You tweaked it before you pushed it live.
Yes. And you didn't copy me on that email. Yes.
Of course, no. And we just like, oh, sorry, I added this artifact. No, it's the email config. And they're like, that was not what I said. So yeah, that's amazing. A very not so technical but very deep question, which I'll start with Mr. Demola, is who mentored you? And how are you mentoring someone else?
I'm not allowed. What I want to do is I want to remove my shirt so that you can see the Koboko marks on my back from many years ago. When we started, I tell you this story all the time. When we started out in testing, when I started out in testing, there was one textbook. It was written by a developer. I got to page 17 every time before I fell asleep. Until somebody who was working for one of the consultancies back then, Ernst & Young, there was this handouts that those guys did. That is where I actually understood what software testing meant. It broke it down, and they developed that handout from you working with various clients and various pain points. And it was their project managers that managed testing back in the day. So taking that was where I started from. And then, of course, working in many organizations and having people who were more senior than I was back in the day, step by step has been what has built what I have as a knowledge bank today. That's number one. Number two, I am still learning every day. I'm learning from a baby inside its mommy's womb because I want to know how it's not drowning. Because if I put my head in too much water, I'm probably pass out in 10 minutes. So I'm still learning. It's very important to underscore the fact that learning never stops. Okay. And from that perspective, what do? I am a passionate teacher. So as you have seen me here is how I am in the classroom. I teach until people can't take it anymore. Because I always have a message in my when I'm talking to QAs, I talk to them as product people rather than just testers. So we take it right from the very beginning. I actually start with the explanation of the SDLC itself. So my testers will ask you for a product brief. They'll ask you for your PID because they want to understand the reasoning why we're spending those millions on this particular project. If they don't understand that, then they won't test properly. See what I mean? Because from that point, you can already see the pain points of the people paying for the application, not the people in the middle.
Amazing.
So that's my approach. So yes, I'm forever doing that 24/7.
Awesome. Madam Lillian, who mentored you and how you mentoring people?
Okay, so thank you very much. I'd say I've been lucky. The people I've worked with since the very beginning when I started the QA journey, I've had people, work colleagues who've walked the journey with me, who've held my hand, and actually taught me a lot. They've encouraged me. There are some situations where you feel like this is too much, I want to give up, but they've encouraged me. They've taught me how to improve myself. And I think I've also learned a lot from them when it now comes to mentoring other people. So I make sure that whoever I am mentoring at any particular point, I encourage people. Sometimes we face hard situations, we have challenges, but it doesn't mean that is the end. We need to figure out a way of how to overcome these challenges. We need to figure a way of bettering ourselves. How can I advance in this profession? How can I ensure that I am better than the way I was yesterday? So encouraging people to better themselves, to upskill, to take certifications, attend workshops, especially like this one. You get to learn a lot. Actually, for the past 3 days, I've learned a lot from what has been presented here, attending seminars. So that is how I encourage people and I mentor people to grow in the QA profession. Thank you.
Amazing. Bibi, how about you?
When I started, I'm not sure mentoring was a thing. I think the thing was to push you to the deep end and let you see, did you swim? Did you sing? Did you come back to check in 10 minutes? Has it drowned yet? I'm sure the mother can relate, it wasn't like today when you extend one big wing and you hide under it, So I think for me it was a case of maybe that's not the question. Maybe the question is, I think my very first employer, then QA wasn't really a thing in Nigeria. I remember, in fact, we owed so much salaries then because the work wasn't coming and it was so new and so I got my first dip into software testing. I joined the guy to write code, so I was confused when the guy started telling me to be checklist. I'm like, guy, I'm here with my ID, what's going on? So I think it's very similar to Demola's journey, right? Combination of working with people, and which is why honestly I think software testing, and I refer to Chibuzo's session. Software testing is more than the skill is teachable. Let's face it. Maybe you taught people in 4 weeks now that are blowing us away with it. It is teachable. The real thing in software testing is people need to listen to you. Look, if you can't make people do what you say in software testing, you've already failed. You need to be able to speak and people listen. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't listen. It's when something goes wrong on live that they now listen to you. But that influencer skill, those soft skills are very important. And today, this day and age that the concept of respect for other people, how you speak to other people is degraded a lot. So it's harder to come by those kind of things. People like Lillian, Demola, and myself, who are really old school people, that's what we're steeped in. You need to be able to know how to talk to your audience. The way I would say give me water to someone, it's not the same way I would say give me water to another person, because the point is not to stroke my own ego. The point is to get it done. So I think it's a combination of all those experiences. So not one mentor really, but a combination of experiential, knowledge, deep end experiences, platforms to work with, mistakes. I would say mistakes I made were my real mentor, really. Mistakes. I loved, now looking back, I love the mistakes I made, because there are some mistakes you make, you will never repeat them in your life. They become lifelong lessons, So I think the combination of those things are what accounted for my learning. Thank you very much.
Amazing. I would have used the traditional approach to say, oh, give us your last word, and bye-bye. But I want to tweak it a little. So I'm just going to take you around from Mr. Demola. Though is your final last word for us anyways, but in one sentence, what's the future of QA in Africa, and what must we do now to make it real?
The future of QA in Africa is scary. The reason why it's scary is because it's going to blow. So where other parts of the world may actually suffer in terms of unemployment and so on and so forth, we're not going to have that problem in Africa, because we're building every day. All the things they don't have over there, we're making our own here. And we need to become the China of Africa. That's a separate conversation. Rather than copy and paste, we need to do our own thing. So that's it. What do we need to do to be prepared? What we're doing now and a lot more. I'm going to say to my army, to our army, learn. Keep learning. This is not a profession you come into and you say, oh, right, okay, that was 4 weeks with Ibironke. Now I need to go and go on holiday because that's it. I'm not reading any book again. No, you can't do that. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to spell the A on AI.
You wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here. So it's a continuous journey. Learning is a continuous journey. Ibironke, you know this. We are struggling and fighting, but we're moving away. Our automation tools are becoming a little bit unrecognizable compared to how they used to be a few years ago. And that's going to continue because people are going to continue to build new tools, new logic, and perhaps more understanding. So my message to everybody, old and young, is keep on learning. This is a fantastic forum. Keep on learning. You can never stop learning. Keep learning, keep learning, keep learning.
Amazing. That's thank you so much, Mr. Demola. Even though we are done, people should go ahead. So Abimbola, to you, what keeps you up at night as a QA leader, and what wakes you up in the morning?
That's mosquito and diesel.
In addition to that,
come on, you don't do that over here.
So there's a book answer, there's a real answer. So I'll just swerve the book answer. In reality, as a tester, in reality, because I wear all the arts today. So let me just talk to my art as a tester today. In reality, what keeps me up at night is that singular edge case I may have missed that can result in either security breaches, funds loss, brand damage. People think security breaches and funds loss are the biggest things. Brand damage can wipe away everything about a business overnight, right? So that's what keeps me up at night, to say, look, and when I say that edge case, it doesn't even mean a test case. It means in the context of leading my team, what decision have I not taken that could plug that hole of us having missed something that could result to either a security breach, funds loss, or brand damage? Now, what wakes me up in the morning, and this is real, I feel immeasurable pride when I'm part of any project that actually enhances your experiences everywhere. I was in the bus one day for one reason or the other, and I saw someone just take out their phone and launch an app, I worked on. I had to restrain myself from saying, I built that, use it. So I think anything, when I wake up in the morning, I'm always excited about the line of work I'm in. It's a fantastic line of work because you change lives every day. You save lives every day. You enhance user experience every day. And that's what really keeps me up to say, today, let's see how many lives I can enhance, today. So those are the things that keep me up. Thank you.
Amazing. If people have chaotic beginning, I thank God I was not in this generation of testers. Not to concern me. I thank God I'm not in this generation of testers. It's like when my mom be like, in our days, father Lord, I thank you, I'm not in their days. I'm not in their days. So sorry,
It's coming
guys.
to you, don't worry.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, Madam Linda, let me go to you next. What will you do differently tomorrow because of this conversation of today? Knowing fully well that we are building Africa as a forum for product quality engineering and everything that you probably heard that you even have in your mind right now. What would you do differently from tomorrow?
What I do differently is to mentor one voice at a time, champion for the voice of the keyword to be heard, and also just uplift each other, uplift people. We have keyword people at different levels, uplift people, encourage people to advance in their profession. We want to have keywords that are skilled, keywords that can compete worldwide, not just maybe in Kenya, not just in Africa, but when you go out there, when you stand side by side with others in other countries, you should be able to be seen, not just be seen, oh, she's from Africa and all that. No, be seen because of your skills. Let your skills speak for you. And yes, so uplifting people. And in line with that, just as ISTQB Kenya, one of our directors has been following this for the last 3 days and has been kind enough, has gotten some funds. So initially we had offered 35% for all participants, but that has now been increased to 50%. So for all participants, you get 50% on all ISTQB exams that you do with us. So register today and get your certification. You can register for as many certifications as you want, and you can sit for them at any time. So yeah, we are pleased to announce that we are we are uplifting uplifting the QA people by offering you this discount so that you can be able to advance in your certifications. Yeah, thank you. And just to note that the certificate, just
Go
to
ahead,
wind
man.
up, that the certification is valid worldwide. It's not just a Kenyan certification. So if you do it, that's the certification with us, it's an ISTQB certification, valid worldwide. And at the end of it all, you get registered in the ISTQB website, where anyone can access and confirm that indeed you have the ISTQB certification. Yeah, thank you.
Whoop, 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 whoop,
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I don't know if it's now everybody wants to go on the ISTQB certificate.
No, they are
now,
already there.
now
Lillian, I hope you don't regret this. About 7 million people are.
I'm telling you.
Because it's $130 here.
Yeah, NSC alone, you know.
now you want to go and do certificate. Now
Just
you see them. Now they want to go and do it.
Just to give details, now you will pay $75 for any of the certifications. So if you have foundation, you can advance. So just go to ISTQB Kenya website and register for the exams.
Well, make sure we do something for you.
Which so yes, I mean, I was going to mention
don't just give us that. Don't just give us that 30% free of charge. We've got to do, if it's to endorse you, if it's to click a like somewhere, it's part of expanding the global.
We have it lined up. We have, even by the time you're filling the form, you shall know, you shall see it here.
Yes, I know. We'll see Ibironke's name there.
That's such a very wonderful session. I said I had to handle this session because this question, they were my own that I kept, I was going to ask. And thank you so much. You did so much justice to that. And yes, the ISTQB Kenya, I mean, from day one, you guys have been telling us, okay, I'm going to support you guys. This is I'm like, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul. As always, I mean, if you have been missing Mr. Demola speaking on TestarsQuarter or Testify, you know that it's a landmark signature. Somebody was asking me some days ago, I think we posted on TestarsQuarter, Mr. Demola, and he was like, are you sure there's any program we'll do at TestarsQuarter that you don't bring Mr. I will not bring Mr. Demola, because if you remember the first time I was going to host you and I used to call you in your twin. That was way back like 2021. Yeah. And it was a very wonderful session. Since then, it has really been amazing. So thank you so much for Bibi, who is now the new name today. I mean, he's one of those people.
For some reason, that's what everybody calls me. You've been calling me that for years for some reason.
Amazing. And I'm always saying that somebody was asking me a question. I don't know if it's on this platform, but somebody was asking, I think it's the one, when they were asking us that, is it about personal branding or building skill and personal branding? And it's not on this platform, but I mentioned that it has to be two of them. Now, BB is one of those people that they hide on LinkedIn. They are not visible. They are always in their room, with their laptop. They are not there anywhere. And I have them like that. And my goal this year is to bring all of them out one by one, physical and virtual, to events like this. We have amazing people who do really amazing well, and I'm really, super honored to have you on this platform. So thank you so much, Madam Linian and Mr. Demola and Mr. Bimbola. It was really nice having you once again. Thank you.
And I have a question for you. What can we do for you?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, gang. Which I was coming to.
No, actually,
No, but seriously.
I was saying that in the next slide, which is where I'm going to talk, we have the Nigerian Software Testing Conference coming up this year. I mentioned it last year during my book launch, that we're going to have something for Nigeria Software Testing Conference, and we would want both ANST, ISTB Nigeria, everybody. Let's really do something beyond all the webinar and the meetup and conferences we are doing in silos, and do something really huge. So it's really nice to do this together in September, basically. I think that's something that I would really love to see happen.
That would be awesome. Software testers.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. But of course, according to your DM, by the way, I have your number. I have your number. Thank you.
And we're all on LinkedIn. Let's connect with each other.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Oh my God! Wow. Hey, that was when global leaders, thought leaders come on board. The difference is always clear. You can sense it. It's not even look at how all of us were here. We were glued here for 1 hour, and I was not even pressed. I was just like, wow. I'm just listening. Like, okay. I didn't even know time had gone like that. Amazing stuff. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Thank you.
That was very, very, again, producing this word, very insightful. One thing that I picked up is when we're given that opportunity, let's show up and show out.
Yes, please. It's very important because the argument is already there that we don't do anything, as it were. So when they now give you the platform, do not go and mess up. As we will say in my side of the world, I can't judge you. Don't let everything just spoil. Don't go and spoil things on our behalf. Please and please. So whenever you're given a chance, if you're given a seat at the table, show up and show out. Go all the way. Go big, or you just go home. Okay? Yes. So any opportunity you get, please ensure that you show up all the time. All the time. Wow. All right. What's next on our agenda? Oh, I can see. So we're announcing winners of TSB. We're talking about our partnership offers. Okay, I think Ibironke will be coming up to do honors to this. So we have, I think the judges are done with collating the scores for the project defense. Students, are you guys still here? Please, let's see in the comments, group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. Let's know if you guys are still here or you guys have gone home. If not, nobody's collecting an award here. Let's know, are you guys still here? All your groups, show up. I know during the presentation, some people were just sharing fire in the comment section. The entire place was about to blow up. I was wondering what's going on. So if you guys are still here, let's hear you. Group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, come and talk to us. Let's see. Okay, Ibironke, are you here? We can't see you. I don't know if you're here.
I am here.
Okay.
Why do people not see me though?
I can see you now. I can see you now. Yes. I'm asking you.
All right. So
they go.
They are going. They are coming. Their community leader has gone to call them Faith. So they are running in group 3. Group 3, we are here. Group 3, we are here. I mean, okay. So I think it's time. I'm going to run through this. And the first one I want to mention why we get all these people to come in here is one, like I rightly mentioned in the last panel session, we have the Nigerian Software Testing Conference coming up September 8th to September 13th, 2025, meaning that the second week of September, we are going to be hosting the Nigerian Software Testing Conference. It is 5 days virtual and 1 day in person. And our in-person has something amazing that I will not be disclosing now until close to the day. But registration is already on. People have started registering already. So you can as well just go to the link you can see on your screen and then just go ahead and sign up for the Nigerian Software Testing Conference. And to my Ghanaian neighbors that wants to come to Nigeria, this could be your wake-up call to come around. You're welcome. We would love to have you. And who knows, Jacqueline might be coming to Nigeria for the conference. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that it's possible she just signed. So
that could be a surprise.
Anything is possible. Let's just keep it that way.
Mentor will be looking for a way to come to Nigeria, so this could be a good time to come around. So yes, then I'll go next to the second year, the next year of APQEC. Registration is already on, and you can start signing up already on the website. So you can register. It's the yearly African Product Quality Engineering Conference. So our next year edition is out already. So you can go ahead to our events page on Luma and register for it. Then I'll go up, of course, like I've mentioned, join our growing community. Go to www.TestarsQuarter.org and join our community. Everything you see also here is just an intro to what we do inside the community. And of course, Test has, if you're a woman, you're a mother, whether single or upcoming mother, you know, like some people that are single, they're trying to get married to become a mother. I didn't mention any Jackie, actually. I'm just saying generally to everybody that you can join the group if you're a woman. If Jackie, you don't have to unmute. You know, it's not what, it's not what. I'm just speaking to my audience. Thank you very much. So you can join. You can join. You should join. Joyce, you should be there. You know any woman that is in testing, you should ask them to join us at Testers. I hope we can have the link for Testers on the chat section so that we can post it as well. So if Olaoluwa, Imika, Abidemi, you should all join. And lastly, to our partners, I would like to also say once again, thank you so much to our partners. You guys supported us and we really appreciate you. And to everyone who has also talked about this conference, get people to sign up. Trust me, this made a whole lot. We have close to 1,000 signups. And funny thing, just this afternoon, people are still signing up because they want to have access to everything we want to share. So if you would like to get all the access to all the details, even though you have been part of the session all along, you can register to make sure that your email is kept. And of course, we have a lot of things that is exciting that is coming up that only those we have their email is the only way we can get to them. We don't want to come to your phone number DM. Your email is enough for us, and that's all you need. So we have exciting news that we like to share and we want to keep in touch. So please register for the conference and we'll we'll use your email to communicate to you accordingly as we go on. So to our partners, official partners, of course, Testify Limited. And for those of you that know, Testify Academy is a leading software testing training institute where we have students from different parts of Africa and outside of it. And you want to take advantage of our next cohort that is coming up middle of this year, June 15 or 16 to be precise. And you can join the next cohort of our Switch to Software Testing program. This program will help you to start your career from level 0. I'm always saying is that with this program, you can switch from being a cleaner to being a software engineer, and all in 3 months, which is very possible, which happens, and we have testimonies of that. And of course, we have new courses. So if you want to learn, we have FinTest. This is software testing training for those that are in the fintech space. We have Telhub testing course for those that are in the telco space that would like to learn on how to test, telco's application and different other. You can check our page on academy.testifyltd.com. You are going to see all our courses there. So I'm believing that the link will be shared on the screen. Go to our website and sign up for the course, and you can take advantage of the discount. So if you are part of this conference and you'd like to take advantage of the discount, go straight to the conference page, go under partnership, click on the Testify logo you're seeing there and fill the form. That way you get qualified to participate in the 10% discount for the course. Okay, so also to our second partner for this conference is the ISTQB Kenya. Like you just heard the good news now. Like you have no reason not to have certificates. Like software testing certificate just become zero burden to you. She said, as long as you are a participant of this conference, you have 50% discount to take any ISTQB certification. Guys, if I were you, I'll be like Madam Bukola, I have all the certificates, all of it. What? 50% is not going to come twice in a year. It's only once in a year. So to take advantage again, go straight to our conference page. Now, if you go and register directly on ISTQB Kenya website, you are paying full money. So to take advantage, go straight to the conference website, go under partnership, you will see the ISTQB Kenya logo there. Click on it and fill the form. Let me repeat it again. Go on our conference website, that is conference.TestarsQuarter.org, right? You will see partnership. When you go to the partnership menu, you will see the 3 logos there of our partners. Testify Academy, click on it and fill the form if you want to take advantage of the 10% discount, right? ISTQB Kenya, click on it, fill the form if you want to take advantage of the 50% discount on the certification cost. Okay? Thank you. At least, in fact, if you don't get anything in this conference, this discount alone, you have gained a lot. And then lastly, to APQEC, we really appreciate your kind heart for being a sponsor to a partner to this program as well. Go to our conference page as well, click on the ETQ logo and go and explore their tools and use their product as well. Thank you so much to all our partners once again. Let's do this bigger and better in 2026. All right, now let me go back to the very first beginning that brought me here. Okay, there are 2 things on my screen here. I've talked about testers and I talk about my book. If you want to get the book on ABC software testing, go to Amazon page and search for APC of software testing. And you will see this cover, order it, and it will get delivered to your door. All right. Now, while we are here and why I've been seeing a lot of group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, group 10 on the chat section is because of the TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp. And I get to say this, that this was really a landmark event, right? Because I don't care who comes first. I don't care who comes fourth. This is just to say, okay, if people put in more effort to your presentation than the other, it does not speak to the depth of what you have learned. It does not speak to the depth of the value you have now become. It doesn't take away the winner that you are already. So whoever we call winner is to say, oh, these people put in effort in their presentation more than the other person. And that's just what it is. It does not, you all learn the same thing. You are all valuable. And as a matter of fact, I think some people might already even have a job as we speak. Yeah. From this presentation, yes, from the scholarship students, from the presentation, some people might already have a job because, you know, when you present like this, when we ask you to come showcase this thing, it's not because we don't know that you're not an expert, right? We are not even expecting you to know all the answers that we, the judges, would have asked you. We just want to know that, hey, there is more for you to learn. So if you have been part of this conference, you have been part of the TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp, then you know that there is a lot more as far as this career is concerned than whatever you have learned in 4 weeks. And that is why we always encourage you that as you finish this conference, join the next cohort of Testify Academy so that you don't get to relax behind that, then you're not trying to catch up again into the testing world. Okay, so after this 4 weeks, you have your certificate. Next 2 weeks is when the new cohort is starting. Go and enroll into the next batch and join and scale up your learning from there. I'm not waiting for anybody. Okay, this one now is no longer a group responsibility. It is now your responsibility to make sure that you grow. And who knows, probably next year you'll be part of the speakers for this conference at a certain level. You know, so the winner for the TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp cohort 1. I need to see some fire. See, if you know that your group will win, let me see fire.
Let me give drum roll.
Oh, there's no winner on this call. Have they closed? I mean, if you are close to 50 people.
Let's shut down. They've gone home. They don't need anything. Don't worry.
So no, you cannot believe that you win. No, you see, those people are too proud for my liking. Those people, they are too proud. Imagine group 4 is presenting and they're shouting group 2 in the comment section. Come on. People are bullying your team members. I did not teach you that one. There is no part of your curriculum that carries bullying. No, that one is you. All right. And the winner for who is sharing it? Emmanuel, are you ready to stroke?
Yes, I'm ready. Slide? Just give me the go ahead.
Okay, at the count of, since there are 4 groups, at the count of 4, the winner for I don't know how to do this thing. But the winner for the TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp is 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is. Where is this? Andy, you make my presentation disastrous. Why was it taking you time to say this? Why was it taking you time to go to the next slide?
They don't need to know my next move. They don't need to know my next move. That's the idea.
I waited for the winner.
You don't make.
Wow. Give it up to group 2. Wow, that was amazing. And the truth is, and group 2 was presented by Chidima, right? And the second, I mean, if we were to have second, third, the second is group 1 by Abubakar, right? And then, yeah, I'm not going to mention the top position, but those two were very close. It was very, very close. Like, I'm like, in fact, the score difference between them, it's just like what, like 10, less than 10. So it was very tight. And one of the things, and for everybody they did well, but one of the things that really stood out for these two groups and made group 2 really now stand out among the two of them was because the presentation was amazing. You can see the level of depth that went into presenting. See it, and this just shows you that it's one thing to have done a very fantastic. I can tell you that everybody in that group 1, 2, 3, and 4. I saw the presentation. I went through it overnight, and I'm like, how do these people learn things? Did they just take all of this off and like they know this in 4 weeks? Like, of this in 4 weeks, I should have been private jets by now. And no, everybody did so great, and it was really hard to really put in a winner. Then, in fact, if it's by their submission, by the work that they did, everybody was a winner. There was no way we could have picked a winner if it was by their submission. But presentation today now made it really like top, right? It now, okay. So your presentation matters as much as you have done all the great works. If your test summary report they are going to show the stakeholders does not show significance, right? And it does not show the business, the value that you have brought in. This is what typical testing looks like. If your reporting is out of the way, you can't just come and tell us that I tested the products. Show us working, show us what you have done. And that is what, group 2 and group 1 really did as students. And group 2 did more than group 1. So that was a very powerful. And to add to all the benefits you have gotten from 10% discount to take software testing course, which I believe you all take advantage of. The second advantage is that as far as you're part of this conference, you get 50% to take any ISTQ. See, you see that line? I captured it. I recorded it. Thank God it's recorded my life. So it's in my head. And then the third benefit to it is that, of course, quite like 4 different leaders have asked both Abubakar and Chidima to submit their CV, and there can be an opening for them. Okay. I don't know, they're going to go do their interview, they're going to get their jobs, these are also part of the benefit that you get. So if you're not part of this year's edition of TestarsQuarter Scholarship Bootcamp, cohort 2 is on, you might want to go and register and be part of it. It's starting next month. So anywhere you are, join anywhere in Africa that you have, even if it's South Africa, as long as you can be active in the evening, around 7 p.m. West African time, check it to your time. If you can be available, to take this, to take this, to be part of the classes, then I think you can take advantage of it, okay? So you can prepare, you're already a tester before, you just want a refresher course, feel free to take it, okay? And yes, so APQEC Yekinni said, discount offers is $75, unlimited number of exam per testing. Even if it's up to 20 exams you want to take, payment is installment is allowed for others, for those registering for multiple exams. Are you sure we have not used JAS for these people? Are you sure we have not used JAS for them? You can even pay in installments. Wow. So courses that you can take, you know, and all the exams you can take includes the foundation exam, the ISTQB advanced, the AI testing, the mobile testing, agile testing, security testing, performance testing. These are all the exams you can sit for free. Nah, this is insane. Free receipts is allowed for those who will not pass the exam on first sitting. You see, at this very point of mine, if you did not know,
I'm sorry, I need to unmute. I think I've used jazz.
If I want to, if you did not think, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you so much, ICQ Kenya. In fact, they are the golden chief sponsor of this conference.
I'm telling you, gold vast sponsor.
Thank you. I mean, this is amazing. Thank you so much. So, winners, you should go and take your exam. Now, it doesn't mean that you have done an exam, mean that you should not go and learn, no, because I know people now, you go and say, I'm an ISTP certified, so I'm a tester. Yeah, go and learn testing. You know, learning software testing from the Software Academy is like going through SS1 to SS3, right? And then doing the ISTQB exam is like going for your WAEC. Okay, that is what shows that you have thoroughly learned, and then your certification shows that you are good. So this is a big, amazing offer from ISTQB Kenya and Testify Academy. Thank you so much. We are so honored to have you and all these benefits you are giving to us. We really appreciate. Okay, Annie, what's next? Have I not said what is next in terms of closing remark? Okay, I think we are done. Wow, I am Africa Product Quality Engineering Conference 2025 is completed. Wow. 3 days. I mean, this is 7 hours, so we're already going to 19 and a half hours with 40 plus speakers. Whoosh! That was amazing. It started like a, it started like a dream in the night, and then it went into we are rascal planners. We are rascal planners. Through me told, this has always been a long overdue conference since as far back as 2023. In fact, if you ask people like Chibuzo, people like Tommy, if they would tell you that they have registered for this conference since 2023. So we just said, okay, we don't know if this is the go ahead yet, but we know that this will happen. And then when it was time to go ahead this year, in fact, we got to go ahead in February or March to be precise, and it happened. We got to go ahead in March to be precise, and this is happening. Thank you so much to everyone. I couldn't have imagined reaching out to over 40 people and them saying, okay, yes, count me in. Trust me, it wasn't. And there are still more speakers they want to be part of it. I'm like, no, our calendar is filled. We are done. Don't worry. We are going to do the one that will accommodate all of you. We are done for now. Don't worry. We still have, altogether we have over 56 sign-ups of speakers. And we have to be selecting and saying, oh my God, we are so sorry. We have to go back to speakers and say, please, we are so sorry. Just allow us this year. Next year, we are coming for you. Next year, we say, yes, we are coming for you. And guess what? We have quite a number of speakers already that are signed up for next year's edition already. Even though next year we say we are not doing more than 5 speakers per day. Yeah. We are not doing more than 5 speakers per day. It's going to be a bang. And APQEC 2025 was a season goal. And I cannot wait for those of you that were not in this edition to be part of next edition. We are going to have categories for every level, not just those that are expert in the field. The one can be for those that are beginners, that are trying to get into the, get to learn to do things better. The 2 can be for the seniors, and then the 3 for our C-suite levels. And we have amazing, unique things to do on those days, not the usual coming here to talk, because we know that we can hear talk anywhere. We can see demo anywhere, but we have amazing thing already planned out. So I want to say thank you so much to all our speakers that said yes, thank you. But more importantly, my special thanks, my heartfelt thanks go to all the volunteers. Jackie, thank you so much. Jacqueline, you are amazing. Thank you for, I said, Jacqueline, what? Oh, okay. Ibi, I'm writing it down. She has sent me there with everything I said. Jacqueline has like a typewriter. Everything you said now, Jacqueline will send it to your DM. So you cannot say you forget. She remembers everything, yes. And thank you so much. You are a very busy person and opportunity to doing this. And of course, we have a bigger announcement to share with them, but we tell them later.
Yeah.
They don't know what is going on. Something bigger is coming. We are coming to announce it soon. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jacqueline. And thanks to June as well. Who we had to sprung up all of a sudden, like, hey, yeah, we need you. And she showed up.
Yeah.
Thank you. And to Eniola. Now, Eniola is not supposed to be here. No. She's not supposed to be, because first of all, she's not in any African country. She has left us and jackpot to the UK. Okay? But she's always present. I mean, look for any impact project that I've done, you'll find in the ladder. Trust me, from the academy to the community mentoring to even to this TestarsQuarter scholarship, our students are part of the winners. You can see. So thank you so much, Eni, for always saying yes to the vision, to the assignment, for always bringing the best of knowledge. And so, Princess, what do you think about this? Hey, okay. Thank you so much. To Faith, our community mama. Faith is the one that is she owns those communities. Faith literally brought about the TestarsQuarter scholarship idea. She brought the whole idea. She was the one that said, oh, I went to this program, I saw what they did, and I think, if we do that in our community as well, that would be really great. And then boom, I find myself, Faith is that one person that will bring idea and drop it on your table. Princess, go and do it. It's like, that's what she used to say anytime she bring ideas. And and she has really done well coordinating the students every blessed in the last 4 weeks. I'm not even sure she has even had a really nice sleep. So thank you so much, Faith. And to our facilitators at the scholarship program, Kehinde, Adaobi, thank you so much. So our social media guru, you see all these highlights you are seeing everywhere. It is not me that is posting it, so don't get it twisted at all. I used to sleep every time we finish the conference. I mean, my eyes doesn't even see social media for days. Special shout out to Tony. Tony is our G guy behind the scene. He's always posting highlights on all social media platforms, making sure that you are carried along. And of course, Jacqueline is always getting it into your emails to make sure that you do not miss out of this session. Thank you so much. Stella, for following up with everybody. Alpha, have you posted? Have you done this? Have you joined the link? Yes. Okay. Princess, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Everybody is here. Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you to Abolari. Although Abolari fell sick in the course of the conference, so she couldn't do much. And to Modupe, who also had things to do. Thank you to everyone that really made this a really. I mean, it could not just have been me alone. It's not possible. Now, come on, look at my body. I've lost weight. I could not have planned all of this. I could not have done all of this alone. So it really takes a village to make this happen. And I'm super excited. Thank you so much, everyone. 2026 is huge. APQEC 2026 is huge. Like, it's bigger. And that's why I'm saying, if you are a company, you want to partner with us, please, our inbox is open. Right? My DM is open on any social media platform. My name is my name anywhere. Even my email. Just combine my name together at gmail.com. Go to Instagram, you'll find me with that same name. Twitter, any social media, it is that same name. It doesn't change. At that full name. Please say yes to us. You're a community. You like to be partner. You are a certification body like APQEC Kenya. You have a community and association like ANST. Anyone that you are, we would love to do this with you. We cannot do the Africa Product Quality Engineering alone. TestarsQuarter is too small to handle it alone. So we are calling for partnership. We are calling for sponsors. We are calling for everything possible to make this happen. And if you're an individual, you like to volunteer, you have us on the community platform. Be part of the platform, and from there we'll be able to bring you on board to volunteer as part of us. Thank you so much. And of course, if you're a seasoned speaker doing amazing well in your field and would like to show the world what you got, sign up for next year's edition and be part of our speakers sign up. Okay. So yes, I think that is all for me. Like I said, what we have upcoming is quite a lot. I think we mentioned it on day one. We have the TestarsQuarter Kenya coming up. So of course, I know that ISP Kenya, we have backbone. They have made me to believe that we have backbone, and we have linear to support as well. We have TestarsQuarter UK coming up next month. The Lord is your strength. Yeah, for those of you that are in the UK, hopefully TestarsQuarter UK happens next month. You'll be able to do that together. And any other thing that is coming up, always check your email. Keep our email as your known email so that we don't keep getting emails into your spam folder. So I think this is where we draw the curtain for today. And I say thank you so much, everyone, and have a good year ahead. See you next year. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.